Commissioner Layden, you want to do a communications check?
You bet, Mr. Chair. I did consult with Troy, and it sounds like the audio is working.
Okay, I think we got you, Abe. Thank you. Let's please come to order. Well, thank you all for your patience. As you could tell, we had some pretty important business to take care of in the county's business meeting. I appreciate everyone's grace and patience. But let us come to order. If you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, turning to the county attorney for a certification of the agenda.
Thank you, sir. The county attorney's office reviewed all items on the agenda. The board has appropriate jurisdiction over these matters, and where necessary, appropriate publication was made.
Thank you, Counselor. Do commissioners, does anyone have a disclosure for any items on this agenda?
I have none.
The only thing I would like to put on the record is that several people have approached me and wanted to talk to me about this topic for this afternoon on the Brannan Sand and Gravel, and I've been very clear with everyone that I am not able to talk about this, and I have not spoken about it with anybody.
Thank you, Commissioner. May I please ask that we have somebody grab the door in back, please? I don't know if I was going to win the argument to tell that guy to be quiet. My disclosures for items on the agenda are very similar to Commissioner Thomas's. I have received several communications for item D on this agenda that I did not respond to. And I know some of you may be in the room right now. It's because, folks, you don't want us disqualifying ourselves from this vote by giving feedback prior to hearing from the applicant. That is my disclosure. Moving along, we have no items for the land use meeting agenda, and so we're going to go right into the public hearing, starting with Sterling Ranch filing 5C, First Amendment, Minor Development, Project File SB 2024-022. Brett Thomas, presenting for staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brett Thomas for Planning. The applicant has requested a continuance of the board's hearing on this item to 2:30 p.m. on August 27th, 2024, due to a scheduling conflict.
Thank you, Brett. Any questions for Brett from the board?
I have none.
I have none. We have a request to continue this item. What is the pleasure of the board?
I'm happy to make a motion to continue Sterling Ranch filing 5C First Amendment, Minor Development Project File SB 2024-022 until August 27th, 2024 at 2:30 p.m.
Motion heard. Is there a second?
And I'll second that motion.
And the second is heard. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And Commissioner Layden, we did not hear a vote. Are you opposed?
No, aye.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's 3 votes to continue, and this item is continued. Our next item is Haystack Minor Development Project File SB 2024-005. Trevor Bedford, presenting for staff.
And Mr. Chair, just a point of privilege and maybe consideration by the board. I'm wondering if the chair is interested in polling those that are in the audience with us today and advancing onto the agenda whatever most folks are here to testify about, so we're not wasting people's time.
Hey, Commissioner, we did appreciate the suggestion. I'm sure many people appreciate it. We did have a discussion. These, as the first item was a quick continuance, this next item should not be too much time, as well as the next item beyond it for the Roxborough Park Road. It was felt that we could probably get through these speedily and then spend the majority of our time on the second to last item. With that said, Trevor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Trevor Bedford, representing Planning Services. Before you is a minor development plat, project number SB 2024-005. Ryan Dykstra is here on behalf of the applicant, JD Capital. The applicant's requesting approval of a minor development plat to subdivide 17.06 acres into 3 residential lots. Initially, engineering had requested a right-of-way dedication for a portion of Haystack Road. This has now been eliminated based on additional research that found that this portion is not currently maintained by the county, nor is it intended to be in the future. The intent of the minor development is to provide a streamlined review process to create 10 or fewer single-family residential lots. The minor development plat process begins with the submittal of an application and review by referral agencies and the public, and then public hearings are held before the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners. Referral comments were standard in nature, and no comments were received. This is the subdivision resolution. At the Planning Commission hearing on August 5th, one neighbor raised concerns that Haystack Road is a partially private roadway. The neighbor asked if the developer was paying for a portion of maintenance for the additional lots. The Planning Commission recommended approval 5-0 with the additional condition that a maintenance agreement is worked out if Haystack Road is a private road. This shows the general location. This shows the zoning. This is an aerial of the property. And this is a meets and bounds parcel with an existing residence that will remain. This shows the 3-lot subdivision. The driveway will have a maintenance agreement recorded separately. Easements are shown existing and proposed on the plat. And again, this does show the proposed right-of-way dedication that if this is approved, this element will be removed and shown as the existing access easement. In response to the Planning Commission's additional condition, engineering and planning staff researched the maintenance responsibilities of Haystack Road. County maintenance ends prior to the subject property near a culvert that was replaced in 2013 as shown in the drawing. The Haystack Acres HOA formerly maintained the roadway, but it does not appear that they do so currently. How the roadway is maintained is currently unknown. The applicant indicates he's tried to contact the HOA. However, there is a recorded access easement that does give access to the subject property. These are some site photos from Haystack Road. This lists the approval standards for a minor development plat. Staff's assessment of these standards are discussed in detail in the staff report. Since the writing of the staff report, it's been determined that county does not maintain all of Haystack Road and maintenance responsibilities are not clear. However, again, the applicant has legal access. Staff has evaluated the minor development final plat in accordance with Article 6 of the Douglas County Subdivision Resolution. Should Planning Commission find that the approval standards for the minor development final plat are met, the following proposed conditions should be considered for inclusion in the motion. Condition number 1, prior to recordation of the minor development final plat, the applicant shall record a declaration of restrictive covenants for water as required by the Water Supply Overlay District. Condition 2, prior to recordation of the minor development final plat, the applicant shall provide payment in the amount of $1,000 to the Douglas County School District for cash in lieu fees. Condition 3, prior to recordation of the minor development final plat, the applicant shall provide payment in the amount of $500 to Douglas County for parks cash in lieu fees. Condition number 4, concurrent with the recordation of the minor development final plat, easements requested by Corps for existing facilities shall be recorded. Condition number 5, concurrent with the recordation of the minor development final plat, the shared driveway access and maintenance agreement shall be recorded. Condition number 6, Colorado Parks and Wildlife literature shall be made available to prospective homeowners concerning the possible presence of wildlife and shall be available at all times. Condition 7, during construction activity within the development, the applicant and its successors and assigns shall take all reasonable care to watch for historic resources, paleontological resources, and other cultural history resources, and immediately notify Douglas County in the event of such a discovery. Condition number 8 is a new condition since the writing of the staff report. Prior to recordation of the final plat, the exhibit shall be modified to remove the right-of-way dedication for Haystack Road and reflect the road as an easement. Condition number 9, prior to recordation of the minor development final plat, technical corrections on the plat exhibit shall be made to the satisfaction of Douglas County. And finally, condition number 10, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public hearing or agreed upon in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. The Planning Commission did recommend an additional condition that the applicant enter into a maintenance agreement for Haystack Road. At this time, staff is not clear how the road is maintained, but the applicant may be able to address this further. And this sets forth the parameters for the board's decision. The applicant does not have a formal presentation, but is available to answer questions. And this concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Trevor. Questions for staff from the board?
So the only question I have is the one that they've talked about. In the packet, there was a document that said, the county does not maintain Haystack Road. Staff would recommend the additional condition of approval that the exhibit be modified to remove the right-of-way dedication prior to recordation. So you've already put that in there. I'm interested in the applicant coming forward and telling us who's going to maintain this road. That's my only concern about this application request.
Thank
Okay,
you,
sure.
Commissioner. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
I don't have anything extra to add to that.
Okay. Yeah, I thought you said we'd hear that from the applicant. No sweat. Commissioner Layton, any questions for staff?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that presentation. On page 118 of the packet, it references the Planning Commission hearing on August 5th, but you said there was a amendment that they proposed. What was the final vote of the Planning Commission on this?
It was 5-0 unanimous vote.
Unanimous. Okay, thank you. And so total of 9 conditions still, or will those be modified?
10.
Yeah,
10
we're tracking
conditions.
10, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Actually, I'm interested in hearing about the applicant for the same reason Commissioner Thomas is. So I'll probably have questions for the applicant. Sir, I take it you are the applicant.
Yes. Ryan
Please.
Dykstra, Dykstra.
And sir, let us know either who you represent or where you're from.
I am a member of JD Capital LLC, the owner of the property, and that's currently where I reside.
Okay, please, any comments for the board prior to questions?
It was hard to find any clarity on who maintained that road. I looked at other real estate listings for HOA contact information and was not able to find anything clear about that HOA. I did receive a number from one of my neighbors, and I reached out to him but did not make contact. And that is as far as I know about that private road.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. Are you ready for questions from the board?
Yes.
Commissioner?
How long is the road we're talking about that we don't know who maintains it?
Trevor might be able to answer that in more specifics.
I don't know the length of the entire road, but he's about 900 feet from the end of county maintenance.
So I'm not so much concerned about who's going to plow the snow, but if there is a washout and the road gets damaged, who's going to repair it? And I think we need to figure that out.
Yeah, that is unclear.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Layton, questions for the applicant?
No additional questions other than that missing piece of information for us.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. So is there anybody present who can represent the Haystack HOA Association? All right, we have a friend of the board that is coming forward. And Commissioners, I'd like this to be treated as part of the applicant's testimony. Ed, you're not a stranger to the board, but please do give us your name, tell us where you're from, and then any association that you'd like to bring forward.
My name is Ed Brewer, spelled B-R-E-W-E-R. My residence is 2500 Haystack Road. I am not a part of the HOA. Our road, on one side of the road of Haystack Road, there was a development in 2002 which created 9 homes. In part of that development, they created an HOA. The other side of the road, is not part of that HOA. As far as when the land was developed in 2002, the Board of County Commissioners required the portion of road that adjoins that HOA had to be paved. That was a requirement for the development. As part of that, the maintenance of that road was written into their charter, not into the PUD, but into their charter as part of the HOA, which is a little odd. And so they maintained the road until 2018, very recently, in which time they voted, their HOA voted to remove maintenance requirements from their HOA, which I believe they have the right to do. And so, but that HOA and the neighbors have been maintaining the road since 2018, doing such maintenance as required on a basically biannual basis. There is no formal agreement to maintain the road. It is just something, it is a very small neighborhood with maybe a total of 20 homes. We have just basically been maintaining the road as good neighbors and spending a fair amount just this past summer. We did maintenance in the tune of about $16,000 to the road. So the road has been maintained, but there is no formal agreement. And moving forward, there probably should be. There probably should be a formal agreement where the neighbors put in money rather than depending on the good nature of everybody that lives there. So the formal maintenance of the road ended in 2018 when the HOA changed their charter and took out the responsibility. Since 2018, it's just been neighbors putting in money because we understand it has to be maintained. Our understanding is that we maintain the road, but the Board of County Commissioners have the easement of the road. The easement of the road, that section that's paved, was part of something that when it was developed back in 2002, our understanding is that the Board of County Commissioners have the easement for the road, but we get to maintain it. I can answer any questions that might develop, but basically there's no formal entity that maintains the road at the moment.
All right, thank you, Ed. Are you willing to take some questions from the board?
Sure.
Commissioner, you have questions for Ed? Mr. Brewer.
I'm just here wondering if a good option is to continue this for 2 weeks so that we can get the answer to this question and we can move on. That's my only question.
Okay, well, Commissioner Layden, did you get that? Any objection?
No, and if that's a motion, I'll second that.
The chair is willing to treat as a motion to continue. Let me turn to legal counsel. Counsel, do we need to well, do we need to make a question to the applicant on their willingness to continue or prior to continuing?
No, I think there's a need for additional information. That's grounds for continuance.
Okay. Well, then the motion to continue is heard. Second is recognized. Any discussion?
The only question I have is for staff and the applicant. I guess the next hearing is the 27th. Can we put it on the agenda for that, and is the applicant okay with that?
Staff?
Staff is okay with that. I can't speak for the applicant.
Mr. Brewer, go ahead.
I just have a question. So you can continue it if you want. Are you going to make a requirement? Because, I mean, you can continue it, but there is no agreement to research and find, because there is no agreement to maintain the road. I'm just making that clear that, currently it's done just by gratis of the neighborhood.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Brewer. Tell you what, let us work on that, okay? But your point is well taken, sir.
Okay.
You may please retreat so we can call the applicant up. And let's have the applicant up. You heard the motion and the second by the board to continue until our next meeting. Sir, do you consent?
Yes, with a note that I'm not sure what we're going to research or find out. I'm not sure what the allotted extra time would really do.
Sir, I'd ask you to rely on us to start to do that work and to explore options on what the board can do. Perhaps also, well, let us work on that, please.
Okay.
If we have your consent.
Yes, you do.
Okay. We have a, Commissioner,
I think would like to add something.
Jeanette.
Yeah, Jeanette Bear with Planning Services. I did talk to Mr. Brewer ahead of time, and we do have the name of the HOA president now, so I think that would be a good contact, as he seems to be the individual that collects the funds and actually effectuates the maintenance. So we could start there and see if we could at least get the applicant connected with the HOA president and just see if something could come of that, and do some additional research too,
I
with
think,
engineering.
well, it sounds like that would be sufficient for the board. And it sounds like that probably answers the questions for the applicant. So we'll have something for you, and you may be a part of those discussions.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. There is a motion and a second to continue. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. And the minor development is continued. Very much appreciate the cooperation of the applicant. All right. Next item is 7801 Roxborough Park Road, Waterton Canyon, K9 Academy, use by special review, project file US 2024-004. Mike Pasica for staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Teal. The application before you is a request for a use by special review for property located at 7801 Roxborough Park Road. The property owner requests USR approval to operate an indoor kennel and training facility on a 37-acre property zoned agricultural 1. The kennel will be enclosed in an existing barn, and a maximum of 8 dogs are allowed on site at any one time. There will be a fenced outdoor training area as well. All uses meet the 100-foot setback required for kennels in the A1 zone district. The facility is not open to the general public, and dogs will be kept inside at night. The facility will be licensed by the State of Colorado Pet Animal Care Facilities Act, and a maximum of 1 employee is proposed at the facility. The Planning Commission heard the request at its August 5th, 2024 public hearing. 1 person spoke from the public in support of the application, and the Planning Commission recommended approval of the use by special review by a vote of 5-0. Shows the location of the request, generally in the northwest area of Douglas County. And this is an aerial of the property, showing where the existing kennel will go, and the outdoor training area will be approximately in that area. The blue is Willow Creek floodplain, which will not be disturbed as a part of this request. And this is a good view of the project site. Again, the barn right here is where the kennel would go. Willow Creek is down here in this area, and all uses will be well away from that, from Willow Creek. Staff has evaluated the use by special review request in accordance with Section 21 of the zoning resolution. Should the board find that the approval standards have been met, the following conditions should be considered for inclusion in the motion of the USR. Condition number 1, prior to final approval of the record copy of the USR plan exhibit, any necessary technical corrections shall be made to the satisfaction of Douglas County. Condition number 2, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public hearing and/or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. That concludes my presentation. John Fanestein is here tonight representing the property owner, and he's available for any questions you might have, or I can take questions as well.
All right. Questions for staff from the board? Any questions for Mike?
I don't. Thank you, Mike.
And I don't either. Thanks, Mike.
Commissioner Layden, I think I heard that. Mike, I don't think I have any questions for you. I'm happy to hear from the applicant. Would the applicant like to come forward?
I'm John Fanestein, Pfannenstein. I'm the property owner.
And I'm John Porcelli, Porricelli, and I am the owner of Waterton Canyon K9 Academy.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions or provide any information you'd like.
Do you have any comments for the board before taking questions?
No.
Okay, questions from the board for the property owner and the business?
So the only question I have is when I went through the packet, there was some discussion about the water, that people who are using the facility will not be able to use bathrooms in the facility or something because of the water. Is any of this ringing a bell? I see Mike standing up.
There were some initial discussions about providing those services to clients, but that they will not be part of the USR as presented today.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Commissioner Layden, any questions?
I don't think I have any questions. No, thank you.
Okay. We've been working on this for a while, so I don't think I have any questions pertaining to it at all. So thank you very much. You two gentlemen may have a seat with no questions from the board, and we'll go ahead and turn to public testimony at this time.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner. There, gentlemen, before you retreat, there are two conditions. Mike, can we get those up on the big board just to make sure they can have a chance to review? All right, guys, do you accept these conditions?
Yes, we do.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner, for the reminder. Let's go ahead. Is there anyone here who would like to speak in public testimony on this use by special review? I am seeing none in the room. And Troy, do we have anybody online who would like to speak to this use by special review?
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no online comment.
Thank you, Troy. All right, bringing it back to the board, what is the board's pleasure?
I have a motion to approve a use by special review for the Waterton Canyon Canine Academy Kennel at 7801 Roxborough Park Road because it does meet all of the approval criteria with two conditions as presented. Project file US 2024-004.
I'll second that motion.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, and the use by special review is approved. All right, thank you all very much. All right, our next item is the Owens Industrial Park Filing 1, First Amendment, Lot 1A, and meets and bounds. Third Amendment, batch plant use by special review. Project file is US 2021-002. Heather Scott presenting for staff. Heather.
The application before you is a request for a use by special review for property located at 5775 and 5779 Airport Road for a second batch plant and accessory crushing operation. The project number is US 2021-002. Jessica Eliza Day is here today representing Brannon Sand and Gravel. The request is to add an asphalt batch plant and amend previously approved plans for portions of the facility associated with the existing concrete batch plant. A single USR plan exhibit shows all uses on site and subjects all uses to a single USR management plan. Concrete crushing will no longer be a separate business, but will be allowed as accessory only to the batch plant for production of asphalt product. The intent of the USR process, as set forth in Section 21 of the zoning resolution, is to provide for uses in specific zone districts that shall require public notice and hearings and the approval of the Board of County Commissioners, subject to such conditions and safeguards as may be imposed by the board. The use by special review process begins with a submittal of an application. Following a review period by referral agencies and a courtesy notice to adjacent property owners, notice is given for public hearings before the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. In this case, the request has been sent out for 3 referrals and public comment reviews given the length of time since the original submittal in 2021 and changes to the plan and associated reports and studies. All referral and public comments received over the past 3 years have been included in the staff report. Multiple letters and emails of opposition were received from the public noting concerns related to the asphalt chemical process, health impacts to the community, the overall intensity of use on this site, excessive noise, dust, lighting, and traffic, and the mismanagement of operations on the current site. Referral comments were also received from the Leviers Conservation Partnership and Cherokee Ridge Estates HOA and their Metro District, expressing opposition to the project, noting similar concerns and inconsistencies with various goals and policies of the county's comprehensive master plan. All regulatory referral agencies, including the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, Douglas County Engineering, Douglas County Wildfire Mitigation, and South Metro Fire Rescue, have reviewed the request and have no further comments on this application. Air quality and other permits must be obtained prior to commencement of operations. Improvements such as a 120,000-gallon firefighting cistern, stormwater facilities, access drives, landscaping, and fencing are subject to formal improvements agreement with Douglas County. Building, fire, water, and septic approvals are required to be obtained as part of the building permit process. Additional public opposition letters, including a copy of an online petition, were forwarded to the commissioners on Friday. That Friday supplemental report also included an updated USR packet dated August 9th, 2024, applicant response letters, and additional letters of support for the project. Required public notice has been provided for both the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners hearings. The Planning Commission heard the request at its July 15th, 2024 public hearing. 21 people from the public spoke. 4 people were in support of the application and 17 people were against the application. The PC recommended denial of the use by special review by a vote of 4-2. Commissioners voting to recommend denial of the application cited non-compliance with approval standards 210204, harmony and compatibility with the surrounding area and neighborhood, 210205, consistency with the CMP, and 210212, not be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare. The U.S. property, identified by the red star, is located in the northwest area of the county, approximately 1/4 mile west of U.S. Highway 85 and Airport Road intersection. The site is located in the center of the map, outlined in red. The purple areas are zoned general industrial. Properties to the northwest, west, and southwest are zoned agricultural 1. Leviers Village is highlighted in orange and is zoned suburban residential, and Cherokee Ridge Estates, identified in yellow on the northeast portion of the map, is zoned rural residential. The applicant's property is outlined in red. The U.S. permit area is zoned general industrial as shown in purple. The agricultural 1 zone portion of the applicant's property is not part of this USR and will remain open. The subject property is outlined in red. The existing concrete batch plant is in the southeast portion of the site. The asphalt batch plant and stockpile area are proposed within the ring road in the middle of the property. There are 2 existing access points along Airport Road. The main entrance is adjacent to the concrete batch plant on the east, and the secondary western access point, which is proposed to be improved to allow trucks to queue on site. The Union Pacific Rail Line and the Leviers Industrial Park are located to the east. The Reynolds Industrial Park is located to the southeast, and agriculturally zoned parcels to the southwest and west. The Levere's Historic Village is under half a mile to the west. There is a large horse arena and associated agricultural uses to the northwest. Kellytown is located northeast, with Cherokee Ridge Estates located just over half a mile northeast. The existing concrete batch plant was built in 1981. The subdivision plat, Owens Industrial Center, Filing 1, was approved in 1988 and revised in 2016, taking Lot 1 from 6.04 acres up to 11.642 acres. The concrete batch plant was expanded with approval of a site improvement plan revision in 1996 and another major revision in 2005. At that time, concrete crushing was added to the project as an accessory use. The applicant petitioned in 2006 and was included within the Sedalia Water and Sand District in 2007. Water is not provided by an individual well, rather through supplies owned by the district. In 2018, an application was submitted and approved to convert the accessory crushing use to a standalone concrete crushing facility. In 2021, an application to modify elements of the concrete crushing facility, SIP, was approved by the county. Abutting neighbors appealed the application to the Board of Adjustment, which upheld the administrative decision. A subsequent appeal by the neighbors to the district court resulted in the approval being overturned in June of 2023. A USR application was submitted back in 2018 for an asphalt batch plant. However, the applicant withdrew that application after the board remanded the request back to the Planning Commission for its reconsideration based on additional information submitted by the applicant. The current USR request was submitted in 2021. A total of 3 referral agency and public review periods were provided to allow for comments on proposed revisions to the applicant's plans, reports, and studies. Sheets 8 and 9 of the USR exhibit provide detailed site plans identifying the existing concrete batch plant, floodplain, washout area, proposed asphalt batch plant and stockpiles, detention ponds, ring roads, fire cisterns, parking areas, and access drives to Airport Road. Additional sheets in this packet highlight fencing and landscaping proposed to comply with the fencing and outdoor storage regulations provided by the Douglas County zoning resolution for GI zoned properties. The applicant will describe this element of the plan in greater detail in their presentation. In addition to the site plan layout, the USR regulations require that various operational details and limitations be set forth on the plan exhibit. Sheet 2 of the USR exhibit identifies the management plan details, including there is a limitation not to exceed 1,008 truck trips per day. This does equate to 504 inbound and 504 outbound trips. And trucks must queue on site to limit the backup onto Airport Road. There are limitations on the square footage of outdoor storage area and height limits on the overall stockpiles. And crushing will not occur outside of standard operating hours. There are noise mitigation requirements, dust and air quality requirements, federal, state, and local permit requirements, firefighting requirements, lighting restrictions, and consolidation notes and tables, bringing all the uses under one set of a management plan limitation. The next few slides show views from surrounding properties and roads into the USR site. This is a view looking south from Main Street. The equestrian center is on the right, and the concrete batch plant is located in the far left corner. This is a view looking south from the intersection of Main Street and Pate Avenue in Kellytown. The railroad tracks are to the right, and the concrete batch plant is located in the far left corner of the photo. This is a view looking west along Levon Drive, featuring the floodplain and bridge linking the existing concrete batch plant on the left to the proposed area on the right. This is a view looking north from Airport Road, showing the main entrance into the concrete batch plant. This is a view looking northeast from Airport Road at the west entrance of the site. The access drive connecting this entrance will be improved and it will be restricted to trucks exiting the site only. This is a view looking east from Leviers Boulevard towards the existing concrete batch plant. Finally, this is a view looking southeast from Valley View Street in Leviers Village area toward the site. The next few slides are taken from the inside of the USR property to show the existing conditions and views beyond the site's boundary. This is a view from the interior ring road looking northeast toward Kellytown. The Cherokee Ridge Estate subdivision is in the background across Highway 85. This is a view from the interior ring road looking southwest, showing the existing concrete stockpiles associated with the former crushing business. This is the proposed location of the asphalt batch plant. This is a view from the interior ring road looking south along the railroad tracks, which borders the site to the east. The existing concrete plant is straight ahead in this photo. Oops. This is a view from the interior ring road showing the existing concrete washout area. And finally, this is a view from the interior ring road looking west toward Plum Creek and the Leviers Village area. The approval standards for the USR request are set forth in section 21 and listed on this slide. Staff's analysis of the approval standards is discussed in detail within the staff report. Staff has evaluated the use by special review request in accordance with Section 21 of the zoning resolution. Should the Board of County Commissioners find that the approval standards for the USR have been met, staff proposes the following conditions to be included within the motion. Condition 1, prior to final approval of the record copy of the USR plan exhibit, any necessary technical corrections shall be made to the satisfaction of Douglas County. Condition 2, prior to approval of the record copy of the USR plan exhibit, the applicant shall complete septic design as requested by the Douglas County Health Department. Condition 3, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public hearing and/or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. Section 2109.09 of the zoning resolution sets forth the parameters for the board's action for USR requests. This concludes staff's presentation. I am available to take any questions on the staff report if the board wishes. Otherwise, Jessica Elizadeh, legal representative for Brennan, has a presentation. And while Jessica sets up, I do have 3 letters that also need to be entered into the public record, and I can drop them off with Jeff.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Let's go ahead and go to commissioner questions, and then once we complete and we give Jessica time to come up and make a presentation for the applicant, I'll go ahead and have you deliver those papers to the county attorney so they can be, unless Jeanette does it right now. Guess she's going to do it right now. Okay. Commissioners, questions for staff?
Heather, I do have a question. I didn't have my pen ready. When you were telling us the decision of the Planning Commission, I believe you said that the Planning Commissioners who voted no talked about 2102.04, 2102.05, and what were the other ones? I'm sorry.
And then 210212.
Okay,
And I'll bring that back up for you.
thank you.
Commissioner, further questions?
She said she was going to pull it up. I was just going to look to see.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Layden, questions?
Thank you, Chair. So Heather, as a former planning commissioner and land use attorney, it's significant to me that there was a pretty robust discussion at the planning commission level. And you said in the staff report that the vote of the planning commission, who we appoint, was recommended denial by 4-2.
Correct. The Planning Commission made a recommendation to approve, which was denied 2-4. Then they came back and someone else made a recommendation to deny, and that was approved 4-2.
Yeah. And so 210204, 210205, and 2102.12 detrimental to the health and safety and welfare issue. They had issues under 05 with consistency, and then 04 with compatibility. This is challenging, and I know we'll hear much more from the applicant and from citizens. I'm not going to predetermine where I'm at, but I've always been very pro-business. We believe deeply in economic development. Have founded and worked very hard to develop our Douglas County Economic Development Collaborative and partner with many in the community to develop what's now the Douglas County Economic Development Corporation. And I know many of those representatives are here with us today. This corridor is significant, and I know the future vision and plans for this corridor does involve an opportunity for aerospace, clean tech. We heard earlier today in the business meeting around the $34 million water wastewater investment we've made along this corridor, not to mention the $100 million contract that we approved for the 85 construction. So a lot is going into the future of this northwest section that is surrounded by residents, future commercial opportunities for recreation, and many other plans. So obviously much of that is in the back of my mind through the lens of the comprehensive master plan considerations. I never stand in the way of business, but we do have zoning for a reason. Where a business can do right by citizens and not impair the liberties and quality of life of their neighbors, I will be supportive of that particular business. And I think when I am looking at a concrete batch plant this close to residential communities, what I'm looking to hear from the applicant is severalfold. It's a comprehensive air quality monitoring, 2 stringent emission controls, 3 setbacks and buffer zones, 4 obviously noise and light pollution controls. Certainly, 5 for me would be water quality and usage issues and regulations. I did see some related to my number 6, which are operational time restrictions. I would like to see a comprehensive assessment of impacts to the surrounding environment. And then, of course, ongoing compliance and enforcement, which would involve regular inspections, penalties for noncompliance, and a community complaint mechanism, perhaps beyond what we have now. I think the greenhouse gas emission reduction targets are significant. We are in a really disastrous EPA noncompliance zone in the Denver metro area. We've been there for a while. We've seen over the summer some of the worst air quality in the world, much of which associated with wildfires, but nonetheless. I also want to see public engagement and transparency associated with, additional information. So all of those are deeply important to me. That said, I think if those issues are satisfied by the applicant, I'm certainly open to potentially moving forward on this pending citizen comment. But those are some pretty pretty stringent criteria in my mind, so I'll look forward to hearing from the applicant.
Commissioner, just checking with you before we move along, but any specific questions for staff at this time?
Just, I think the question about the denial by the Planning Commission was sufficient for right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Heather, I do have some questions. Can we get the site map back up from your presentation, please?
Yep.
And specifically, when we talk about the zone, actually this one. Okay. So the proposed plant is going to be within the area on the left specified as general industrial.
Correct.
And the proposed asphalt batch plant is going to be where there is currently the concrete grinding operation.
Correct.
Okay. One thing that I'm still missing out on going through the staff report, what is the condition for this being a use by special review instead of a use by right under that the current business, why isn't it just a use by right, or why isn't it covered under the current zoning, current permissions that the business operates now?
The General Industrial Zone District requires batch plants specifically to go through a use by special review.
Okay. So we saw the use by special review history for the current concrete operation. With the switch over to asphalt plant, that's the reason why we have this as a use by special review.
Correct.
Go ahead, Jeanette.
Just to clarify that it's an additional plant, so the concrete will remain, and then the additional asphalt plant will be added to the mix.
Okay, so it is our own regulations that
Right.
require this go through use by
And they
special
did,
review.
it used to be that they were allowed as a by right use with the site improvement plan, but back, I think, around 2014, the county changed its regs and decided that batch plants should go through the use by special review process. So it's been that way since that time.
Okay. Thank you, staff. I think that handles my questions. Commissioners, any further questions for staff before we hear from the applicant?
No.
Okay. All right. If the applicant would like to come forward with their presentation or comments, and then be prepared to take comments from the board. And Counselor, you let us know when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jessica Elizade of Elizade Law on behalf of the applicant Brannan Companies, along with Fred Marble of Brannan, Alex Schatz and Theron Olson, also of Brannan Companies, Scott Legg, Brannan's environmental manager, Jim Brasovich, our civil engineer, Joe Henderson, the traffic engineer, Sean Norris, our noise expert, along with other project consultants and Brannan operations expert to answer your questions. And that is quite a bench. And the reason for that is probably a lot about why you're asking the question about denial at the Planning Commission. So part of our presentation, and I accept some blame for that, was that we believe that the application really spoke for itself and went into a lot of detail. Unfortunately, you don't always know how that translates, and it really became clear to us that we needed to provide some much better description. So for better or for worse, rather than the abbreviated version of the presentation that we gave to Planning Commission, we are going to provide you with some very detailed information. So I will ask for your indulgence, but I do believe that for all of the people here and certainly for you all in making your decision, it's very important. So this is going to be a little bit unorthodox, but I would like to address the elephant, or in this case, the asphalt plant in the room. So I say asphalt plant, and you probably think first of noxious odor, and then you may think of, the clicker is not working, have a little bit of a delay. or that, or that. And these are some of the very photos that were circulated by opponents of this application. And at some point in history, they or you would have been correct. But today's modern asphalt plant is nothing like this. And as you will see, advanced technology, there's an issue. I'm sorry, the clicker is not functioning properly. Sorry, just 1 second.
Yeah, let's maybe check those batteries.
Yeah, I'm using the arrow. Yeah, I think it works from here. It doesn't like the podium, so maybe I'm not pressing it hard enough. Sorry about that. So advanced technology can now ensure that asphalt plants are environmentally responsible, emit little to no odor, operate at low industrial noise levels, deliver air emissions at or below the levels of a commercial bakery, and safe for those who live and work around them. And in the case of Brannan, you can see in letters submitted to you, and you'll hear from testimony today from people who actually live and work near Brannan's existing APM facilities or asphalt paving material facilities. The misinformation and fear-mongering is very different from reality. And that's important because there is a factually correct baseline understanding of what a modern asphalt plant means, and without that, you cannot accurately apply the approval criteria, assess the actual impacts, judge the mitigation measures truly required, and determine where Brannan has met and exceeded them. So a little bit about Brannan. They're a 120-year-old locally owned company owned by the Marvel family, who were born and raised right here in the metro area. They are hands-on, on-site, and local ownership means accountability. They have offices and facilities in 5 municipalities and 6 counties in Colorado, including Park, Adams, Boulder, Arapahoe, Weld, and Douglas. They're regional leaders in high-quality material and services for the public and private sectors, including Douglas County. They invest in cutting-edge technology and have won hundreds of awards for quality, safety, and their environmental efforts, including a Napa Diamond certification, which is a very difficult standard to achieve and requires on-site inspection. In fact, the U.S. General Services Administration, just a couple of weeks ago out of D.C., recently featured Brannan as a national example of companies through their environmental efforts that meet and exceed environmental product declarations, or EPDs, which are a requirement to bid any job that receives federal dollars. Brannan is a major employer. Many of their 700 employees live right here in Douglas County. Some families who have as many as 3 generations with Brannan, and some employees have been with the company for more than 30 years. And I tell you this because you can tell a lot about a company by how it treats its employees and how it treats its community partners. Brannan prides itself on being a valued member of the community because it operates in populated areas and values lifestyle and health of its neighbors and employees. It invests in community, builds ball fields, supports local events, education efforts, and hundreds of small local business partners. A number of its neighbors, community leaders, and business partners have submitted letters and are here with you in the audience today. You'll hear from them shortly for this project on Brannan's behalf. Some of them come from schools, hospitals, and residential communities, where Brannan operates its 4 asphalt plants, just like the one before you, in very close proximity to these sensitive uses. So after several years of hard work, and it has been years, outreach, lots of input from staff who's been very tough but fair, we truly believe that we've arrived at not only a really high quality facility, but a much improved application and a much improved site. This presentation will demonstrate significant benefits to the county, harmony with the surrounding area, consistency with the comp plan, that it does not intensify and actually may decrease the intensity of the approved uses on the site, that it mitigates impacts of the proposed use, that it will not cause significant air, water, or noise pollution. It's consistent with the health, welfare, and public safety, not of just this area, but of all of Douglas County. And it meets and exceeds all standards and criteria. Asphalt is particularly important in Colorado's climate because of its ability to expand and contract with the weather. So with the growth of Douglas County and the need to maintain existing infrastructure and the passage of 1A, there's really an ever-increasing demand, yet there are only 2 facilities in the entire county to meet that demand. And that means that Douglas County taxpayers are paying millions more dollars per year for asphalt because there's not nearly enough of a local supply. The result is up to 70 additional miles per load, increased transportation costs, increased wear and tear on our roads, and increased environmental impacts because of the unnecessary emissions that produces. In addition to taxpayer savings, the proposed APM will also provide positive financial impacts on DUGCO, including increased sales and use tax revenues to the county, new jobs, both direct and indirect, from the more than 49 Douglas County vendors, suppliers, and community partners who work with Brannon. So additionally, there's a multiplier effect, as I'm sure you're aware, that leads to additional discretionary income and other positive financial impacts to the county. So that said, we also understand that when you're weighing the needs of the county as a whole and the benefits that this project provides, you must also determine, among other things, whether it is consistent with the area, the zoning, the comprehensive plan. Is it harmonious? And the first place we start is with the zoning. So because industrial uses, they should be limited. Industrial uses should not be all over the county. That's exactly what zoning is for. And for that reason, the number of areas that are approved for industrial zoning are very few. And that actually means that the areas where you can support Douglas County infrastructure are very few. As you can see, this site is the proposed site is located right in the highest concentration of industrial zoning within those few limited areas, right where the county intended it to be. So I'm going to draw your attention to the little purple rectangle there in the middle of all the rest of the purple, which is general industrial zoning. Now, the site shown roughly where that rectangle is not only zoned industrial, it has a long history of industrial uses. It's along a heavy rail line, which averages over 19 trains a day that are 8,000 feet long, a busy highway, and adjacent to other heavy industrial uses, including septic service, outdoor storage, a scrapyard, and a housing manufacturer, just to name a few. It has been zoned industrial since the first zone districts were assigned in Douglas County, and in fact, the only residential zoning in the area, was cited here for the very purpose of supporting industry. The DuPont dynamite plant as company housing, but by the time that nitroglycerin plant closed in 1989, there were already a number of industrial uses there, including what is now the Brannon concrete plant, which opened, as you heard, in 1981. So industry has not moved to the residential area. In this case, residential has moved to or has stayed in an industrial area. So the proposed use is clearly consistent with the zoning. We next look to the site itself for compatibility. Now, contrary to what you're going to hear today, the choices before you are not a bucolic surroundings all the way from Levere's to 85 or a belching asphalt plant. Those aren't your choices. The asphalt site is currently an active industrial site adjacent to other active industrial sites, making it the ideal site for a modern asphalt plant. So you're not deciding whether the site should house an industrial use because it already does. You're ultimately deciding whether to replace one approved use, a standalone concrete and asphalt recycling business, with another, less intensive use, a modern APM. And either way, Brannan will continue to operate on this site. Now, the property has two existing approved uses. The first is standalone concrete and asphalt recycling plant, which is roughly in the same location as the proposed APM would be located, where concrete and asphalt are demolished from projects around the Denver metro area and trucked into this site rather than to fill up a landfill. In fact, fun fact, asphalt is the most recycled material in the world. So the second use that's approved on the site is a concrete batch plant, as Commissioner Teal had inquired. And what you'll hear us refer to that as the concrete plant as we go through. It's also owned by Brannan, and as I mentioned, it's been there since 1981. So between the standalone crushing approval and the concrete plant approval, the property is permitted for at least 1,000 trips per day today, approved for 1,000 trips. And no matter how you count them, and you're going to hear a lot about counting, that's the number. So here's some more visual context of the industrial nature of the crushing site that we would use for the APM under this proposal. And I should point out that the crushing site is right there on the right, and it's bordered again by the heavy rail, crane, and other industrial activity there on the left, and Highway 85 is just to the left of that, and that is the concrete plant in the back. So we've shown that the zoning's correct and the site's appropriate. Are there adequate buffers? While many asphalt plants in the metro area have buffers than less than a quarter of a mile, which I will show you shortly, the proposed facility is nearly 1/2 a mile from the nearest residentially zoned neighbor, with significant topography and major vegetation in between the LaVere's residence and the crushing site. But it's not by accident that the residents of LaVere's enjoy this significant buffer from Brannan's property, because the Owens Industrial Center, Brannan's property, was originally comprised of 85.6 acres, but a conservation easement over nearly half of the site, or 40.2 acres, was conveyed to Douglas County to create the very separation that the residents now argue is not enough. Testimony today may lead you to believe that this site is on LaVere's doorstep. That is simply not true. This is the view facing the proposed facility taken from the nearest LaVere's resident, and this is an accurate, unedited photo that you can pull up yourself on Google Earth. I thought it was important to use a photo that I had not taken and that we didn't have anyone else take. That's readily available online. And in fact, to show you the simulated view from this location, and that is actually a simulation of the actual view of what the APM will look like there in the distance on the left, next to the warehouse that's already there, to the right of it. We had to actually magnify the photo by 10 times so that you can see the plant on the photo. So what you're looking at, again, is the simulated view. Now, the zoning's appropriate, historically industrial. The site's consistent with the proposed use. It's surrounded by highway, heavy rail. It's substantially buffered. And based on the opposition's mischaracterization of a modern asphalt plant on the photos they circulated that I showed you earlier, and on what you're going to hear, the answer to whether or not it's harmonious would be no. However, the reality is, as proven throughout the metro area, the daily experience of people who actually live and work near asphalt plants and in most cases, much closer than the one that we're proposing, this says something different, that this facility is absolutely harmonious with residential and even sensitive uses. So this is the Copperstone luxury apartment community shown here within less than 1/4 of a mile of Brandon's Rock Creek asphalt plant. And I'd be remiss not to point out that it's no longer Martin Marietta, it's actually SRM, and that is not our rubble pile in front, that's theirs. But I did think the photo was very important to show you the proximity of the neighbors to the plant with very little buffer, certainly nowhere near the buffer that you're going to see that both exists and that we're improving. But more importantly, there is a letter in your packet from this community, from Copperstone, and it affirms, quote, Brannan and Copperstone exist harmoniously in Lafayette. And the Intermountain Health, formerly Good Samaritan Hospital, from which this photo of the Brannan asphalt plant was taken. The hospital also provided you with a letter, which I believe is on the dais in front of you, stating that they coexist in harmony with Brandon's asphalt plant, have never received a concern or complaint related to Brandon's operations, and that Brandon is, quote, a thoughtful and considerate neighbor to the hospital whose presence makes our community stronger. Now, I'm going to show you some additional examples. There are many, but I have limited it to 3 so that we can get home today. I know it's a long day and I want to be mindful of everyone's time. The bottom line is that mitigation and design, including distance and open land as buffers to foster compatibility, effective paint schemes, floodplain and stormwater management, all of these things are routine and integral, both to Brannan and to modern asphalt plants. So this is the Capitol asphalt plant. It shows that newer housing can and does exist very close to asphalt plants. I'm going to go back there. In this case, only 1/4 of the distance of the proposed APM from Lavier's. And notice that the proposed site, a concrete plant operates just to the north of industrial uses as it does in Sedalia and Lavier's in the industrial node. And compatibility is an intended outcome of site design. So you'll also see that vegetative screening and fencing has a huge impact here, much like what Brannan is proposing. The second example is Midtown. It's the Midtown area in Adams County, and it's within only 1,500 feet, building to building, of a Brannan asphalt plant. And here there are 4 total asphalt plants within that 1/4 mile radius. It's notable that Midtown was developed after the asphalt plants because market conditions verify that modern asphalt plants are not an issue for nearby residents when they are properly designed, screened, and mitigated. Property values here have not decreased. Property values have significantly increased. And single-family mixed-use development in close proximity to industry works. This slide better shows the proximity of the new single-family residential to a very large concrete crushing facility there, and they coexist. And I would also point out there's a tremendous amount of heavy truck traffic that was there prior, and that community exists and thrives. And again, it's all about fencing and buffering the area. So full circle, this is the Brannan Rock Creek plant, asphalt plant from the front. And Brannan designs and operates within heavily populated areas and does all of the mitigation we've shown successfully every day. So to understand how best any potential impact, to best understand what impacts we may pose, Brannan conducted significant community outreach. So it included business-to-business meetings, we had 3 total community meetings. We created a website. I would point out that we had decreasing attendance at those community meetings. It started with 23 people and then 20 and then only 12 at the last meeting. We had a website, a 24-hour comment line. We offered tours of the plant. and other outreach. And notably, the mailing radius, which is normally only about a mile, actually normally it can be as small as 500 feet in areas that are less populated. We sent mailers out to 1.5 miles away from this site, and those are the numbers that we received at our community meetings. So, but we did hear concerns, and we certainly read them when they came through, when the comments came through to the county, and it matters. So what we heard broadly stated were concerns over traffic, noise, dust, odor, emissions, and health effects. And not just to the proposed asphalt plant, but how the new asphalt plant would intensify the impacts of the existing operations, the concrete plant that will stay there. And that's valid. So to address the intensity concern, Brandon took some really major steps, and that's really what took so long for this application to make its way here to you. First, it ceased standalone crushing and has removed standalone crushing from its proposal. So the asphalt plant, if that's approved, Brandon will cede the approved standalone crushing use. The second major change was to combine some additional controls over the concrete plant with mitigation over the new asphalt plant into that one consolidated management plan for the entire site, which would greatly improve enforcement, efficiency, and just the overall function of the property. And the third major change as a result of the outreach was to identify and commit to investing in really state-of-the-art technology, which we're very excited to tell you about, that will address the health and emissions concerns of the neighbors. This is the management plan. And while it addresses each area of potential impacts raised during our outreach, I'm going to start with traffic. I think I am. All right. So before I discuss the mitigation of traffic, I should say that Brandon's proposal meets and exceeds the approval standard 2102.07. The general approval criteria is whether the proposed use will provide roadway capacity necessary to maintain the adopted roadway level of service. And in fact, Brandon commissioned a traffic study that proposed, and the study determined that the proposed uses on the site do not change the level, do not affect the level of service. So, however, we still proposed a number of additional mitigation efforts to lessen immediate traffic impacts, because that's part of the USR process. It's about how can you mitigate impacts? What are you doing to mitigate? So first, the elimination of standalone crushing, if the proposal is approved, will significantly reduce the allowable trips from trucks, bringing in that demolished asphalt and concrete from all over the metro area. Second, we have proposed to set a cap across all operations on the property to 1,008 trips, 5,004 inbound, 5,004 outbound. You don't have to count whether they're concrete trips or what kind of trips there are. In this case, traffic is traffic, 504 in, 504 out. We added a new western exit to the site to provide truck staging or waiting, and that was to relieve the backup that happens from trains, from those 19 trains. We've implemented sophisticated truck software system that provides real-time information, live tracking, and geofencing. Our expert and traffic director from Brandon is here, who's more than happy to share more information with you about that. We have required a prohibition on traffic through the town of Leviers, Lavon Street, Kelly Road, or Main Street that will be enforced through that geofencing technology. And this all applies to the concrete plant which is existing, that now doesn't have to have any of those controls on it. But again, because it's consolidated, this would now apply not only to the new proposed facility, but to the existing concrete facility. This is the language taken out of, so that you can see where that language lives. The next mitigation was noise. So Brannon commissioned a noise study to determine the additional impacts of the proposed use. And the study found that noise from the concrete plant and the asphalt plant under the current proposal did not exceed the allowable threshold. The study was evaluated by the county's own noise experts who accepted its results. However, during our outreach, we learned that there were lots of concerns about noise with the existing facility. Again, the facility, not the new facility being proposed. So the first is with traffic. So the mitigation. First is with traffic. The elimination of the standalone crushing will greatly reduce noise. It can be noisy. It's under the threshold, but it can be noisy. The second, and not even listed here, is that the plant and the new equipment provides for low noise or reduces noise on the new equipment. And a number of other mitigation efforts. So we limit hours. There's strict noise regulations across the entire site of decibel levels in the tiny writing. There's a prohibition on jake brakes, a requirement to investigate noise complaints. There is a complaint line that is established that must be answered. We've replaced backup beepers on the equipment with white noise alarm, and again, that's on existing facility. Replacing generators with quieter line power. Enclosing the equipment, and this is large equipment, by the way, with mufflers on silo compression, noise dampening cabinets, limitation of recycling to daytime hours, and the real teeth is that if it's not corrected, and the language says it right within the management plan, if it's not corrected, then operations must cease. Again, that's where that comes from. So as you saw in some of those earlier Harmony examples, landscaping and screening is a very important element, and Brannon has delivered a robust plan, proposing extensive landscape buffers, solid fencing, and even installing irrigation, which is not an easy feat at this site to ensure that the landscaping matures quickly and continues to thrive. So here's a view of the simulated landscaping facing Brannon's industrial neighbors, the rail line, and Highway 85. None of these trees are there now. And what you'll see is also the simulated asphalt plant there in the back, which has been mitigated effectively with the beige color scheme, so it doesn't draw any additional attention or interfere with your view corridors. This is a simulation from Main Street. Again, you can see that this is the extent of the visual impact of the proposed plant, and in addition, it's heavily buffered by trees, shrubs, and fencing. This is the simulated view of the proposed solid fence along Airport Road, which will run the entire length of the property, and the extensive plantings that are shown here, much like what you saw in those earlier examples of Harmony, and a lot of what makes it work within populated areas around the metro area. And lastly, this is the view. Well, maybe it is. This is the view from the Levier's vantage that I showed you. Now, they will probably not see these trees because they cannot see this side of the site. But we have included them nonetheless. And there is also a solid fence along this border. And what this simulation shows best is the entire site that's been thoughtfully mitigated to ensure harmonious coexistence. To address concerns with dust, the Consolidated Management Plan requires a comprehensive dust plan for the entire dust control plan for the entire property that must be approved and updated, so approved by staff and then updated. It includes regular sweeping on the on and off site up to Airport Road and Highway 85 if necessary. use of those water trucks on a regular basis, reduce speeds to 5 miles per hour. And the big thing here is the National Air Quality Standards air monitoring, which we will implement at the property line with quarterly reporting requirements. So some of these requirements, as I said, are for the concrete plant. Additionally, a bag house and other particulate controls, including the use of washed aggregates, are integral to the asphalt production, and that will decrease any dust from asphalt production. And the most significant change, and also the most costly one, is the investment in absolute state-of-the-art equipment. So, as I mentioned a few times, asphalt plants are different than their predecessors, but even so, to address community concerns with noise, air quality, and odor, Brannan has proposed to install absolute state-of-the-art equipment that is far above and beyond any state or federal requirements. And I'm going to point to some key features, but just know that our experts are here to discuss any of the technology should you have additional questions. A very quick overview on asphalt. And I feel silly doing this because there's some real asphalt experts in this room. But what we generally, lay folks refer to as asphalt, the stuff on the roads, is comprised of a viscous petroleum product that actually solidifies when it hits ambient air. So liquid asphalt is a bit of a misnomer, and it's more frequently referred to as just asphalt. It's mixed with aggregate to create asphalt mix, which is the correct term for the actual stuff that goes on the roads. So I tell you that as we're going through an explanation of what this equipment does. Very generally, an asphalt plant's comprised of 3 major sections. So the tanks that store the liquid asphalt, the drum where the liquid asphalt is mixed with the aggregate, and then the mix tanks, where the final product, that asphalt mix, is stored. So the first key feature here, understanding that, of Brannan's equipment is the installation of condensers that are mounted in this picture on the left to the top of asphalt tanks, and they capture vapor phase VOCs, and that prevents odors and emission. It actually turns that vapor into liquid that goes back down into the tank, and it doesn't escape out into the air. So second, the drum, here showed on the right, lots of benefits here. It's designed to minimize fuel usage, allows for up to 50% recycled asphalt. It's less noisy. It also includes a volatile reclaim system that captures and destroys VOCs and odor. A second fail-safe. And lastly, the blue smoke capture system controls the third section, the transport of the mixed asphalt from the drum mix storage called silos. So, or it transports it from the drum to the silos. Now, the blue smoke captures vapors and gases that are emitted from the asphalt mix, and they're pulled back down into the drum to be destroyed by combustion or burned. And that all happens within a closed system to prevent any further VOCs or odor emissions from escaping. When emissions or odors are contained within a closed system, like the covered conveyors that you see here, that'll also be part of the plant, and all of the other features I explained, that's how you significantly reduce any VOC or odor. And as I had said before, and it's such a striking fact to me, a modern asphalt plant, and one equipped with this technology, emits less VOCs than a commercial bakery, and certainly less than a corner gas station. So the proposed asphalt plant is not only very safe, vapors, emissions, or odors will not negatively impact surrounding properties. So the next big question, and one that I didn't do a good job of, was at Planning Commission was explaining how this plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan. So the project is actually very consistent. It's located in the Levere's rural area community. The CMP recognizes that this industrial area blends both urban and rural uses, and it notes that in the introduction to plans for the Levere's rural community. The Owens Industrial Center, including the permit area, is central to the designed industrial development node on the Levere's sub-area plan. That sub-area plan was created with industry in mind. It's distinctly separated from Levere's by more than 2,500 feet with the conservation easement, topography, grown mature vegetation, and all of the additional buffering that we're proposing, and unobtrusive sight lines that are difficult to see even from Levere's. And it meets lots of other requirements. The siting, one of which is siting industrial uses in industrial zones and compatibility with rail. It's not like you can go building single-family homes along the highway and the heavy rail line. So in summary, again, sorry. This is a picture of the comprehensive plan map, and I don't know if you can see, but where Levere's at is treated separately than the industrial property, which is noted to be an industrial node. Well, this isn't awkward at all. So, a couple of things. I this time have taken some time, and apologies for that, but I think it's very important. And we have addressed every approval criterion here. What you the only two that I didn't mention, and I do want to mention now, just so that they're clearly on the record, is that it has provided public facilities and improvements as required by the county, which will be memorialized under the site improvements agreement, as is the case with all development in the county, and that the water requirements are met under Brandon's existing well permit as detailed in your packets. The proposed asphalt production facility will be served from non-tributary groundwater, and the well is part of the district. So if you have additional questions about that, we're happy to answer those. We're at the end, I promise. So lest you don't take our word for it, and the last slide actually just shows that, in the event that you don't want to take our word for it, Brandon in this facility will be under the oversight of no less than 7 local, state, and federal agencies, including the EPA and OSHA and and CDPHE. And Brandon regularly meets all of their requirements, meets their requirements on all of its other sites. In sum, the application has spent months, has spent years, not months, developing and evolving the proposed project, and not just to meet, but to exceed the county standards and to truly make this a better site, make the existing operations a better site for the neighbors. So thank you. We certainly welcome your questions. In the interest of time, I know there are lots of folks here who would like to speak.
All right. Well, thank you, Counselor. Appreciate it. Questions from the board for the applicant?
I do have 2 questions. Thank you for that presentation. You talked about geofencing technology, and a way that it would control the flow of traffic. Can you answer that, or somebody on your bench answer what that means and how that will work?
Yes, the answer, I am not going to answer it, but I very much would like for our expert to answer.
Good afternoon. Garrett Olson, Brandon Sand and Gravel Transportation Manager. So we use dispatching software called XBE. It's how we track our trucks with GPS. All the drivers are required to use it. They haul for us. They download it on their phone, and that's how we can see where they're at. I can show you some slides here later on as well. But XBE has agreed to build geofences that are the streets that enter into Leviers itself. And what that can do is if the truck crosses that geofence, it'll alert the driver and it'll alert us immediately in real time. We can build a message that will say stop, turn around, and obviously we'll be notified so we can contact them and get them to stop and get out of that town as quick as possible.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have one other question. You talked about quarterly air quality monitoring. And is that self-imposed, or is that imposed by one of those 7 agencies?
It is not imposed by the agency, although there are other air quality standards that are. That is self-imposed, and it is legally binding under the Consolidated Management Plan. We've committed to that in writing there so that you can see it, and it's not just any standard, it's the National Air Quality Standards.
Thank you. And just one other question. When I read through the package about the use by special review, it looks like there's ongoing reporting and checking. So it's not that if this is approved today, that's it. Can you talk about what kind of ongoing reporting and checking will take place?
So many kinds of ongoing and reporting. So some of it is in conjunction with zoning compliance, and I'm sure we'll work out a plan for what exactly that should look like. But we are required, and with other reporting are required, to submit reports, monthly reports, regular reports, reports as requested. I probably should have, I thought I was really thorough, Commissioner, you caught me. I probably should have done a consolidated, what is all of the reporting that we have to do? But if you'll, I can give you a better answer of exactly how extensive that is after the public testimony.
Thank you. I would like to hear that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lid, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Layden, any questions for the applicant?
I do, and I will say that my appreciation to Brandon for presenting information that is consistent and anticipatory of what I am certain we will hear from citizens today, and many of the concerns that I had. I don't know if you heard my preamble of, about 9 different criteria that I'm looking for. How many of those do you think you've been able to meet today?
All 9. And if I missed one, I'll go back and consult with my, with the notes to make sure that I captured them all.
Well, that's significant. And that's a very strong testimony. Would you be willing to make that commitment today as a condition?
That we satisfy all 9 of the, of your concerns?
Yeah. If you're saying you do satisfy those in the approval criteria, I think that would be significant for me. And I still want to hear from all of the citizens that are there, of course, but I'd be curious to know if you're willing, in anticipation of that, to make that a commitment.
Yeah, absolutely. So I will say, counselor, from one counselor to another, I would want to see, I just want to make sure that the language didn't overcommit us to something, but provided that I understood everything that you said, we can meet all of those and do under this proposal, yes.
Well, that's pretty incredible from where I sit. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. All right, I do have some questions. So number 1, staff, can I please, Heather, Jeanette, can I please ask you to get up the conditions from the staff presentation, please? All right. Give us, go ahead and give us full screen. Okay. Counselor, I'm going to give you a moment, and your clients, the applicants, a moment to read all three.
Yes, we have reviewed these conditions, and we do accept them.
Okay. Let's go to condition 3 real quick. Okay. This could be a hard question. This could be an easy question for the applicant. You guys talked a lot about the engineering that you intend to employ. Based on this condition, that engineering and how it was presented is a part of this commitment. I just want to make sure everybody's clear that the engineering discussed, that is mitigation efforts that we're probably going to hear more about, that's incumbent in this commitment.
Correct, and I'll go a step further. Staff was a step ahead of you. I know there's a lot to read, and it was a small note, but it actually requires the state-of-the-art technology that we're discussing. So where the things that I mentioned to you are almost all listed within the body of the noise mitigation, within the mitigation plan itself and that consolidated management plan. So 1, yes, we will agree to this condition, and 2, it's even further specified in the consolidated management plan.
Okay. Commissioners, note that the applicant has accepted the conditions. My next question just goes to your transportation plan. Obviously, you're making a commitment for trips. I don't know, I've run dispatching before as a businessman. I understand how that can be done. That's not magic. That's just a little hard work. But I do want to, so everything we talked about was on Airport Road. You did have roads that you were committed to not making use of. I just want to go through. I hope you don't mind. I'm working off of a map. Okay,
Oh, great, okay.
I actually have it
I
pulled up
hope you
here.
don't mind. Can I reserve the right to call for backup?
100%.
Okay.
Absolutely. The applicant team can respond as needed. So we've been talking about Airport Road and the access onto 85 from the plant. I do not recall access onto West Levere's Avenue from 85. Is that a part of the exclusion
Yes.
access?
Yes, it's excluded, that's correct.
Okay, and then I saw that Levon Drive stood
Yes.
out for me.
Excluded.
When we then talk about going west on West Levere's, we're on Main Street, which we know then runs into Levere's. Excluded.
I can read through the language exactly if you want me to pull that up, but they're expressly excluded, yes.
Use of North Peterson Road.
We need to add that, but we will accept it.
It is not expressly excluded. We will exclude it and would accept a condition that required us to exclude it.
Okay. I'm willing to take that as a commitment under condition 3.
It is. We're obligated under condition 3. If we accept condition 3, we're required. I will speak into the microphone and say clearly we accept that condition.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure I have any other questions at this time. Applicant, be forewarned, you may be asked to come back up after public testimony is given. There may be additional questions from the board at that time.
Great, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Jeanette, do you have the sign-in sheets? Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, going to pull the board right now. We're at 5:12, 5:08. Board, it's been a long afternoon for us. Do we need a break? Can we continue on?
I'm okay continuing on.
Commissioner Lee.
I am as well.
All right. Well, if you guys are ready to do it, so am I. All right. We're going to go ahead now and call for public testimony. I am going to be working off sign-up sheet. We do have several, and so we will work our way through that. When we get to the end, we will still call for public testimony. Like to start with, name appears to be Lance. Is it Bailey? Baller?
Baller.
Baller.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Even though you just identified yourself, now that you're at the mic, please give your name. Tell us where you're from.
Okay, my name is Lance Baller, Baller. I reside at 1198 Finn Avenue, and I'm a resident of Commissioner of Abe Layden's district, which is Greater Lone Tree. I'm a supporter of good business, healthy county government, and good decisions in general. I've been an entrepreneur in Colorado as nationally and internationally for many years. This includes natural resources, manufacturing, healthcare, specialty chemicals, pharmaceutical development, among others. I have come to the conclusion that we are majorly underserved for construction materials in Douglas County. 4 years ago, I put in a asphalt driveway. I had to bring in asphalt from very far away that was not meeting the right temperature conditions, and we had high failure rates with it, and I'm going to have to redo that driveway. And that was a $70,000 driveway. We need this in Douglas County. As you can see, we have very few areas that are zoned for this type of plant, and being a citizen and taxpayer, it is very important that we fill this need with a asphalt plant in Douglas County that residents can use and get access to. I know there's a lot of people that are against it, but good economic development, like anywhere in Douglas County, is the proper formula for success for businesses. Instead of a constant cycle of reevaluating and filling needs across the spectrum for small to big, from basic industry to advanced technology, Douglas County needs to be a place where not only big businesses can survive, but all businesses. Brandon Sand and Gravel is a business that I've done other business with in other counties. They have the highest integrity of any company I've ever dealt with, and it would be a huge mistake not to move forward with this in Douglas County. I'm passionate on it. All my neighbors are who require asphalt for their driveways. We can't afford to put in concrete driveways. They're too expensive. We have to have asphalt. And I know a lot of other people who have smaller driveways can get away with that, but that's not the way it is. My driveway is 1,600 square feet. It's only asphalt. So this is a big thing for me. Commissioner Layden, I hope that you hear that and vote appropriately on it. And we support this in a big way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your testimony. Next person, Raul Hernandez, please. Mr. Hernandez, do you state your name? Please spell your last name for the record and tell us where you're from.
Yes, Raul Hernandez, last name Hernandez from Denver.
Please continue.
Thank you. My name is Raul Hernandez, a long-standing resident and homeowner in Adams County. Today I stand before you not only as a real estate professional with over a decade of experience in the greater Denver metro area, but also as a husband, father, and community member who lived half a mile north of an asphalt plant similar to the one that you are considering today. As the Vice President of Operations at Paisano Realty, a family-owned business established over 2 decades ago, I have a deep understanding of the local real estate market. Although I do not reside in the specific community, I'm here to address concerns that you may have heard about potential impact of an asphalt plant on property values. In my professional experience, many factors influence buying and selling of homes. It is crucial to remember that the area under discussion today is zoned for heavy industrial use, so potential buyers are fully aware of neighboring businesses and operations. Moreover, the real estate market has undergone significant changes over the past few years, both pre- and post-pandemic. In 2021, we experienced historically low interest rates, below 3%, creating a seller's market due to high demand and limited inventory. Today, interest rates exceeding 7% in many cases, the market has shifted to favor buyers, leading to longer listing times and price adjustments across the board, not just here. To offer some context, I purchased my home in Midtown. That was mentioned in the presentation. I purchased my home in Midtown, in the Midtown neighborhood. It is in unincorporated Adams County, near Pecos and the Highway 76 in 2018. This community of modern luxury homes was established in 2012, several years after the Martin Marietta asphalt plant was constructed nearby. We were fully aware of the plant's presence when we bought the property, and we had no reservations about it. During my time there, my family and I, we enjoyed daily walks on the trails that were near the plant. On top of that, we went to the parks that were near the plant, and we would go fishing pretty often near the lakes around the plant as well. As our family grew, we did decide to move, but I still have the property. I kept it as a rental investment. To this day, we still have a growing list of interested renters, and I can confidently report that our home is now worth about 150% compared to the value when I first purchased my property. I encourage you to take a look online at the current market rates for homes in the area, which is less than a mile from the concrete and asphalt plant that I mentioned. A quick analysis of comparable neighborhoods with similar industrial activity nearby reveals that property values remain stable or even have increased over time. In my own neighborhood, for example, homes have appreciated significantly despite the presence of Martin Marietta asphalt plant. This trend is likely to be replicated in areas near the proposed plant. I recognize my time is limited, but I want to express my strong support for Brennan Companies. They have proven to be a reliable operator, and if I felt comfortable raising my family near an asphalt plant, I believe that this consideration should be taken by the community, should be taken by heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. We appreciate your testimony.
Thanks.
Next on the list, Heather Taylor, please. And ma'am, please do state your name and spell your last name for the record and tell us where you're from.
Heather Taylor, Taylor. I own Impact Commercial Real Estate in Lone Tree, Colorado. I have my daughter with me today. You can see she's very thrilled. I wanted to bring her to kind of make the point. I would like you guys to vote in favor of this asphalt facility. In commercial real estate, we have many companies that want to come to Douglas County, and there are barriers to that. And one of those are costs and supplies. So I would love to see this happen. The reason my daughter's here is I would love for her to be able to enjoy Douglas County, be able to work, live, and thrive in Douglas County. This asphalt plant, I think, will help creating jobs. It will help maintain roads, trails, and public spaces and help the community thrive. I do believe that Brandon has spent the last 3.5 years addressing the community's concerns and have thought of unique ways in helping to mitigate those, maybe the environment, traffic, and operational impacts. They have committed to implementing the odor capture systems and dust and noise mitigation measures, demonstrating that their decision is to be responsible neighbors. Their level of commitment and the way that they are going about this is a business that we want to have in our community, and I am proud to support them and hope that you guys do as well. I think that trucking everything from Adams County adds a huge expense to the business owners and the businesses that want to come here. It's just going to make them have to go to our neighboring communities, and I don't want to see that for myself, my business, and my daughter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your testimony. Next person on the list is Emily Topola. Ma'am, please do give us your name, state your name, do spell your name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Hi, I'm Emily Tapia, Tapia. I'm representing Arapahoe Douglas Works today and Arapahoe Douglas Workforce Development Board. I also live in Parker. I'm going to read a letter of support on behalf of our director, Sasha Easton. Dear Douglas County Planning Commission members and county commissioners, on behalf of the Arapahoe Douglas Workforce Development Board and Arapahoe Douglas Works, I am writing to express my support for Brandon Company's efforts to expand into Douglas County. Our organization serves as a resource to connect talent and industry in Arapahoe and Douglas counties and throughout the metro area. We strive to contribute to the strategic goal of both Arapahoe and Douglas counties to enhance the quality of life for citizens, enhanced through job growth and access to sustainable career pathways. We believe Brandon Companies have consistently demonstrated their commitment to our community through their generous contributions and active involvement in various initiatives. Brandon's century-long presence and trusted reputation in our region underscore their reliability and integrity as a business partner. Establishing this asphalt facility will benefit our community significantly, including job creation, improved infrastructure, and enhanced sustainability. Therefore, we strongly urge you to support this project and help us continue our collaborative efforts with Brandon Companies to make Douglas County a better place to live and work. We appreciate your consideration. Again, this letter is signed by Sasha Easton, Workforce Director, and I'm Emily Tapia, Workforce Administrator. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. We do appreciate it. Next on the list is Jack Hamlin. Mr. Hamlin, please come forward, state your name, spell your name for the last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Jack Hamlin, Hamlin, live in Sterling Ranch. Some background, I've lived in this area since 1982, working back at out at Chatfield Marina back when I was in high school. So I've seen this area develop quite a bit. I also live in and own several businesses in the area. I'm currently elected to the Metro District 2 in Sterling Ranch. Would like to tell you that my experience in that role, whether it's a pickleball court, an electrical transmission line, a park, a pool, you name it, good or bad, there's complaints. And in this case, I'm a huge advocate for American manufacturing. In this case, it's a matter of buying local. When you look at eggs, meats, some of our microbrew beer, produce, energy, ideally, residents like to see products that are produced and consumed locally, as would be the case here. Staunchly in favor of any infrastructure that benefits this county and this area as a whole for three main reasons. One, the reduction of environmental impact, the obvious truck traffic and congestion on Santa Fe, as well as deploying the latest and greatest in plant technology. A newer plant is a cleaner plant. Number two, spur economic development. Local workforce, local labor means more jobs in the area, as well as the benefit is discussed of lower pricing. And number three, shorten the supply chain. Reducing the distance from plant to end user is key, especially with asphalt and other commodities. We use asphalt every day of our lives, not only the roads that we drove on to get here and that we'll drive home on, but also our roof, our asphalt roofs, etc. Infrastructure is vital to a healthy and thriving local economy, especially in this crucial corridor. I did drive by the site and took a look at it. It's, as discussed, between a railroad, a frontage road, and a state highway. That to me seems like an ideal location for an industrial site. And that's all I've got. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Next person is Ryan Marsh, please. Ryan Marsh? How about Tyler Holtmeyer? Mr. Holtmeyer, please come forward. Do state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
It's Tyler Holtmeyer, Holtmeyer. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm the Region Manager of Crushing and Screening for Wagner Equipment Company. We are a long-standing partner with Brandon Companies, and today I'm here to express our strong support for their proposed asphalt plant. Wagner Equipment Company has been a proud member of the Douglas County business community for nearly 50 years. We have provided essential equipment and support for numerous infrastructure projects that have played a crucial role in the growth and development of our territory. The proposed asphalt plant by Brandon Companies represents a significant step forward in ensuring that our community continues to thrive. One of the core reasons for our support is the importance of having reputable, high-quality companies operating within Douglas County. Companies like Brandon are vital to the health of our local economy. They bring with them not only expertise and reliable services, but also a commitment to the community. Brandon's track record of excellence in their operations is well known, and this plant will be no exception. They have consistently demonstrated their ability to meet and exceed environmental and safety standards, ensuring that their projects benefit the community in more ways than one. The economic impact of having strong locally based companies cannot be overstated. The establishment of this asphalt plant will generate significant tax revenue for Douglas County, contributing to public services, schools, and infrastructure that benefits all residents. The plant will also create new jobs, providing employment opportunities for local residents and supporting other businesses in the area, including ours at Wagner Equipment Company. When local companies succeed, the community succeeds. By approving this project, you are not only supporting a reputable business, but also reinforcing the economic foundation of Douglas County. The benefits extend beyond immediate job creation and tax revenue. They include long-term growth, improved infrastructure, and enhanced quality of life for all who live and work here. In addition, having a local source of high-quality asphalt will reduce the need for long-distance transportation of materials, cutting down on cost, reducing emissions, and minimizing delays in infrastructure projects. This efficiency directly contributes to better, more timely completion of roads and other public works, which is essential as Douglas County continues to grow. Wagner Equipment fully supports Brandon's proposed asphalt plant, and we believe it will play a pivotal role in sustaining and enhancing the growth and prosperity of our region. We strongly urge you to approve this project as it aligns with the best interest of our community, our economy, and our future development. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. It's much appreciated. Dave White. Mr. White, please come forward, state your name, please spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is David White. That's W-H-I-T-E. I'm from Commerce City. My business is a third-generation business, JFW Corporation. I run it with my brother. We're a local trucking company that our grandfather started in 1935. He started by delivering coal on East Colfax before it was paved. We employ over 150 people that love doing what we do. We haul raw materials into companies that provide paving and construction. We own a fleet of 110 trucks, of which 105 of them are less than 5 years old, with the cleanest, most stringent emissions requirements by Colorado. Because we live here, we love here, we need to care for here. We want our next 3 generations to thrive and prosper here. We're proud to support Brandon Companies. They have been an amazing company that we have had the fortune to partner with for many years. We have committed our continued future together. With that said, we're extremely dependent on Brandon Company's abilities to put an APM in Sedalia. If you've driven any of our local roads or highways, I'm sure you can appreciate that we need companies like Brandon to help repair our highways, byways, and all the roads intermingled in between. Having locally sourced companies keep our time and distance short and thus more efficient for all. Over the years working with Brandon, they have proven time and time again that they're great stewards of the land and the best possible neighbor they can be. We've watched them build multi-million-dollar facilities that ensure all parties involved are happy to partner with Brandon. Their family strives to use the latest in technology and employ people that care as much as we do. Do it right the first time and do it together. When you look at a company like Brandon that started in 1906 and combine that with JFW that has been in business since 1935, and you realize that we've spent a total of 207 combined years doing what we do. Why? Because we really like it. Our families have both worked hard for generations here in Colorado. This isn't something some mega corporation that this isn't some mega corporation that will swoop in with some great ideas that are here today and gone tomorrow. Brandon is a company we like to bet on because you always win betting on them. Do you know why? Because we're all family. Together we have survived the Great Depression, World War I and II, Vietnam, Desert Storm, a cement shortage, an AC oil shortage, a driver shortage, even a water shortage, not to mention the COVID-19 crisis outbreak. And yet Brandon and JFW are still here. We ask you, where are those fly-by-night startup companies that said they would do it and do it right? They're gone, and here we stand. Our family-owned and operated business. Overall, my bet would be on Brandon to survive, and you don't stick around that long if you're not doing it right. Again, my bet is on Brandon. Thank you for your time, Commissioners.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Murphy Robinson. Murphy Robinson. All right, Mr. Robinson. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with the first name. Last name Schlosser. First name might start with a P. Well, ma'am, come on forward, and by all means, please state your name and then spell your last name for the record. And ma'am, tell us where you're from.
Can you hear me? I know I'm tall.
Yes, ma'am.
It's Persis Schlosser, Schlosser. I am in the neighboring community of the village at Castle Pines. I'm here to speak for myself and my fellow neighbors who have been paying attention to what's been going on with Brannan and Louviers. This expansion is completely inconsistent with the county's own 2040 master plan to preserve the rural nature of this county. As neighbors in the village, we don't want hundreds of more trucks a day on Santa Fe. The traffic noise carries into the hills of our community. It drives the wildlife away and pollutes our air. There is such a thing as too much traffic, as we are all very aware of what we're experiencing right now with the frequent highway closures due to accidents and other issues. So I want you to know a neighboring community is not happy about this proposal.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your testimony. Kevin Van Winkle. Okay, now that he's walking up, I'll correct it. State Senator Kevin Van Winkle. Thought that was you. Senator, please give state your name, please spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Thank you, Commissioners. Kevin Van Winkle from Highlands Ranch, VAN, capital WINKLE. Like many in our community, I initially approached this proposal with skepticism. Legitimate concerns have been raised and probably will be raised tonight by the people of Louviers about the impacts on the environment, air quality, and the overall well-being of residents living near the proposed site. I agree these concerns are serious, and I believe it is our responsibility as public servants to ensure that any industrial development in our county meets the highest standards for safety and environmental stewardship, especially those close to residential neighborhoods, and especially for a community that has been through so much in recent years. After engaging in discussions with both branding companies and experts in the field who frankly know much more about the subject than I do, I'm more confident than I was at the beginning. I'm much more confident that the branding companies will be taking significant steps to address the concerns and ensure this proposed sites will not operate like your parents' asphalt companies through the investment in state-of-the-art technologies such as the carbon capture system they discussed earlier, and also the blue smoke condenser that collects those emissions that would otherwise have an unpleasant odor, and it takes care of those. I believe that these innovations should go a long way to alleviating the concerns of nearby residents and encourage you to take the steps necessary to ensure that the plant operates in a manner that is both safe and respectful of the community. In closing, I would like to thank you for your work and encourage you to pay special attention to the people of Louviers who have clearly faced difficult and unique challenges in recent years, and encourage you to consider these citizens in your efforts to balance economic development, which is absolutely vital and needed because we should support the building of critical infrastructure with projects like this, and also ensure the environmental protections. And very much thank you for the clauses that you pointed out earlier in the presentation, Commissioner Teal, and I think that does also go a long way to you doing your jobs to ensure that the citizens will be well taken care of. So thank you for your time, and especially thank you for your dedication to our community.
All right, well, thank you, Senator. Your testimony is appreciated. James Silvestro. Counselor, it's good to see you again. Please do state your name and spell your last name for the record, and then tell us where you're from, and of course, who you may be representing.
If I might, I have additional materials to submit to the record.
Please.
Thank you. And then also a point of clarification. So I'm here on behalf of an organization. Does the BOCC do 6-minute comments for organizations?
Normally, we reserve that for neighborhood representatives. I'll pull the board. 3 minutes or 6 minutes, board?
What organization?
Mr. Silvestro, please state your organization.
Sure. I'm here on behalf of the Friends of DuPont Park and Open Space. It's a nonprofit that was established to protect the neighboring opening space as well as the broader environment in Lavier's community.
Okay, Commissioner Thomas, 6 or 3?
I'm okay with 6.
All right, Commissioner Layden, 6 or 3 for Mr. Silvestro, Councilor Silvestro.
I think we need to honor our historic practice around 6 minutes for representatives from HOAs and metro districts. Councilor, which organization do you represent?
The Friends of DuPont Open Space, Park and Open Space, excuse me. It's a nonprofit.
I think traditionally that would be restricted to the normal 3 minutes.
I concur with Commissioner Thomas. Mr. Silvestro, I'm okay with you getting 6 minutes. Please do start. State your name. Spell your last name for the record. Please do restate your organization you're representing, but then also please give your credentials.
Thank you, Commissioners. I do appreciate that. My name is James Silvestro, Silvestro. I'm a land use attorney with the law firm of Ireland Stapleton. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Friends of DuPont Park and Open Space. The materials that I just submitted to you were in response to the recent back and forth that we've had with counsel for the applicant. If you turn to tab 1, there's a presentation that I'm just going to go through. I think it'll help orient you because there's some technicalities that I want to speak to. But specifically, what this came out of is the July 15th denial or recommendation of denial from the Planning Commission on this application. We then submitted a formal objection on August 6th, and counsel for Brandon responded to that on August 9th. And that's all in the materials for this proceeding, but I wanted to have 5 minutes to rebut some of the response that we received from Brandon. And I think it's also important to explain, when you look at the 12 approval criteria, and obviously you all are very well familiar with those, you've dealt with these issues a lot, there's evidentiary questions, there's different factors that you need to weigh and balance. I'm not going to speak to any of those specifically. I do agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation. I would urge you to adopt it. But I think it's more important for you to hear about the impacts directly from your constituents tonight, which is what you will. What I'm really here to speak to are the 7 legal deficiencies that we have identified in this application. And the significance of those legal deficiencies is that those aren't discretionary issues for you to balance and go one way or the other on. Those are issues where we believe that the application is legally inadequate or otherwise incomplete, such that it cannot be approved in its current state. And if you flip to the third slide of my presentation in tab 1, you see the 7 issues that I want to briefly touch upon tonight. So starting with that first issue, there's no wildlife hazard assessment with this application, which is something that's required under 170301.7 of the code. And without having done that, Brandon has failed to satisfy the criteria of the USR provision, which requires compliance with all zoning requirements. In response to that, Brandon has argued, well, that's a new requirement, and we want to be governed by the old standard from when we filed this application in 2021. That's problematic for 2 reasons. One, they still failed to comply with the old standard, and I've included that in my materials at tab 3 and tab 4. We have the old standard there. That still requires a determination, which there's no evidence in the record that that's happened. The other issue for them is that if you want to use the old rules in 2021, you have to use all the old rules, which would include the old screening requirements. And as the Commission's very well familiar with, that's what caused the SIP revision to be reversed by the District Court and ultimately affirmed by the Court of Appeals. So if we go by the old standards, this application would also need to be rejected on the basis of inadequate screening. The second issue is that the proposal includes fencing up to 6 feet high all throughout the setback area surrounding the site. Brandon's response to that is to say, well, there are areas of fencing that aren't in the setback area, and that you somehow need to factor that into the calculation under section 1415.02. I would submit to you that that's not a reasonable reading of that provision. That says for the fencing that's in the setback area, at least 50% of it must be 4 feet or lower. Here, all 100% of the fencing in the setback area is up to 6 feet tall. The third issue is that even under the new screening requirements, we still believe that they've failed to satisfy section 1416.01, which explicitly requires that storage, quote, shall be screened from view There's also a new provision you've adopted in section 3602, which defines screen as a barrier that cannot be seen through. And here, as you look at their visual assessments around the site, there's numerous areas where adjoining public rights-of-way, whether it's Airport Road or Main Street in Kellytown, or the open space and the horse farm that are immediately adjacent to the site, where 6 feet of fencing will do nothing to screen 20-foot tall stockpiles. The fourth issue relates to the traffic study. And I want to specifically speak to one thing that counsel for the applicant raised in their presentation, which is that they claim the current entitlements for the site allow them up to 1,000 truck trips per day. That's not true. In reality, there's an asphalt crushing operation, which she spoke to, that would allow for 800 of those 1,000 trips per day. That was put into cessation in 2022. We included the notice to abate where Brannon had stipulated with the county that they would stop engaging in those crushing operations until they completed certain site improvements, which have never happened. That's significant because it means their current allowance for traffic should only be 200 truck trips per day. Their traffic study shows that they're currently in violation of that by generating up to 290 truck trips per day on that day that they took the study. More importantly, for the use by special review criteria, that traffic study also specifically says that they're going to be at a level of service of D at the Airport Road intersection. And for a non-urban area like this, your code says that levels of service have to be at C or greater. So their own traffic study says that they're going to fail to meet that standard. And then I see that I'm pressed on time, so I want to just quickly shift to my last 2 issues, which are the lack of adequate water and the fact that they have not obtained a low water demand use determination, which is required by section 1703B.01. The only source of water on this site is an individual non-renewable well, and they have not satisfied the criteria under your code to support this type of use using that limited resource. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Next, I've got 2 names of Hunsberg. Looks like Christine and Suzette. Stewart, sorry.
Handwriting, I apologize.
Not a problem, Mr. Hunsberg. Please do state your name.
I have some additional-
And please do spell your last name for the record, and then tell us where you're from. And sir, you may begin.
I have some additional information as well. Thank you. Stuart Hungsberg, Hungsberg, Luvier's resident. I'm here today to talk about traffic, something that will greatly affect surrounding communities and local businesses. Brennan is currently allowed, which we just heard, 200 truck trips a day. In Brannon's latest letter, on August 9th, they admitted to running 290 trips in one day. This shows that they know they are running over their limit and continue to operate over their limits. Verifying with Heather Scott from planning the definition of a truck trip, she stated a truck trip is one trip into the site or one trip out of the site. She went on to say that Brennan is again limited to 200 trucks a day. On July 29th, I and other volunteers from Luvier's spent our day counting trucks. We counted 387 trips entering or exiting Brannon's site, nearly twice what they are allowed. Now that we have a more accurate number of 287, not even their overages of 290, we can use that and add that to their proposed 808 trips per day. That's nearly 1,200 truck trips a day, 100 trucks an hour, 1.6 trucks every minute. Now, if we add Waterton Road, a major connector between Roxborough and Sterling Ranch to Highway 85, on July 29th, I counted almost 300 personal vehicles and 66 commercial vehicles coming down Waterton Road. That was in a 2-hour period. So if you multiply that and add that, you've got, just in commercial vehicles, you've got 400 trucks. When we combine that with numbers from Brannon, nearly 1,200 trucks, we get close to 1,600 trucks a day, 2.2 trucks every minute. All this on a 2-lane road with 2 train tracks, which they just said has 19 trains a day, and 1 4-way intersection entering onto Highway 85 with no right turn lane. Just imagine what all this traffic will do to the road surface that is already failing. The traffic burden alone, the traffic burden put on the surrounding communities and local businesses will be disastrous, and include 12,000 houses that are going into Sterling Ranch just to the west. The traffic impact alone should be enough to put a stop to this asphalt plant. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony. Megan St. Clair. Ma'am, please do state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
My name is Christine Hungsberg, Hungsberg, and I live in Louviers. I can see the concrete plant from my front porch. I'm here today to talk about the impacts or the implications of the traffic study we did on July 29th. How the increased truck traffic that comes with the proposed asphalt plant is not in accordance with the county's master plan. First, the addition of an asphalt plant is not in harmony with the surrounding area. Adding over 1,000 heavy trucks to the already overburdened airport road will force frustrated drivers to take a detour through Louviers. This will turn our 25-mile-an-hour boulevard into a major thoroughfare. Louviers Boulevard is not intended for heavy traffic. This will cause the Kellytown exit to be used instead. This intersection has no traffic light. Merging onto Santa Fe or making a left turn across 4 lanes of traffic is not safe. This intersection has already had a fatal accident. Second, there is the noise and air pollution caused by the increase in truck traffic. When we were doing our traffic study, there was a constant swirling cloud of dust rising from the concrete plant and landing on the surrounding area. When one of the 387 trucks was entering or leaving the concrete plant, we had to pause our conversation because it was too loud to hear. Third, the increased trucks on the road and the traffic congestion is detrimental to the health and safety of the surrounding area. I am concerned that fire and EMS vehicles will be delayed by the traffic congestion, causing people to have to wait for life-saving help. I worry about the safety of our kids who have to beware of drivers who are distracted and running late while driving on our residential streets. Finally, is Brandon a trustworthy, good neighbor? By our count and their own admission, they have been ignoring the 200 truck trip limit, exceeding it by 187 trucks. If they are allowed over 1,000 trips, how far beyond that will they go? If they have an asphalt plant and are to monitor their emissions, how can we trust them to do it truthfully? We are not moving into a neighborhood with a pre-existing asphalt plant. We are a community that has been in existence since 1906, and we are fighting the addition of an asphalt plant in our backyard. I am not anti-asphalt. It is a necessary industry, although the current site is not appropriate for this use. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We do appreciate your public testimony. Now let's go Megan St. Clair, please. Ma'am, please do state your name. Please spell your last name for the record and then tell us where you're from. And did I just see Heather, did she have additional material?
Yes, she does. And also, we're a referral agency through Louviers Conservation Partnership. I'm speaking for Louviers Conservation Partnership, so.
I'm willing to recognize that as a 6-minute.
Thank you.
Commissioner? What about Commissioner Layden? 6 minutes or 3 minutes?
Well, as long as we're being consistent with all of these groups, then that's fine with me.
I'm okay to recognize Ms. St. Clair as representing a neighborhood partnership.
Thank you. I'm Megan St. Clair, ST period CLAIR, 7761 Valley View Street. We established the Leviers Conservation Partnership so that neighbors could most effectively participate in the USR process as a referral agency. So here are our facts. Leviers is defined in the CMP as a rural community. It's an important designation that takes precedence when reviewing county policy. Batch plans require a use by special review process to ensure their business operations comply with the zoning requirements. Whoops. All right. Whether or not Leviers is zoned for industrial use is not the issue. Today you're here to review Brandon's USR application. You must decide if their business is adequate and can meet the additional requirements of the general industrial zone in the rural community as set forth in the CMP. The Planning Commission has voted to deny Brandon's proposed USR applications more than once, citing the applicant's inability to meet the zoning criteria. In the most recent denial, they cited Brandon's failure to meet DCCR criteria 210204, 210205, 09, and 12. The Leviers Conservation Partnership would like to add 210206, 07, and 10 for your consideration. Brandon entered into an agreement to abate with the county in 2022. They've not yet met the terms, so they are non-compliant with SIP 2018-04 as amended and prohibited from crushing concrete. The State Court of Appeals determined Brandon violated the county's regulations regarding stockpiles and visible storage and is in non-compliance with zoning. We conducted an independent traffic count, as you just heard. The reality is Airport Road cannot handle Brandon's actual traffic, let alone increased traffic. This creates significant disharmony among residents and businesses. Brandon fails to comply with zoning. Those are the facts. A USR applicant must meet each of the 12 zoning requirements. Brandon cannot. Therefore, we ask very simply that you deny their application on a matter of legality. What you are faced with today are many legal issues, but it's impossible to take the humans out of your calculus because we're from here. If you drive by Leviers, you might only notice the industrial zone, but there's so much more to living in Leviers. Okay. Douglas County is home to many communities, each with its own particular appeal. Our status as Douglas County's only historic district nationally registered is our heritage. We have continued to maintain a strong sense of community and a small town lifestyle. If you don't take the time to get to know Leviers, you miss what's here entirely. It is bucolic in every sense of the word. My biggest financial asset is my house on Valley View Street, the one my grandparents bought from the DuPont Corporation in the 60s. Tonight you'll hear about the effects of an asphalt plant in a residential area and what that can do to property values. The Leviers rural community is zoned for a lot of things. Plum Creek runs through the valley, and it's not only a water source for Highlands Ranch, but also a riparian area and a Tier 1 wildlife corridor. So saying Leviers is zoned for that impacts us differently when you're talking about asphalt. The 100-year floodplain runs through the middle of Brandon's property. The chemicals used to make asphalt are dangerous. Asphalt smells bad. Brandon's operation is loud. An asphalt plant doesn't fit in harmony with the residences. As a mom, I worry about the kids driving to school on Airport Road. Brandon may be a Colorado company, but they're not from here. And it shows. They have little regard for what's beyond the industrial zone. Brandon is a uniquely bad neighbor. It's not the 80s. We're all for business and commerce. It makes sense at this time and place. So let's talk more about that. In 1906, DuPont founded our town. It wasn't a partnership. You can ask the old timers and they'll tell you that they had to toe the company line. Brandon should be held to a different standard. They can't buy us off. We don't want that. We know better now. Because there were minimal standards, if any, for DuPont back then, Leviers became a Superfund site. For years, we have had the undue burden of radium in our water. You yourselves have compared us to Flint, Michigan. We live in an affluent county and state. How many burdens are the people of Leviers required to bear and endure? Because that's the way it's always been. Don't let Brandon become another DuPont. Hold them to the highest standard. We're asking you to do better for us than what was done historically. Don't believe them when they say we're making a big deal out of nothing. They don't qualify to operate a business in this industrial zone. There are alternatives to a static asphalt plant. Mobile asphalt plants are already being used in the county, making site-specific operations with less traffic and transport danger a viable option. Sedalia already has an operating asphalt plant, which makes Brandon's proposal superfluous. Could the county consider a land swap or rezoning a more rural, less residential area for a static facility? One of your greatest accomplishments has been bringing clean water to Leviers. And ultimately, the Highway 85 corridor opening up a wealth of business opportunities. The water project is your legacy, and we really thank you for partnering with us on that. We're not short-sighted. We should have a greater conversation about the economic opportunities on the horizon for Douglas County. Brandon isn't from here, but you are. Today is the perfect day to hold them accountable for their lack of integrity. And we just ask that you deny their application.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your testimony very much. Gretchen Farrell. Okay, the board will...
Thank you.
Ms. Farrell, the board will get your materials. Please state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from, ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Gretchen Farrell, F-A-R-R-E-L-L, and I have lived at 7835 Valley View Street in Leviers for 17 years. As both a longtime resident and a licensed realtor right here in Douglas County, I am deeply invested in our community's welfare. The proposed asphalt plant would exacerbate existing issues and severely impact our property values. The study I have provided you with shows the properties near asphalt facilities experience an average value reduction of about 27%. This isn't just a number, it's a tangible threat to our community. Even properties up to 3,200 feet away suffer significant losses. I live just 2,631 feet from the proposed site. My home, like many others, is my largest asset. A recent example in Kellytown further highlights this risk. An abutting house at 5827 North Pate Avenue, listed at $650,000 in July of 2022, remained on the market for 93 days, compared to an average day on market in the Denver metro area of 10. It required 3 price reductions and sold for $525,000, 19.23% less than the original price, due in part to concerns about a nearby asphalt plant. I know this because I showed it, and I was contacted by the public about it. I witnessed firsthand how impacted buyers were deterred by a potential plant. Between 2020 and 2022, the Denver metro area saw a 20% increase in equity year over year. With interest rates between 6.5% and 7%, only 1 in 4 Coloradoans can afford property. If the Kellytown's average home value of $517,000 dropped by 27%, homeowners would be left with about $355,000, an amount for which no single-family homes are available within 15 miles. This leaves many, including seniors on fixed incomes, unable to relocate if they need to escape health impacts of the plant. The potential financial ruin directly violates the following criteria. 210204, this project must harmonize with the character of surrounding areas. 210205, and must align with the DCMP, which balances the needs and values of all county residents and protects diverse communities. And 210212, must not harm the health, safety, or welfare of county inhabitants. Particularly regarding property values, the proposed plant threatens our financial stability and our well-being. This potential for financial ruin is not abstract. It threatens our fundamental rights as property owners. I urge you to consider the evidence carefully. The proposed asphalt plant contradicts the DCMP's goals of preserving property values and maintaining community harmony. Denying this proposal will be crucial for protecting our rights and ensuring Leviers remains a vibrant place to live. I thank you for your attention and the care that you put into this decision. I trust that you will uphold the principles that protect our community and our homes, and I am grateful for you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very much appreciate your comments. Next up, it's either Kevin Jonk or Kevin Yonk. Okay, well, I couldn't have butchered it that bad because, sir, you're coming forward. Please do state your name, please spell your last name for the record, and then do tell us where you're from.
Thank you, Commissioners. Yes, my name is Kevin Jonk, J-O-H-N-K. Address is 8155 Pioneer River Avenue in Sterling Ranch, Colorado. I'll start by saying that I'm a professional engineer and a land development specialist. I've worked for the past 10 years in land development on communities across the metro area, communities like Midtown, which was a part of the applicant's presentation, as well as the Ridgegate community in Lone Tree. A big part of my job is the modeling and bidding of the critical infrastructure that makes up our communities. Of that, concrete and asphalt can sometimes make up half of that. Now that cost gets directly translated into the price of a house. In Douglas County, if I wanted to bid or estimate concrete, that's fine. There's plenty of options, but as far as asphalt is concerned, I really only have one. So if I wanted to use Brandon, for instance, because they're either less expensive or because they provide a much better quality product or better customer service, their asphalt would have to be trucked all the way from Adams County. Now, asphalt is a science, and the longer that it has to be transported allows for fines to settle out, and Douglas County has very high standards for infrastructure, as it should, but the longer it gets trucked increases the chances of that asphalt failing inspection and failing quality standards. So for that reason, we're in favor of this application for the reason of we believe it'll help improve infrastructure costs, which directly affects housing prices. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. We do appreciate your comments and testimony. Next up, I'm having a really tough time with the last name. Frank Jost? Jost. All right, well, there you go. Close enough, I guess. Sir, please do state your name. Do spell your name for the record and tell us where you're from.
My name is Frank Just, and I'm the mayor of Fairplay, Colorado. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm honored to serve as mayor of Fairplay, Colorado. I'm here today to support Brandon Companies, a business that has been an integral part of Fairplay and the surrounding community for many years. My topic today will orbit around one word: integrity. From the first day I was introduced to Brandon Companies, I was most impressed with the integrity with which they conducted themselves and their business operation. Being a general contractor and civil constructor for 48 years, myself, I am keenly aware of the traits that are telltale signs of selfish interests within business models. I was pleasantly surprised to find that all the representatives from Brandon Companies that I interacted with displayed the same values that I do regarding their business operations: integrity. Every word they spoke was backed up with corresponding actions. Every promise they made materialized into reality. The foundation of their business operation is rooted in consideration of their presence within the community, our community. Brandon Companies has proved themselves to be a good neighbor and a true asset to our area. From the onset of our association, Brandon Companies representatives have vigorously demonstrated their commitment to safe operations of their facility while supporting our community development and actively through direct participation in community events and important matters. The hands-on involvement and willingness to engage with our local community sets them apart as a business whose actions truly do speak louder than words. Fair Play, like many communities, grapples with the challenges of harmoniously balancing new business interests with the unique lifestyle that defines our community. Brandon Companies has been successful in navigating this delicate balance. Brandon Companies has proved themselves to be thoughtful, responsive, and respectful of the delicate balances that we as local government officials must address. The relationship between Brandon Companies and the town of Fairplay has been built on a foundation of trust and mutual respect, and it has grown stronger over time. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts and for your ongoing dedication to serving your community.
Well, thank you, Mayor, for bringing your testimony before the people of Douglas County. It is very much appreciated. Betty and then Herdlicka? Yes. Wow, cool. That was a tough one for me, I must confess. If I did not pronounce it right correctly, ma'am, please do state your name, do spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Okay, my name is Betty Herdlicka, Hrdlicka, and I live at 8191 North Cora Street in Kellytown. And if you excuse me, I am starting to go blind and I have to use a flashlight to see, and sometimes I do stumble on my words. My husband and I have lived here for 45 years. In your record, my doctor has a letter about my health. I have COPD and emphysema. The chemicals from the asphalt plant are toxic to my lungs. Your company will pollute our community with your asphalt production. We have small children and young adults and elderly in our town. Brandon needs to think about what they are doing to the health of our community. You will be condemning me to a very painful and painful life and death. Brandon has permission to work 24 hours a day from May 1st to October 1st. This is the heat of the summer. We will not be able to open our windows or use our swamp coolers because it will bring in toxic air. How can we live like that? Brandon seems to have no concern for our community's health. It seems that money is all they can think about. This is a thought for you before you go to bed tonight. Put your pillow over your face and try to breathe. Then you will see the fate you are giving myself and our town. Please don't grant Brandon this request to start up their asphalt plant. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Leo Herdlicka. Sir, please come forward. Give us, please do state your name, spell your last name for the record, and do tell us where you're from.
My name is Leo Herdlicka. It's spelled Hrdlicka, and you pronounced it right. I live in Kellytown. I'm a 100% disabled veteran, Vietnam veteran. I was diagnosed with Agent Orange. I had quadruple bypass. They opened my chest and replaced the damaged arteries on my heart with arteries from my leg. Since then, I've had 9 heart attacks and 15 stents. Excuse me. Agent Orange is 2 chemicals, 2,4-D and 2,4,5-T. Separate, the risk is low. When put together, they make Agent Orange. The risk with Agent Orange is pale when compared to the list of dangerous chemicals Brandon has provided you. Leviers is a community of families with children to senior citizens. Exposing them to these dangerous chemicals is unconscionable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony. Kim Stockton. Kim Stockton. Oh, here, yes. All right, I'm not seeing Kim Stockton. Autumn Burke. Ma'am, please do state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
My name is Autumn Burke, B-U-R-K-E, and I live in Louviers. I stand before you to strongly oppose Brandon's proposed USR application. It fails to meet the criteria necessary for approval, and it poses significant threats to our community. As a long-term resident of Louviers, I am deeply concerned about the devastating impact that this proposal will have on our historic town and the surrounding communities. When we moved to Louviers 21 years ago, I fell in love with its unique charm. Louviers is the only historic district in Douglas County. It is a quirky, vibrant village, and it's filled with incredible people. It's where we raised our family, and it's where we built our lives. And this project threatens everything that we love about Louviers. And you know, I struggled to write this. I came up with a lot of different versions of what I wanted to say. I wanted to explain to you about our town, what it's like to live there. I want you to have a sense of the culture of our community. But I also want you to know about our relationship with Brandon. We've documented time and time again that it is not harmonious. It violates DCZR 2102.04. For example, I know Brandon in their presentation talked about how their trucks will not leave their facility. They will wait and they will queue if the train tracks have a train on them or if the gates are down. Within the last 3 weeks, I have seen that violate that multiple times. I've been sitting in the queue waiting for the train to pass, and their trucks continue to pull out and join the queue. This, sadly, is not an isolated incident. This is rather a repeated pattern of non-compliance and disregard for their promises. They operate in bad faith, repeatedly. They do not police themselves. They put that burden on us with their complaint line. They also do not take this process seriously. As commissioners, you have been entrusted with the responsibility to uphold the law, to safeguard the well-being of Douglas County residents. According to the website, county commissioners are responsible under state statute for the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. The proximity of Brandon's operations to our homes raises several concerns about the long-term health, safety, and well-being of our families. Industrial developments like this should not be placed in locations that compromise Douglas County's families. Douglas County spans 840.9 square miles. And I trust that you, as commissioners, are fully capable of identifying an alternative location where Brandon can operate without jeopardizing existing residential communities. Please uphold your duty as commissioners to protect the residents you serve. I appreciate you for opening this discussion and really taking time to listen to those who are going to be impacted the most by this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your testimony. Pam Packer. Ma'am, please come forward. Do state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
I'm Pam Packer, P-A-C-K-E-R. I live at 6306 Airport Road. I live on a ranch that was homesteaded by my great-grandparents in 1883. That's 141 years of continuous living in this area. I take this application from them very seriously. And I want you to know that I live within a half a mile of their plant, and I never received a letter about any meetings. They violate a number of the master plan, 210206, overuse of the land. With all the uses that they are proposing, it is too much for the land. Plus, they have all the additional traffic that it will create. They don't even have enough room on their land to park their own trucks at the end of the day. They drive them down Peterson Road, which they said they're going to close and not use, and park them in a lot in Sedalia. That's 26 truck trips before they even get started working. Take them out at night, bring them back in the morning. They also talk about this geo-tracking. I'm assuming that's only in their trucks, not all of the other trucks that come and go from that they can't police with that system. 210207, roadway capacity. There is no way Airport Road can handle the increased numbers of asphalt trucks. It's already overburdened and no way to correct the problem. There's nowhere to go on Airport Road. You can't widen anything. There's no place for them. They're allowed 200 trucks now, and they want to go to almost, 800. Their trucks are causing damage to Airport Road as it is. You can see the indentations in the surface. When it rains, water just sits in the indentations in that road. And it came out in the meeting with the Planning Commission that their trucks are not even registered in Douglas County. So no taxes are going to help with that. So the burden of fixing the surface of Airport Road is going to fall on the taxpayers. And they want to add more trucks. We are not opposed to business. We totally understand we need their product. We need business. We need their taxes. But I firmly believe in the 5 years that we have been opposing this project, that if they had sincerely worked hard with county people, the mayor of Parker submitted a letter at the planning mission supporting them. Possibly he and other county personnel could have worked with Brannon and found a place in the 800 plus square miles in Douglas County to put this plant so that they don't inflict themselves on the community of Leviers. And I also want to draw attention to almost everybody that's talked in favor of this plant doesn't live within 2,500 feet of what they're proposing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We do appreciate your testimony. Next one. I'm having trouble with the last name. I think it might be Katie Nash. Katie, no. Ma'am, come on forward. Please do state your name. Spell your last name for the record, and do tell us where you're from. Ma'am, when you're ready, state your name, spell your last name, and tell us where you're from.
Katie Neth, 8149 North Cora Street. I took this picture at 11:47 on Saturday, May 19th, 2019. The 8 trucks in the photo are in the northbound lane of US 85. There were equally as many southbound, turning onto Airport Road. At 1.4 trucks per minute, this is a 6-minute backup. This area simply cannot handle this volume of traffic. 3 days ago, a train stopped from 12:06 to 1:23 p.m. Most coal trains in Colorado are 1.5 miles long. This would block both intersections. With 1.4 trucks per minute, that would be a whopping 107.8 trucks stacked up on US 85. This will create absolute havoc. Residents of Leviers and Kellytown use Airport Road to access US 85 northbound. If not accessible, we're forced to use the uncontrolled Kelly Avenue intersection where a fatal accident involving a vehicle turning northbound occurred. There will be more. Brannon stated they could hold their trucks in a queue inside their facility. I would like to know how many trucks they estimate they can hold, since the USR permit area data states only 2.5% or 0.51 acres of their area are gravel roads and shoulders, in addition to the 19 parking spots they have. Potentially 1,000 plus trucks per day will expose the entire community to their exhaust fumes, which will not be mitigated by state-of-the-art technology. We've already had air quality restrictions. Brannon also stated that they had no complaints from a hospital, million-dollar homes, or an apartment complex neighboring one of their plants. Hospitals use sophisticated HVAC systems with HEPA filtration. Million-dollar homes probably have very effective HVAC systems and energy-efficient windows. No one takes out a 30-year mortgage on an apartment. If they're not happy, they simply move on at the end of their lease. Compared to the homes closest to the plant, most of whom have no AC, keep their windows open just to survive the summer heat. This violates 2102.07 roadway capacity. Commissioners, please vote no on this application at this location. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We do appreciate your testimony. Rodney Jacobson. Mr. Jacobson, do come forward, state your name. Please spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
I'm Rodney Jacobson, Jacobsen, and most of what I wanted to say has already been said several times, but I've lived in Kellytown almost 35 years, raised a family, and most of us all bought in that area, Kellytown and Levere's, for the peace and tranquility that's there. And Brandon almost made it sound like we deserve to have a plant put there because that was an industrial site. And that's not what we want to see. And that's not what we want to hear at night. I personally have heard their crushing of concrete at 11:30 at night with an excavator with a jackhammer attachment on it, and it was ricocheting off my buildings into my house. And you know, when you had to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, that was very disturbing. It didn't last long. I think there was some complaints. If they stopped it themselves, I don't know. But I'd hope you folks go against this. Thank you much.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony. Lisa Marie Downey. Ma'am, please come forward. Of course, if you have materials to submit to staff, please do. We'll make sure that gets appeared to the dais, but please do state your name. Please spell your last name, and then go ahead and tell us where you're from.
My name is Lisa Marie Downey, Downey. I am a resident of Louviers. Thank you, Commissioners, for all your work on this project. We appreciate being heard regarding the asphalt plant application. My husband and I just celebrated our first-year anniversary as Louviers residents. Our desire to live in Louviers dates back 14 years when we first made a visit to the secluded, picturesque town and thought there would be no better place to live in Douglas County. We could have chosen elsewhere, having previously owned homes in the Pinery, but we now call the historic village of Louviers our forever home. In addition to ourselves, we have 7 family members enjoying life in Douglas County, living between Castle Rock and Sterling Ranch. Stop the asphalt plant. Signs declaring to stop the asphalt plant are peppered around Louviers. Our neighbors explain the signs have been in place for years and are emblematic of this unwelcome burden of opposing the asphalt plant application near our town. In regards to stopping asphalt plants, Rocky Mountain PBS aired episodes of Colorado Experience titled The Most Polluted Zip Code Part 1 and 2. In North Denver, the 80216 zip code has been named one of the most polluted in the country. The Brannan Company's website advertises 2 existing asphalt plants in Denver's most polluted zip code of 80216. The EPA has documented the gaseous emissions associated with asphalt plants as nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds. These emissions from asphalt plants are known precursors to ozone formation. Why is the link with these asphalt plant emissions and ozone formation important? Because Louviers, Kellytown, and the most polluted zip code in Denver share the inconvenient truth of being located in the EPA's severe non-attainment area under the EPA ozone standard. This situation begs the question as to why anyone would approve a new asphalt plant within the boundaries of the severe ozone non-attainment area. Also hitting close to home, the residents of Louviers and Kellytown would be the group of people nearest to the operation of an approved asphalt plant under USR 2021-002. At the federal level, these three words, group of people, are uniquely important because the EPA establishes that no group of people should bear a disproportionate burden of environmental harms and risks, including those resulting from the negative environmental consequences of industrial operations. In order that we, the residents of Louviers and Kellytown, do not become that group of people bearing the negative environmental harms, risks, and consequences of an asphalt plant, we request the Douglas County Commissioners deny the application USR 2021-002. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your testimony. Tom Peterson, please. Mr. Peterson, please do come forward. Of course, provide any materials to staff that you believe is needed. And even though you are not a stranger to the board, Mr. Peterson, please do state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Very good. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tom Peterson, Peterson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Colorado Asphalt Pavement Association from Centennial, representing the 9 million ton asphalt industry of Colorado. I'm a professional engineer, and I've been in the industry my entire life. Speaking tonight from an industry perspective regarding setbacks, air quality controls, compliance, inspection, and recording. Jessica was absolutely correct in everything she said in her statements regarding modern asphalt plants and new technology. Over the last 40 years, asphalt production has increased 250% of our industry. At the same time, emissions have been decreased 97%. The American dream has been built by buying local. The asphalt plant emissions do not create a community health hazard. Why not? Asphalt plants are heavily regulated to do two things. One is to ensure clean air, and the second is to protect public health. And it's enforced by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, Air Pollution Control Division, Stationary Sources Branch, and their Enforcement Compliance Unit. The trace levels of compounds emitted from plants are well within the permit requirements. Claims of adverse, dangerous toxins, the impacts are unfounded and not supported by data. I passed out a fact sheet that is a product of the Air Pollution Control Division that speaks directly to inspection, enforcement, and permit process. 3 types of inspections planned, drive-by and requested, and it's all included in the fact sheet. Second point, asphalt plants can and operate in a people environment effectively as a good neighbor. There are approximately 65 stationary asphalt plants in the state of Colorado in 42 counties, nearly all of them near something, a stream, river, a creek, a lake, or a subdivision, a school, a hospital, you name it. One is the Schmidt plant, which is as a crow's fly, a half-mile away from here, which operates very efficiently with a setback approximately 1/2 of what is being proposed, and it's directly adjacent to a subdivision with homes valued in the millions. The emissions from the plant, any asphalt plant, 99.9% associated with the combustion of fuel to dry the aggregate. No different than whether it's a fast food restaurant, gas station, or school facility heating systems or automobile exhaust. Now, I have attended public hearings on asphalt plants in numerous counties, towns, cities all over Colorado the past 25 years. Brandon's the best in the business. This is the highest standard and an ideal location. Request your consideration for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Very much appreciate your testimony. All right, I am going to poll the board. Commissioners, hey, I need a break. We've been at this for 3 hours. I need a break. I propose a 20-minute, perhaps a 30-minute break. Commissioner Thomas.
I know these people would like to get the ability to speak. And so if it's okay with them for us to have a 5-minute break and then eat our dinner while we listen to you, then we don't need to take a half-hour break. That's my position.
Commissioner Layden.
I want to honor the ability to hear the citizens, but certainly respect the effort of my colleagues and the need to take care of some bio needs. So if we could do maybe a 10-minute and then come back max, I think that'd be appropriate.
Okay, let's do, I'm good with the 10-minute, and then Commissioner, I guess we'll go grab something to eat, bring it right back so that everybody, we can keep moving you through. Yeah, sounds like we got a plan. Okay, we're going to recess for 10 minutes. We'll be back.
Thank you.
please. Commissioner Layden, are you ready to go?
I am, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Thomas, you ready?
I am, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. All right, let's get the back door closed. I'd ask everybody to please take your seats. And sounds like we had some good conversations going on, but please cease those. What I'd like to do, just to make sure we're moving this along a little faster, we all got lives, but we want this decision made, obviously. I'm going to call 5 people that I'd like you to go ahead and line up at the podium here. Lynn Moffett, Jack Matthews, Angela Oaklison, and it sounds like we've got Angela Kai and Matt Oaklison. If everybody would like to come forward and line up, starting with Lynn Moffett. Okay, I'm not seeing Lynn Moffett. Jack Matthews. I am not seeing Jack Matthews. Angela Oaklison. Kai Oaklison, Matt Oaklison. Okay. Now, some folks might have stepped out. They might come back in. We'll see what we can do. Tara Radloff. Mayor, you are not a stranger to the board, but please do come forward. Give us your name. Please spell your last name and tell us where you're from.
And I have the privilege of serving as the board chair of the Douglas County Community Foundation. For years, Brannan Companies have been more than just a business operating in our region. They have been a community partner, deeply invested in the well-being of Douglas County, as consistently demonstrated through substantial contributions not only to Douglas County Community Foundation, but to Douglas County community at large. Whether through funding vital projects, participating in community events, or championing causes that matter to our residents, Brannan Companies have shown themselves to be a partner who not only understands the importance of corporate responsibility, but also acts on it with integrity and purpose. As the chair of the Douglas County Community Foundation, I can personally attest to the positive impact that Brannan Companies have had on our organization and the broader community. Their support has been an added benefit in advancing our mission, and their proactive engagement in our initiatives have allowed us to continue making Douglas County a place where every resident can thrive. Thank you. Did I spell my name? I'm sorry.
Please do.
R-A-D-L-O-F-F.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We appreciate your comments. Ellie Reynolds.
Commissioner Teal?
Oh.
Sorry, you called my name. I was in the restroom. My name is Lynn Moffett.
Lynn, please do state your name, spell your last name.
I apologize. I feel like I was at a concert.
And tell us where you're from. I understand entirely.
My name is Lynn.
Don't worry, we had something similar going on.
All right.
You know what I mean.
My name is Lynn Moffett. Last name is spelled M-O-F-F-E-T-T, and I'm a resident of Sterling Ranch. I'm here to speak in support of the Brannan Company's expansion to include the asphalt operation. Their expansion plans has been and continues to be extensively reviewed by independent agencies, federal, state, and locally. From what I have seen, they are in compliance with the requirements to become certified for the new plant. From what was reviewed today, recommended changes were and continue to be made, and Brannan has built a comprehensive plan to mitigate visual, audio, and olfactory concerns as extensive plans to mitigate any additional environmental health and safety concerns. I live at Sterling Ranch. This matters to me as well. I agree that this ongoing monitoring and regulatory enforcement is essential to provide transparency to and any health impacts from the plant. However, the development that they are doing has been proposed and the ongoing process management that will occur have to be something that we continually update as we go through the process. I said this the last time I spoke, and I think it's something that if we all realize that there is positive intent and we continue to hold people accountable for those changes as they're needed, we can all come to a better understanding and hopefully get ourselves to a place where we can all coexist. I'm confident that the asphalt plant will remain safe and beneficial to the county for the reasons that people talked about, from a transportation environmental effect and the needs of our county as it grows to be able to supply asphalt in a timely manner. Again, I come before you in support of Brandon's proposed expansion, and I appreciate your time and the opportunity to speak, and also letting me go out of order because I was in line. Appreciate you. Take care.
Thank you, ma'am. We do appreciate your testimony. Okay, let's see if we can get the line going. First up, Ellie Reynolds. Second, I have Gary Addington, Jennifer Powell, Jordan Getz, yeah, just line up a couple of feet behind Ellie. Okay, let's see how this goes. All right. Ma'am, please do state your name, even though you're not a stranger to the board. Do spell your last name for the record and tell us where you're from.
Hi, I am Ellie Reynolds. I am here tonight as a resident and also the CEO and president of the Douglas County Economic Development Corporation. My last name is Reynolds, Reynolds. My address, like many of these, is also Sterling Ranch, 9734 Bennett Peak Street, Littleton, Colorado. Before I get into my kind of prepared comments today, I've heard so many concerns and really echo the importance of this asphalt facility in the continued growth of the county and economic development here in Douglas County. I recently went on a tour of the asphalt facility that is Brandon's facility in Adams County with the White House. And I think it's important to note that in their statement, this directly came from their visit. The administrator of the United States Department of General Services and the White House Department of Energy recently visited Brandon facilities to commend them on their work and efforts to be a leader in sustainable infrastructure materials. Brandon is a leader here in Colorado to achieve their certifications to deliver low-embodied carbon construction materials. I wanted to start that off because I am going off my script, but I wanted to start that off because so much of what we've heard today has the combination of development, sustainability, and what you know I bring to you commissioners often, which is what businesses are we incentivizing here in Douglas County. One of the businesses that we've targeted has really been clean tech. And I believe that Brandon companies with their state-of-the-art asphalt facility is one of those clean tech companies that we should be incentivizing. We often talk at the Douglas County EDC about the comprehensive master plan, where it exists today and where it will be in the future. Where it exists today is clearly defined by industrial use around it. It is on a heavy rail line next to an existing facility in that area. But I also see that it fits the makeup of what the corridor will look like in the future. As we talk about the corridor along 85 and what we hope and businesses are working to bring to Douglas County, we see that we will need companies like Brandon to service the growth of the county, and that they will fit in with the industrial makeup and the light industrial makeup that we plan to pursue along the corridor. So that being said, I know that my time is running out, but I just want to say once again, as a resident of Sterling Ranch, that we'll be happy to drive by this facility along Airport Road, in and out, as well as the president of the EDC. They are critical for the growth in Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We do appreciate your comments and testimony. Okay, let me just make sure. Gary, no, hang on, Gary. Gary Addison?
Addington.
Addington, thank you. Jennifer Powell? Jordan Getz? Tim Lyons? Tim Lyons. How about Tyler Holtmeyer? Actually, you already went. Weird, you were like on two sheets. Okay, no sweat. All right, let's go ahead then and, okay. Okay, hey Gary.
Gary Addington, ADDINGTON, resident of Leviers. I personally have nothing against Brandon. I've used them several times over small projects. My issue is with an asphalt plant. I have a granddaughter with special needs. She would probably not be able to come over and visit. You know, you could say a lot of things. So far, Brandon hasn't come through with the promises they made of a couple of years ago as far as the trucks and that go, but I mean, stuff happens. My issue is a lot with the traffic. We're going to end up with some kind of bridge work like they have at Titan Road. That's going to be the only way we're going to be able to handle this kind of traffic. There's just, you saw the pictures of the stuff. You said back in 90, last time I was here, you said back in 90 that you were backed up in traffic as far as that. Now imagine what's going on. In 1980, I think this was, what my understanding is, they got the permit, or the industrial zone was made to general heavy or general industrial. Was that in 1980? In 1980, Douglas County was a lot different. I mean, Santa Fe, they had an old bridge down there, an old stone tunnel that you went through. Chatfield Reservoir wasn't built yet. They had all sorts of things going on. Parker had 395 people. Castle Rock was somewhere around 4,000 people. Douglas County itself was 25,000 people. Now there's 400,000 people in Douglas County. So lots changed. Back then, you know, 40 years ago, I don't know. Did we decide that it was okay for general industrial then? Obviously they did, but we didn't understand the growth that was fixing to happen. My main concern is the creek. You know, anything happens at creek. The wildlife, we have wildlife. I sent up some pictures. There's bears in town. There's deer in town. The deer are like rodents. They just walk around and eat your flowers in front of you. But, you know, literally we have, I spend a lot of time with my grandkids on that creek, and we catch, I never knew they made crawdads that little, you know, and all sorts of little things. We caught a snapping turtle down there. It's just a really wonderful place. Those kids, they don't come and say, hey, Pop, let's go to the park. They come and say, Pop, take us to the creek. And we always are down on that creek, and they're walking across the trees, and they're learning skills, and they're learning leadership. And I know you know, as an Army officer, I was an Army sergeant, they're learning leadership, they're learning how to take turns doing stuff. They're each carrying a log, then they change out because this guy wants to be in the front. Then this guy, so we do all these things. They're learning what the beaver eat, you know. I don't tell them the whole process of what the beaver eat, but that they eat the inside. They're just sharpening their teeth on all the cool stuff that you see. And we all have a stick, and we all, you know, the beaver, yeah, I got a beaver one. But anyway, I hope you guys go against this, and it's just because it's the asphalt plant and the noise and the air pollution. I mean, and well, obviously the traffic. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony. Okay, hang on a second, Jennifer. You'll be up next. Lauren Cope. Lauren Cope, sir. All right. Please get in line, please, behind Mr. Getz. And then it looks like Des Gieri. Come on up. All right. So, ma'am, go ahead and get in behind Miss Cope. And Ms. Powell, please do give us your name. Spell your last name for the record. Tell us where you're from.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Powell, Powell. I'm from Littleton. I've lived in Douglas County since 1992 and currently in the process of purchasing a new home to return back to Dovco. As someone who has a second home in Fairplay near their other facilities, I've seen Brandon's investments and expertise on transforming a community. In the 32 years living throughout Douglas County, I've watched them improve roads, create good jobs, and support local events that bring us all together. Having a reliable, experienced company like Brandon choosing Douglas County to expand is a fantastic step forward for us. Brandon's long history in Colorado, their dedication to quality and service, and their proven track record of compliance gives me full confidence that they're going to be continuously a good neighbor for Sedalia. I know they'll work hard to minimize any impacts and maximize the benefits of the new facility. I'm particularly impressed that Brandon's committed to giving back to Douglas County community, from sponsoring big events such as the Douglas County Fair and Rodeo, to supporting programs that also encourage young women to pursue careers in transportation and construction. It's clear to me that Brandon is just more than just a company. They're a partner in our community's success. As a woman in a background in construction, I'm especially excited that they encourage a program called Transportation and Construction Girl, which actually helps break down the stereotypes and opens new opportunities for the next generation of women leaders. This project has the potential to boost our infrastructure, support our economic and our economy, and make even a better life for us that call Douglas County home. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very much appreciate your testimony. Mr. Getz, come forward, but stand by for just a second. Valerie Hayes. Ma'am, if you'll come get in line behind Ms. Gary, and we will get you in line. Mr. Getz, please do state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jordan Getz, spelled G-E-T-Z. As a proud Douglas County resident, I'm here to express my strong support for Brandon's plan to build an asphalt facility. This isn't just about infrastructure, it's about moving our community forward while staying true to our environmental values. By producing asphalt right here in Douglas County, we'll cut down on truck trips, which means fewer emissions and less wear on our roads. Plus, by using recyclable materials, Brandon is promoting a circular economy that conserves resources and reduces the facility's carbon footprint. Over the past 3.5 years, Brandon has shown they're not just listening, they're collaborating with the community and local officials to address environmental concerns head-on. Their approach proves they're not just building a facility, they're building a partnership with us. In short, this isn't just another industrial project. It's a model of how we can meet our infrastructure needs while staying committed to environmental responsibility. I strongly urge you to approve Brandon's application. It's a win for both our community and our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony. Lauren Cope, come on up, sir. Please do state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lauren Cope, K-O-P-E. I am from Keensburg, Colorado, which is a small town similar to Leviers, north of Denver. I've had the privilege of working for Brandon for over 2 decades. Actually, it's 3, but throughout my time with the company, I've been deeply involved in the asphalt production, application, and construction of the plant sites, maintenance, and we're under the public eye all the time with our high location, high visibility sites, so we deal with this all the time. I'm here to share my confidence in both the safety of asphalt and the critical need for the proposed plant at 5779 Airport Road. Having worked closely with asphalt for many years, I can say with certainty that it's a safe and reliable material when handled correctly. Brandon's always been at the forefront of adopting best practices and safety protocols, ensuring that both our employees and the surrounding communities are protected. The systems we have in place are designed to minimize any environmental impact, and I'm proud to be a part of a company that prioritizes safety and environmental responsibility. Beyond safety, I want to emphasize the necessity of this asphalt plant for growing development and maintenance of our roads in Douglas County and the state of Colorado. As Colorado continues to grow, the demand for high-quality infrastructure is only increasing. Our existing facilities are stretched to their limits. Having a local plant in Douglas County will significantly enhance our ability to meet the rising needs for better roads and highways. This plant will not only reduce transportation times and emissions, but will also help deliver materials more effectively and of higher quality. Brandon has been a great employer, and I'm proud to work for a company that invests in its people and the communities it serves. We take our responsibilities seriously, and I have full confidence this new plant will be operated with the same level of care and integrity that Brandon is known for. Thank you for your time and consideration. I urge you to support this project for the benefit of your community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony. Ms. Geary, hang on a second. Brian Beckwith. Brian Beckwith. I don't think her name is Brian.
I'm sorry.
All right. Janet Brunger. Ma'am, if you could please get in behind Ms. Hayes. In line, please. Ms. Gary, please state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from, ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Des, D-E-Z, Guerrieri. It's spelled G-U-E-R-R-I-E. And I live in Laveers with my husband, Vince, and my son, Anthony. And we appreciate the opportunity to speak to you and voice our main concerns over the Brandon asphalt plant proposal. We moved from Littleton to Laveers in 2021 for several reasons. Those being a single-story brick home with a large garage for hobbies and businesses, quiet neighborhood, historic value and charm of the community, and less traffic in general. We are retired but own and manage a small rental property business and have found Laveers to be the perfect place to live, and we really hoped it would be our forever home. Our sons and grandchildren love Laveers. They love to come and visit. We have become a part of this place, and we are proud to say we are from this community. I had several concerns, but the main concern is traffic. And for everyone that lives around in that area, traffic is definitely a problem. Since the county approved the new parkway and its completion in 2022, Sterling Ranch has continued to grow and traffic has increased significantly as a result. The parkway ends at Highway 85, at which point there are 2 railroad tracks that are crossing controlled, as well as a traffic light that controls access to the highway. The bottleneck created by trains, train signals, and more cars is substantial, and with continued growth to the west of Laveers and truck traffic from the new operation, it can only continue to increase. We do not believe the large trucks from D.L. Cohen Construction Company, LLC, which does the prefabricated panels that go to Sterling Ranch, or the Hewitt Aggregate Industries at the Sedalia facility, both use that same intersection to get onto Highway 85. And I don't believe they're added into those traffic numbers that we're talking about. I think we seem to focus on Brandon, addressing Laveers' concerns. We have attended hearings, research, and listened to different conversations surrounding the project. And we feel that Kellytown, Sterling Ranch, Sedalia, new developments to the west of Highway 85, and the entire surrounding area will be very much impacted. Our feeling is that heavier car and truck traffic will cause accelerated wear and tear on Airport Road, increasing county tax dollars required to maintain
Ma'am, if
and
you could
repair the
please
road.
wrap up.
Just one quick thing. It feels like Brandon is the prince, and they're trying to put a glass slipper on a foot that doesn't fit. It is the wrong location. I'm not against asphalt. I know we need it, but it's the wrong location. Please vote no and relocate it to another area in Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your testimony. Kim Gilmartin. Kim Gilmartin. Ma'am, go ahead and get in line over here. You'll be up in the queue. Valerie Hayes. And it looks like you had material that you gave to staff. And Heather, do we have a presentation to display as well? So hang on, Ms. Hayes, we'll get this going, okay?
Ready? Good afternoon. My name is Valerie Hayes, Hays, and I live at 7794 Louviers Boulevard. Brannon and others purport that the citizens of Louviers have never responded to their pressure for engagement. We have been fully engaged fighting you for 6 years. We have pointed out to the county planning staff the multitudes of the deficiencies of their applications from the very beginning. Their application remains deficient. Their reports and studies are bought and paid for to reflect a positive outcome for their application. They are filled with disingenuous and misleading information. When I asked this week for Brandon to confirm for me exactly where the sound of 800 semi-trucks accessing and maneuvering across the site was in their noise report, their lawyer responded, "The noise study speaks for itself. Not clearly, and it doesn't include this noise. And my slides speak for themselves." I asked the county traffic engineer why they allowed Brandon to use only 67 mixers in their traffic study. They have not responded. They are allowed 200 vehicles max per their permit, and yet the applicant even admits elsewhere to recording 290 vehicles on this day. 90 over allowed, and the county has no way of noticing this or any authority to do anything about it. At the planning hearing, Brandon was asked about what they had offered Louviers. Brandon said they tried to help Louviers with water, and we weren't interested. This is absurd. They have no water to give or the authority to help us with the multi-million-dollar problem we have with our contaminated water. And no, we're not going to give up one of the very limited days the county allows us to use the Village Club in order to appease their need of a meeting that we don't need or want. We will never want your poisonous plant. In the planning hearing, there were those who said we just don't listen to Brandon to see what they might do for us. A few scholarships, some paving, a park. We don't want these bribes in exchange for ruining our community and our lives. Louviers is not going to shoulder the burden of this plant for Douglas County. My village resents the communities of Parker and Castle Pines are supporting this application and willing to sacrifice my community so they can possibly have cheaper asphalt. This plant does not conform to a multitude of standards as set forth in the comprehensive master plan. Commissioners, I do not know how much water was used to fight this fire at their Commerce City plant, but I do know all the water that would be used to fight a fire similar at this site would be heading straight into Plum Creek. Thankfully, South Metro Fire forced Brandon to add the 120,000-gallon cistern for firefighting. Can we hope it's enough? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your testimony. Next in the queue, Connor Nolan. Connor, please come and line right up. And Janet Brunger. Ma'am, if you could please state your name.
Janet Brunger.
Spell your last name for the record.
Brunger.
And tell us where you're from.
Kellytown.
Please continue.
My husband and I got married and moved to Kellytown, September 1979. Kellytown was founded before Louviers. Louviers was built by the company town. My husband's brother, Denny Brunger, already lived here, and soon my husband's son Billy moved here as well. So there were 3 Brungers in Kellytown. Soon the father also moved out here, and his sister moved to Louviers. So you can see we had a big family presence. We had turkey shoots and bingo and potlucks and community with family. We've been a part of a wonderful community with American values. My husband fought for those values in World War II, Army, infantry front lines. He fought in 3 major battles, and the Battle of the Bulge was one of them. He was awarded 5 Bronze Stars. He didn't know why he survived, and many of his friends didn't, but as with the greatest generation, he spent the rest of his life giving back. He always said freedom is not free, but the cost of keeping it is worth it for freedom, for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And this is what is in jeopardy for us. A threat of asphalt plant, our life and health are in jeopardy from the toxins, dust, noise, lack of water, our security, falling values of our homes, our equity is gone. Where do we go? Our liberty is threatened in that we will be hostages in our own homes from the pollution and traffic and noise. Fear that rescue measures in the case of emergencies won't be able to get to us because of the traffic problems. And the pursuit of happiness for many of us is to preserve the beauty and God gave us and raise our children in a healthy and safe environment. We and Douglas County worked very hard to get the open space that would always be preserved wildlife, beauty, and serenity. What will happen to the wildlife and the clean air? Does that go up in smoke? And the designation of Levere's as a historic landmark? The clubhouse, all for nothing if the asphalt plant is our neighbor. This is not replaceable, but it can be destroyed. This area has always been a special place in Douglas County's history, a point of pride, unique in many ways. From the oldest library, 2-lane bowling alley, to the baseball field, town has stood for community. That is the American dream. Yes, asphalt is important for our growth and construction projects, but they can relocate, will help you. And to be more, you can relocate to a more suitable location for your services. For us, it's to lose everything. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your testimony and appreciate your husband's service very much. Kim Gilmartin, come forward. Stand by, please. I think it's Jeanette Reynolds. Ma'am, if you could please take a place in the queue. And Ms. Gilmartin, please state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kim Gilmartin. That's Gilmartin, and I live in Littleton. Throughout my career, I focused on building charter schools in our communities, a role that has given me a deep appreciation for the careful planning and infrastructure that go into creating thriving neighborhoods and learning communities. Today, I'm here to express my support for the proposed asphalt plant at 5779 Airport Road. I understand that this is situated in an industrial area, and I believe this plant aligns with the intended use of that space, contributing to the essential infrastructure that supports Douglas County's growth and development. In my experience, successful communities are built on a foundation of strong, reliable infrastructure, whether it's roads, schools, or utilities. Having the right materials and resources available locally is key to meeting the needs of a growing population, and we certainly have that in Douglas County. The proposed asphalt plant will provide the materials necessary for building and maintaining the roads that connect our schools, businesses, and homes. Without such facilities, we risk falling behind in keeping up with the demands of our expanding communities. I also want to emphasize that supporting this plant is not just about convenience, it's about sustainability and responsibility. By reducing the distance asphalt needs to be transported, we cut down on emissions and wear and tear on our roads, which is better for both our environment and our budget. This plant represents a practical solution that supports our infrastructure in a way that is consistent with the industrial nature of this area. As someone who has been deeply involved in building educational facilities, I understand the importance of planning for the future. The growth of our communities depends on our ability to provide the necessary infrastructure, and this asphalt plant is a critical component of that effort. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will consider the long-term benefits this project will bring to Douglas County.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your testimony. Connor Nolan, please come forward and stand by at the podium. And then Donald Perez. Mr. Perez, please join the queue. And then Heather Jenkins. Heather Jenkins. Ma'am, please go get in behind Mr. Perez at the queue. And Mr. Nolan, please state your name, spell your last name, tell us where you're from.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Connor Nolan, last name spelled Nolan, and I'm from Castle Rock, Colorado. I've had the privilege of working for Brandon Companies for 5 years, and I'm proud to say that I've spent my entire career helping build the infrastructure that our communities rely on every day. But today, I'm not just speaking as an employee. I'm also a resident of Douglas County, where my family and I have made our home for many years. Working for Brandon has been more than just a job for me. From the day I started, I knew I was a part of a company that truly cares about its employees, their families, and the communities we are connected to. Brandon's values of hard work, integrity, and community involvement have always guided how we do business, and these values are at the heart of everything we do. I've seen firsthand how Brandon operates, with a deep respect for both the environment and the people in our communities. The respect is evident in every project we undertake, and it's why I'm so confident in supporting the proposed asphalt plant at 5779 Airport Road. This facility has been thoughtfully planned with the community in mind, incorporating advanced odor control systems, dust mitigation technologies, and noise reduction measures to ensure that it blends seamlessly into our community. As someone who lives here in Douglas County, I share the same concerns as my neighbors about the impact of new development. That's why I'm particularly proud of how Brandon has approached this project. Brandon has gone above and beyond to ensure that this plant will operate responsibly and with minimal disruption to our daily lives. This just isn't about meeting regulations, it's about being a good neighbor and contributing to the well-being of our community. One of the things I admire most about Brandon is their commitment to sustainability. Asphalt is 100% recyclable, as you've heard many times tonight, and Brandon plans to use recycled material in their production processes. This not only reduces waste, but also conserves natural resources, which aligns perfectly with environmental values that we hold here in Douglas County. Living and working in this community, I've seen how Brandon's projects have made a positive difference, not just in terms of infrastructure, but in the way Brandon engages and supports the local community. Brandon listens, Brandon responds, and Brandon always acts with integrity. I've seen it time and time again, and it's one of the reasons I'm proud to work for Brandon and call Douglas County my home. I urge you to support this project. The proposed asphalt plant is more than just a facility. It's a reflection of Brandon's long-standing commitment to our community's future. It'll provide essential materials for our infrastructure while being managed by a company that genuinely cares about the people who live here. Thank you for your time and considering the positive impact of this project. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony. Jeanette Reynolds, please come forward and please stand by. And John Kirkland. John, if you could please get into the queue. Ms. Reynolds, please state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Hi, I'm Jeanette Reynolds, REYNOLDS. I live in Sterling Ranch. And I first want to say I appreciate everyone's comments on both sides. I'm just coming at this as a homeowner and a Douglas County resident. Don't have a vested interest in Brandon or anything else. But I will say that I am proud to live in Douglas County. And I am in support of Brandon's new facility at 5779 Airport Road. In my opinion, my short opinion, I will say they have shown a tremendous willingness to listen and be engaged. They are committed to ensuring that their operations align with the needs of our community by focusing on sustainability and waste reduction. Environmental stewardship is a deeply held value of mine, and Brandon understands this and is working to implement systems, dry mouth, that will keep our air clear and reduce noise, as well as incorporate recycled materials into their process to reduce waste and to conserve natural resources. By allowing Brandon to build a local facility, it will also significantly reduce emissions and strain on our current infrastructure, which is another environmental win for all of us. Brandon's proposed facility is a positive step forward by addressing our infrastructure needs in a manner that will be environmentally responsible and community focused. I encourage you to approve their application.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your testimony. Okay, Mr. Perez, come forward to the podium. Please stand by. Aaron Brook. Aaron, if you could please go join the queue. Mr. Perez, please do state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Yeah, my name is Donald Perez. I live in Lakewood. I'm employed with Brannon Sand and Gravel. I've been employed there for 4 decades now, 40 years. I've done several jobs at for the company, and I didn't really prepare anything to really say exactly, but did want to have a voice. Since I've been there, I haven't had any health issues. I heard some concerns about health issues about asphalt product, but I have not had any. I don't know anybody that's had direct impact from the asphalt product itself. I've worked around it side by side with trucking, hands-on. I started out as a laborer. I've driven trucks since I've been at that company, operated equipment, and no direct impact that way. I just want to see the industry thrive and the economy grow, basically. And I really didn't have much to say other than that.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony, sir. It's very much appreciated. Heather Jenkins, please come forward. Stand by at the podium. Bernard Sokolowski? Bernard Sokolowski? Oh, okay. I hope I'm not mangling that too bad. Sir, if you'd like to join the queue. As a matter of fact, Holly Haggerty Sokolowski. Ma'am, if you'd also like to get behind, I assume it's your spouse. Thank you, ma'am. Heather, Ms. Jenkins, please proceed by stating your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Absolutely. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Heather Jenkins, Jenkins, and I have a clinic in Douglas County. This issue matters to me and my staff. We passed 1A when we did. We agreed to extend an expiring tax in order to fix our roads in Douglas County and improve our infrastructure. That was money out of our pockets, and I agreed to that. A majority of your constituents agreed to that. This proposal for an asphalt plant that will make those tax dollars go further is exactly what we need. It is very thoughtful, and I trust that the county staff that reviewed the proposal know what they are doing. The idea that a few people that live half a mile away from a plant that they can't see and won't smell, and that other people in the same situation are happy with, it's tough to hear. Them trying to saddle the rest of us with the added expense is unfair. I understand that people are emotional about change, but this is unreasonable. We would all like to see our neighborhoods stay exactly the same, but it isn't how it works in a growing county. As a medical professional, I not only read, but author scientific research. I believe that modern asphalt is safe. Lay people trying to interpret scientific data is not relevant to your decision. You must trust the stringent oversight by true professionals at government agencies who are trained and tasked with that oversight. I think that one of your considerations is what is good for all of the residents of Douglas County and not just a few. Please focus on the facts. Do right by the county residents that voted for 1A and vote yes on this proposal. We support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. We do appreciate your comments and testimony here on this matter. Okay, John Kirkland, please come to the podium. Please stand by. And then I think it's Steve Besseman. Steve Besseman. Sir, if you could please join the queue. And Randy Johnson. Randy, if you could please join the queue. Mr. Kirkwood.
Kirkwood, John Kirkwood, Kirkwood.
Tell us where you're from, sir.
Excuse me?
Tell us where you're from.
I live in Highlands Ranch.
Okay, please proceed.
Right on Santa Fe, just up the street from the facility we're discussing. So, and yes, it can be a noisy area where I live with the busy commercial intersection nearby. A lot of construction going on there as well, widening the highway and all. It's the noisiest thing, obviously, in the area, and I manage that plant down there as well as the trains. It's the same train down there I hear all day as well, just where I live. It's one of the facts when I bought the home. So I wouldn't trade the place in Douglas County for anywhere else. We lived in 3 different locations around the Airport Road property. I lived in Roxborough for years, since 1996. Moved over into Highlands Ranch. It's a lot of it comes with noise and a lot of growth. I've seen a lot of growth over the years like these folks. In my profession, I mean, that obviously means lots of opportunity for people and work. I think it'd be a shame for Douglas County to let its current opportunity pass by. I've worked with the Airport Road property in question for years. I was a ready-mix employee at this plant over here that's now gone. We moved up the road years ago when it was still ready-mix before Brandon. I've been with Brandon the last 6 years since they purchased, managing those plants and others in the area. There's a lot of plans coming together for that property. As you've all seen, it's going to be impressive. There's a lot of other employees I wanted to be here today. They couldn't. I mean, we didn't think it run this late either, obviously, but, a lot of them were working earlier. So we all take pride every day in building this county and giving back to, our neighbors, our shopping center, and us taxpayers. And I wanted to add, just listening to a lot of the folks in Levere's on integrity of our company, as far as taking things serious, I directly am a part of, when there is a complaint, we're all over it. When there's a spill, we're all over it. We're not parking trucks down the road because we want to. It's because that's the position we're in. Because we can only operate from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., which wasn't happening for years. Like I said, I've been with this company for years. Owens Brothers was there, running this way for years, all the time. Nobody cared. Nobody ever said a word, but of course we'd love to park the trucks back up the street. It's not a numbers thing, it's a time thing. A lot of our customers will hold on to our equipment later than we can afford to get it back. Most companies logistically can at least go back and park a truck after 6. We can't even walk around on our own property. We lock the gates. I don't allow any drivers in. When the folks next door have any complaints, we address them immediately, and that's part of my job, is making sure it gets addressed. That's all I want to say. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony on this matter. Aaron Brook, please come forward. Stand by at the podium. I was handed another set of sign-up sheets. So once again, I'm going to call for Murphy Brown. I already know that he's been called once. Murphy Brown. All right, still not seeing him. That's okay. Jason Ingithran?
It's close enough, I got it.
All right, please join the queue, sir. Mr. Brook, please state your name.
Good
Spell
evening.
your last name, and tell us where you're from.
My name is Aaron Brooks, Brooks. I'm a Levere's resident. It's good to hear that Brandon, their integrity is so high in other locations, because that is far from our experience in Levere's and Kellytown. I can tell you that after reviewing all the complaints that we as a town have submitted, which is dozens, and all the times Douglas County has had to reprimand them and they continue to operate, that was our introduction to Brandon. That is on file. And to hear that they are operating within integrity is a bold-faced lie. How do you judge whether or not a company will not result in over-intensive use of land? Approval criteria 2102.06. You judge that based on their past behavior. Again, those violations point to that they're currently in violation of usage of that land with their trucks that they report themselves. And that's how we started with them. The trust was lost immediately. It's also nice to hear that Brandon participates at such a high level in other communities. They have attended zero Levere's events. We have many events in town. They've done nothing for our town, right? They've done the minimal of attending and calling for meetings and actually complaining that we don't provide our clubhouse for a meeting, right? Douglas County controls how much we can use that clubhouse and we have provided locations for them. So to victimize themselves as we're the bad neighbor is laughable. Fun fact, if you Google search right now, what's the most recycled material? It is not asphalt. It's not even the top 10 of that search. It's a constant game with Brandon, right? They want you to focus on the pollution and what they're going to do to mitigate the fumes, but they don't talk about their uncovered stacks and the dust blowing everywhere. You hear them say dust mitigation. Where's the covering on the stacks? We had to bring their stacks down, right? Either they don't know their own codes or they don't care. They've been in violation multiple times and we've had to police them. Both of those reasons, don't know the code or don't care, are unacceptable. So it's nice to hear that they have integrity elsewhere. That is not our experience whatsoever. I promise you that if you allow them, and they'll say, oh, well, we have these hours of operation 24 hours, but we're not going to do it. I promise you, they will go beyond. They have gone beyond. They've operated beyond hours. They've made noise. They've absolutely violated our space, our sanity. It's been 6 years of this shell game. Please end it tonight. Vote no. Follow your Planning Commission's recommendation, which is no to Brandon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony. Mr. Sokolowski, please come forward, but stand by at the podium. John Cohen. Sir, if you could please join the queue. Mr. Sokolowski, please do state your name. Spell your last name, please.
I'm a member of the Metro Board, Cherokee Ridge Estates, so I'd like 6 minutes, please.
Very well. Commissioner, can we do 6 minutes for Mr. Sokolowski? Mr. Sokolowski, like I said, I would ask you to state your name.
Yep.
Spell your last name, and then tell us where you're from.
Yeah, it's Barrett Sokolowski. I'm a member of Cherokee Ridge Estates, Littleton, Colorado. So, as I said, good evening, and I'm a member of the Metro Board at Cherokee Ridge Estates, a community that directly overlooks the proposed plant. In addition, I'm a professor of ear, nose, and throat, head and neck surgery, as well as professor of molecular pharmacology, physiology, and neuroscience. I have 40-plus years of research experience, including cancer research, and my research has been primarily funded by National Institutes of Health. I'm here not to be a fearmonger, but to address the detrimental health effects this proposed plant will have on the community based on scientific data. These data are there for anyone to read in the National Institutes of Health publication database, or in many of it you can find in material safety data sheets on these chemicals. The EPA set the standards for bitumen, a major component of asphalt, in its vapor form some 50 years ago. In this form, asphalt is made, in this vapor form, it's made up of approximately 80 to 90% aromatic hydrocarbons, and the EPA chose 16 contaminants to use as part of a standard for setting limits on exposure. These were initially based on their causing ailments such as eye and throat irritations. With advances in biological techniques, there have been many human and animal studies on asphalt's carcinogenic and genotoxic effects, leading the International Agency for Research on Cancer to classify asphalt as a carcinogen when broken down into its aromatic hydrocarbon contaminants such as pyrene, benzene, and others which are classified as type 1 carcinogens. IARC sets the international gold standard for health effects of chemicals used in industry. Now, to give a little background on how this relates to humans, we have an ancient protein receptor in our cells that binds hydrocarbons known as aryl hydrocarbon receptor. It's one of many receptors, but it's one of our oldest ones. It's an ancient receptor that, while serving the purpose of metabolizing and discarding toxins from our ancestors who spent a lot of time around campfires, we now know that it binds synthetic chemicals such as those emitted from asphalt plants. In short, these chemicals activate not only cancer promotion, but also promote adverse health effects such as cardiovascular, neurological, inflammatory diseases. In addition, we now know they also bind and fracture DNA, causing chromosomal damage and gene mutations. And we are only now beginning to understand how these DNA changes affect our descendants through a process of study known as epigenetics, which is a study of how environmental stressors such as pollutants change our genetic information, which is then passed on down to our descendants. The handout I've provided in evidence is from a study published last year that maps out the data from previous studies on asphalt contaminants and air pollution and how they activate proteins and genes that lead to adverse health effects. Contaminants are shown in yellow. The proteins and genes affected, which are depicted by their acronyms, are shown in green and blue in your handout. And the different adverse health effects, such as cardiovascular disease, inflammation, and airway diseases and cancers, are shown in pink. As you can see, our knowledge has expanded greatly over the last 50 years from when we first measured these pollutions based on eye and throat irritations to where we now know intricate physiological and genetic effects. At peak production, the proposed plant is expected to produce 500,000 tons of asphalt per year, and with it thousands of pounds of contaminants. It's proposed that it will run 24/7 at least 90 days out of the year. In addition, there's a crushing plant that will create thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, tons of concrete, and which already do create large amounts of dust carrying class 1 carcinogens such as silica and hexavalent chromium. Now, in their testimony and during in front of the Planning Commission, I heard things like Brandon was saying that there are no health effects. However, their own data show a 20% increase in cancer in our community with the addition of the asphalt plant. And I believe this is an underestimate given the modeling they have done to date. For example, did they take into account the cancer effects of the crushing discharge dust carrying the silica class 1 carcinogen? No. Did they consider the presence of fugitive emissions as defined by Article 5 of the EPA and also the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment? These are vapors, emissions from piles of unprocessed, recycled asphalt as well as processed asphalt that will be carried by the hundreds of trucks leaving the plant every day. No, they didn't. Did they consider the topography surrounding the plant as defined by CDPHE, a consideration necessary when there are homes at the height or greater than the emitting smokestack? No, they didn't. In fact, they used a single source model, meaning they solely looked at the emissions from the stack, disregarding the other factors necessary for proper evaluation. Now, even the CDPHE reviewers in their published review said the model was inadequate, a fact that was reiterated to us by the department in our email correspondences. Nonetheless, the state reviewers gave Brandon a permit. Why is anyone's guess? We do know, however, that shortly thereafter, permits were granted. The whistleblower said the permits were granted.
Doctor, if you could please wrap up your comments.
In a rubber stamping everything. So we strongly encourage that you vote against this permit because even if you can't see it or smell it, it's there. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. We do appreciate your testimony.
Thanks.
Ms. Sokolowski, you're up next. Ma'am, please do state your name. Please spell your last name and tell us where you're from.
I'm Dr. Holly Haggerty Sokolowski, Haggerty I'm a PhD auditory neuroscientist, and most of my career has been in the development of the cochlear implant. I live in Cherokee Ridge Estates, and I'm here to speak of the catastrophic effects that the noise coming from the proposed plant would have on the mental and physical health of the people who live here. I've seen the noise measurements from the Brannan Company, and their noise assessment is based on the A-weighted scale with measurements in dBA. This scale focuses on the mid-frequency ranges between about 2,000 and 5,000 hertz. The low frequencies below that, the high frequencies above that, are not factored in. They're filtered out. The measurement should have been made using the C-weighting scale, that is measured in dBc, which measures all frequencies across the spectrum in the same way with no biased weighting of some frequencies over others. This is a true measurement of the sound pressure levels of noise source. Had this been done, the results would have shown very large amounts of high-intensity, low-frequency noise, especially within the range of about 60 to 400 hertz. That is missing from this report. OSHA and the EPA rely on DBC, not DBA, in determining noise exposure, and so should have Brannan. But because they didn't, their measurements underestimate the perceived loudness, annoyance factor, stress-inducing capability of pounding truck and machinery noise with low-frequency components. The stress that is caused by this noise becomes destructive when the source that triggers the stress response doesn't go away. Constant noise causes us to live with low levels of alarm and anxiety, causing depression, headaches, heart disease, and digestive problems. Nighttime traffic noise in particular has been linked to cardiovascular problems. And I mention this because Brannan Company has admitted that there will be at least 90 days of round-the-clock asphalt plant operation. Loud, low-frequency nighttime noise increases blood pressure and pulse rates and damages blood vessels due to high levels of our stress hormones, leading to heart disease and diabetes, among other illnesses. On page 5 of the Brannan Noise Report, the acoustical consultant concludes that the contribution of the asphalt plant noise is no more than other ambient sounds. This is a bold-faced falsehood. If the consultant had switched the sound level meter to the DBC setting, the high-intensity, low-frequency, pounding noise would have been measured accurately. But because of this error in measurement, these results are in no way a valid indication of the true noise level of the Brannan truck and machinery noise, and therefore cannot be considered valid.
Doctor, if you could please wrap up your
I
comments.
beseech you to reject the building of this plant. Thank you so much for your time and your attention.
Thank you for your testimony on this subject, Doctor. It is appreciated. Steve Bessman, come on up. Please come to the podium, stand by. Jonathan Mueller. Mr. Mueller, if you could please join the queue. Mr. Bessman, please start by stating your name. Please spell your last name and tell us where you're from.
Hi, my name is Steve Bensman, B-E-N-S-M-A-N. I live in Douglas County in Castle Rock. I've worked for Brannan for 25 years. I'm a driver. And I've been listening all night about everybody's talking. But let me tell you one thing about Brannan. They're honest. If you see something wrong at a plant and you let somebody know, they will fix it. And other than that, you know, they treat everybody with respect. And for the traffic, there's nothing we can do about traffic. How long does it take you to go to the Denver from Castle Rock? In the morning at 6 o'clock. Takes you an hour and a half. If you leave your house at 5:45, you get there in 30 minutes. Saturday afternoon, going to a Rockies game. How long does it take you to get to Denver? From County Line Road to the Rockies Stadium, it's bumper to bumper. So Douglas County isn't the only county that has a problem with traffic. You keep building houses, you keep adding additions, neighborhoods, subdivisions, buildings. Who's going to supply all the stuff? It's either concrete or asphalt. And I'm sorry about the people in Leviers. I love that town. I got married there 44 years ago in a little blue church on the corner. My wife wanted me to buy it when it went up for sale so we could live in it, but I couldn't afford it. But I don't have much else to say, but you know, if you authorize this asphalt plant, they're going to do right by everybody because they always have. If you got a problem, pick up a phone, call them. I call my safety guy. Boom, it gets fixed right away. I call my bosses. You know, I got 2 of them. It gets fixed. If he can't fix it, he'll get somebody who does fix it. So if you got to approve this, because you're not only helping me, my co-workers, but you're helping everybody in Douglas County. The sales tax for asphalt alone goes to the county. Property taxes go up immensely if you put a $20 million asphalt plant in. So, again, thank you very much for listening to me, and have a great day.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony. Randy Johnson, come forward to the podium. Please stand by. Ashley Schwatka? Okay, well, apologies. I'll let you correct it here in a minute, I promise. Thank you, ma'am, for taking into the queue. And Mr. Johnson, please state your name, spell your last name, and tell us where you're from.
Hello, my name is Randy Johnson, Johnsson. My address is 7672 Leveres Boulevard in Leveres. I've lived in southeast side of Leveres for 33 years, directly up the hill from the cement plant. Brandon increased operations greatly impacting town of Leveres and surrounding areas. We have a noise, concrete dust, and truck trip problem today. I walk out my back door every day and hear the roar of the mixer all day long. I've called the county almost weekly, sometimes daily on the noise. I've mentioned many times in closing the mixer to reduce the noise. It's quiet when Brendan's not operating. Also, I have a persistent cough from the concrete dust. I have concrete dust on everything inside and outside my house. Next slide. Yeah. This is a comment after a meeting, this after the church meeting. They said that we heard you. The DLA noise mitigation report, it says, they said, Brandon will not be implementing the recommended mitigation. The revised noise modeling report will exclude these reports and recommendations. The mitigations included the cement mixer. Next slide. Adding the traffic study had 65 trucks today, 1,008 will be a 1,400% increase. At the extended hours, said, will there be 800 truck trips during the day plus an additional 800 trucks during the night? That's not been clear. Next slide. Now I have pictures. This is when the train stopped across the tracks. You can see all the cement mixers. Next slide. Another picture of all the trucks. Next slide. Another picture of all the trucks and all the cement mixers lined up. Next picture. Next slide. Noise, water pollution. Next slide. This is on the 12th. You can see concrete dust come off the plant. Next slide. This is when they were crushing. You see all the concrete dust. Next slide. Another, actually the wind gust on the 529. You can see all the concrete dust going up the hill on the house. Next slide. Recycling. Next slide. This is when they watered the roads. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, that shows the cars. This is on the hood of my car up behind my house. Next slide. This came off the top of my van. Next slide. This is when I swept my driveway. Next slide. This is on the 9th, my chest in my bedroom. Next slide. Concrete spill on 7-1. Next slide. Noise. They're saying the predicted noise level will be 55 dB. We're at 40 dB. It'll be twice as loud today than it was as it is today, and this is going to be going all night for the 90 days. Next slide. These are noise videos. I don't know if you can play them or not. Okay, well, ran out of time. I didn't know if you'd be able to play them.
Mr. Johnson, I would ask you to wrap up.
Okay. You probably heard those, so I'm hoping you did.
Okay. Well,
thank you.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony. Mr. Angathron?
I'll help you in just a second.
Okay, please stand by at the podium and help me out there. Allison Coleman. Allison Coleman? Ma'am, please do take a place in the queue. All right, sir, well, you get to correct me on the spelling of your name, but please do state your name, spell your last name, and tell us where you're from.
My name is Jason, last name Ingenthron, Ingenthron. I'm a resident of Leveres for over 20 years. Appreciate your time tonight. I know it's turning into a long day for all of us. I didn't intend to speak tonight, but I did hear a few things during this meeting that I wanted to address. First, I heard that the Parker mayor submitted a letter in favor of the plant, which I guess is a good move because it's less likely that such a plant would show up in Parker. And it also means that all the costs and burdens will be carried by the residents of unincorporated Douglas County, West Douglas County. So, we're here today with this plant being proposed in this unincorporated area where we do not have a mayor or city council. So I'm here today relying on you to look out for our well-being and our best interest, but also what's best for all of Douglas County. So regarding economic benefit from the plant, I'm a resident of Douglas County, but I'm also employed by a national home building company. I work in land development. I spent a lot of my time north and east of Douglas County, but I have also worked in some projects in Sterling Ranch. Also was a long-term employee of Douglas County in the engineering department for 19 years. During the process of residential development, our company purchases large volumes of concrete and many tons of asphalt. And in my role, I manage budgets, I go through the bidding process, I award contracts. And if there's any efficiency gains to be made from a local plant distributing asphalt to Douglas County, many of those gains are not going to be realized by the residents of Douglas County or the businesses. So that's something I heard earlier today. I think was referencing a smaller scale project, and that the asphalt was very expensive. During the bidding process, the best strategy is to underbid your competition by the smallest margin, so you can put that savings towards your own profit margin. So if there was a 10% efficiency in a short haul to Sterling Ranch, for example, a good business move would be to sell that at 1% below the competition and use that 9% to fatten one's margins. So I just wanted to put that out there that in my professional opinion, there's not going to be huge savings to Douglas County from having a plant located near Sterling Ranch, which brings me to my next topic is I'm
Sir,
very
I do
curious
need
to
to ask you to consider wrapping up, please.
Sure. So I guess with transportation, I'd like to know where future development is supposed to occur in Douglas County in relation to the plant to ensure that there really will be benefits from a local plant, and that distance won't simply be shuttling concrete to the east rather than local. So a couple other points, but 3 minutes goes fast. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony. Mr. Cohen, please come to the podium, stand by. Anthony Colaruzo. Sir, if you could please take a place in the queue. And Mr. Cohen, please do state your name, spell your last name for the record, tell us where you're from.
My name is John Cowan, C-O-W-A-N. I'm the president of the Metropolitan District, or the Metro District for Cherokee Ridge Estates. Live at 5660 Aspen Leaf Drive. I only need 3 minutes. Your planning commission got it right. The proposed asphalt plant in that location is not right. It's not the right spot for a lot of reasons. Placing an asphalt plant there is not in harmony with the surrounding area. Sure, there's other industrial operations there, but you also have homes and in a historic district right there. And I love the photos that we saw. It's amazing what you can do with optics and lenses where you can't see anything. That's not the true vision of what they have or what you see there. 2 historic districts are, and we want to put an asphalt plant right down there in the valley, low valley right there, in a floodplain next to the creek and next to this historic district. There's probably a better place. I understand that the county only has limited industrial zones. We just have a few of them. But as our population increases and we move down the valley southbound, we may need to look at our zoning and look at our future plans and come up with some other ideas. It's a large county. We have a lot of space south and east of the airport road location that could be maybe better accommodated in an asphalt plant and have much less impact on the citizens. The southern corridor of I-25 out here between mile marker 173 and 167 is within a 10 to 12 minute drive of here. There's a lot of area out there that maybe could be considered. And I'm sure that your excellent planning staff and your staff and the commission could probably look at that and look at the future plans for growth and probably find a much better location for a needed asphalt plant. It's not that we don't need asphalt plant. That specific location probably is not the best idea. The comprehensive master plan emphasizes preserving the integrity of the residential neighborhoods and protecting them from incompatible land uses. The location for this plan fails to meet that. Residential communities have a right to clean air, water, and zoning regulations are clear that no development should cause significant air, water, or noise pollution. Its location does not meet that regulation. Traffic. This is a big one that we're going to need to address if we want to approve this. That section of US 85 right near the airport road intersection is probably one of the most dangerous pieces of highway within the county in terms of fatalities per vehicle operation. The intersection there at Airport Road and US 85, if you want to approve this, we need to look at ways that needs to be fixed and increased and widened. I appreciate your time, your thoughtful consideration, and ask that you disapprove this location for this asphalt plant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your testimony. Jonathan Moeller, please come forward to the podium. Sir, if you could give us your name, spell your last name for the record, and then tell us where you're from.
My name is Jonathan Moeller, last name spelled M-O-L-E-R. I live at 10760 North Solar Drive, which is kind of northwest of Sterling Ranch. And in the time I've lived there, we've had tremendous growth, and most of the traffic goes tight into Santa Fe. But as it keeps growing, traffic's going to be tremendous, and I think an asphalt plant would be great for Douglas County. We also have the concrete plant down there also to keep our roads up. I ride a Harley during my off time, and as the guys know that live in the communities around, they're not running around on dirt roads, they're running around on asphalt roads too. So everything kind of helps, and I understand the traffic issue. But as we keep building in Douglas County, I think our area is probably growing huge. We don't have enough stores around there to do it. But, you know, we got apartment buildings going up. Sterling Ranch is getting bigger and bigger. I think the asphalt plant is the way to go. And I go down that way all the time to Sedalia to eat. And I forgot what I was going to say, but you go down there, and that's probably the nicest building or property in the area. You look at the other properties that are adjacent to it, it looks like, you know, it's a junkyard, and then you got this one nice building and property there. So I'm pretty sure Brandon will probably make the asphalt plant look the same and take care of it like they do. So that's what I have to say. I think you should approve it.
Okay, hey, thank you, sir. We very much appreciate your testimony. Ashley Schwatka, I will let you correct me with the pronouncement of your last name. Please state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Hi, I'm Ashley Schweska, spelled S-C-H-W-E-S-T-K-A. I'm speaking to you today as a deeply concerned resident, wife, and mother of Louviers, a small historic village that has long been a refuge for those seeking peace and community and a connection to the past. As you know, Louviers is not just a few people in a small town. It is a place where history is woven into the very fabric of our daily lives. From the charming homes that line our streets to the friendly wave of neighbors passing by, Louviers embodies the essence of small-town America, where everyone knows each other, where families, young and old, have chosen to build their lives. In recent years, Louviers has experienced a resurgence with young families moving there to escape the bustle of city life. These families, many buying their first homes, including myself and my husband, have been drawn to the village by its promise of a safe, serene environment where children can grow up surrounded by nature, history, and supportive community. They are investing not just in property, but in the future of their families, trusting that Louviers will provide the stability that they seek. However, the proposed operation of the asphalt plant threatens to disrupt this delicate balance. The constant noise, dust, and traffic associated with such an operation are entirely incompatible with the quiet residential character of our village. Louviers is a place where the night sky is still visible, where the sound of children playing can be heard, and where the hustle and bustle of modern life feels miles away. An asphalt plant with the ability to operate around the clock would not only shatter this tranquility, but would also bring the significant health concerns. The impact of air and noise pollution on public health is well documented. This is not fear-mongering, and while it has been mentioned that the plant would produce less pollutants, it certainly is not zero. The fine particulate matter generated by asphalt production can lead to respiratory issues, particularly in vulnerable populations such as children and the elderly. The incessant noise from trucks and machinery will undoubtedly disrupt the sleep and well-being of the residents, leading to increased stress and potential long-term health consequences. Moreover, the presence of an asphalt plant operating near our historical district would be a devastating effect to our property values. People move to Louviers for its charm, its history, and its sense of community, qualities that will be irreparably damaged by the industrialization of our surroundings. As property values decline, the very families who have chosen Louviers as a sanctuary will find themselves trapped in a place that no longer resembles the idyllic village that they fell in love with. In closing, I urge you to consider the unique character of Louviers and its need of its residents. Our village is more than just a location on a map. It is a living, breathing community with a rich history and bright future. Allowing an asphalt plant to operate in such close proximity to our homes will be a grave mistake, one that would permanently alter the very soul of our village. Please, for the sake of our health, our homes, our heritage, do not allow this proposal to move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. We do appreciate your testimony. Ms. Coleman, please come forward. Ma'am, if you could please state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
I'm Allison Coleman, Coleman. I live in Louviers. My husband, Ryan Coleman, spoke at the last meeting. His message was one of the ones that was preserving the only historic town in Douglas County and our beloved Plum Creek from continued pollution, health risk exposures, and increased traffic safety concerns. This year, he will be celebrating 20 years as a Douglas County business owner. Due to the timing of today's hearing, he was unable to attend, so I will read on our family's behalf. After 23 years, my family moved to Louviers to escape the hustle and bustle that Highlands Ranch has become, looking for a slower, quieter lifestyle to raise our daughter, Kyla. A place, Kyla, who can see wildlife in our backyard daily. A place where she can walk to the library, the creek, or the baseball park. A place like nowhere else in Douglas County, a historically important place. But what my family has found is this place is even greater, a town that loves. Anyone that spends time in Louviers can feel that this is a special place and a beautiful place. One of history, one of community, and a community that runs generations deep. A place we are blessed to experience and call home every day. Our daughter Kyla needs you to help our family and the other wonderful families of Louviers. We are asking you to simply love Louviers. As a Douglas County business owner, I could speak to my expertise on how this will compromise home prices and then subsequently property tax revenue if this pollution plant is allowed in our backyard, but I would rather spend my time talking about the people and the community instead of the power of money. I expect the commissioners of this great county to represent the people over any business. Operating a business has taught me the importance of good and trustworthy people. Good people are active in their communities, do the right things without having to be asked, monitored, or micromanaged. Good people do not lie, manipulate data, or try to fool others for their own personal gain. My grandmother would say, "You say good things about good people." No one living in Louviers is going to say that Brandon is a good neighbor, not one. Why is that? We would all love to agree Brandon has not displayed to this county or its people they are worthy of trusting their own words. Allowing them to continue their tradition of violations and doing as they wish was not an option for the people of this county. Please do not reward any company or business that does not have their trust of its people or, more importantly, its neighbors. I'm asking the good of people of this commission to honor their word. You are hearing from the community that this is directly affecting. Please choose health. Please choose health. Please choose community. Please choose the people's wishes. Please help us by saying no to the asphalt plant in our backyard, by putting it elsewhere. Leviers should not be compromised. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We do appreciate your testimony. Mr. Colarusso, please state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from, sir.
Sure. And as president of the Cherokee Ridge Estates HOA, I'd like 6 minutes.
Let's go 6 minutes.
I'll try to be quick.
Not a problem, sir.
I'm Anthony Colarusso, spelled Colarusso. I live in Cherokee Ridge. I could see the crushing plant from my living room window, even though I live a mile and a half away. I represent the 42 lots and 38 homes in the neighborhood as president of the HOA. I'm also a concerned father of 3 young children. It might not surprise you that as a community, I speak on behalf of the community, we do disapprove of this project. It poses risks to our health, our environment, the character of our neighborhood. I originally prepared a different speech which detailed all the legal reasons, I think many of which were presented already today. Harmony with surrounding areas, consistency with the comprehensive master plan, roadway capacity, level of service, air, water, noise pollution. I think these have all been detailed already today, so I won't go into this. Other members of the community mentioned all that, so instead I'll tell you a story. As a business owner, I am certainly pro-business. I'm pro-American business. I understand Brennan has brought up a number of employees and contractors and vendors today. If I were in their shoes, I would do the same thing. I get it. To my story. During the COVID-19 pandemic in mid-2020, my marketing company, like many others, faced an unprecedented crisis. We lost nearly half of our clients in 2 weeks as businesses cut costs to survive the economic downturn. It was a challenging time, and as a business owner, I had tough decisions to make. Should I let people go? Should we cut staff hours, impacting families already struggling? Should we continue to provide our services to clients who were canceling? They couldn't afford to pay us. You know what we did? We kept working. We kept full staff. We continued to provide services to our customers even when they canceled. We knew that we would not be compensated. And this decision eliminated our cash reserves that had been built up over 2 years. It wasn't easy. It wasn't fun. It didn't benefit my business. It didn't benefit me as the owner. It was actually a bad business decision. But I did it anyway because it was the right thing to do. We believe that supporting our clients through difficult times would ultimately strengthen our relationships, and it aligned with our core values of integrity, intentionality, ownership, and community. In many ways, this experience is parallel to what you guys face today regarding the proposed asphalt plant. Legally, there are a number of reasons why the project should not go forward. Zoning, compliance, environmental impact, public health risk, but beyond the legalities, the decision is about doing what's right for our community, especially in the long run. Brennan would have you believe the jobs created would benefit the community. They would. It's not a small batch plant. This is a large, heavy industrial facility. And it's located next to residential neighborhoods like Cherokee Ridge. We have young families. I have young children, 11, 9, 6 years old. They have asthma, RSV as babies. We are concerned about the air quality, and no matter what measures you put in place, there is still risk in being so close to where we live. In closing, I do want to emphasize that as a community, we are prepared to hold Douglas County accountable for enforcing its own codes and laws. We do continue to take action against the Brandon Sand and Gravel Company. The stakes to protect our home, our health, and our future are just too high. And as county commissioners, you are elected officials and you have a responsibility and a legacy to uphold. The purposes of this meeting is to hear from the communities that you represent. We are community. We can see the plant from our windows, from our front doors, and we urge you to disapprove of this process and this project. Please hear us. We are the community that you're entrusted to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony on this subject. I have completed the sign-up sheets. I'm going to turn to Troy for any online comments. I would ask staff to double check to see if we have any more sign-up sheets for anyone to speak. Troy, do we have anyone to speak online?
Thank you, Commissioner Teal. I do have someone that just raised their hand. Kim Stockton, you are unmuted. Go ahead.
Ma'am, please do give us your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Okay, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay. Kim Stockton, Stockton, and I'm from Louviers.
Please give us your testimony, ma'am.
Okay, sorry, I'm pulling over right now. Okay, my name is Kim Stockton. I'm here today representing my family of 6 that call Louviers home. We've lived in Louviers for 6 years now. We count it a blessing to live in such a unique rural village, and our kids love living in Louviers. We're deeply concerned at the thought of a larger operation of asphalt production so close to our community. It's truly upsetting to consider the long-term negative effects of having the Brannan plant as our neighbor. One of the rebuttals of Brannan is that the history of Louviers came from a dynamite factory, as if that should make the asphalt plant make sense to us. The DuPont plant was made at the turn of the century before there was an understanding of the toxic effects of what they made in the factory. The land surrounding Louviers has been detoxifying for several decades to rid the earth of the toxic byproduct of such a factory. What remains, yes, is a charming community, historical and beautiful, but its origin is not without a struggle to rid it of the environmental hazard. So that's exactly why these Douglas County citizens are fighting against the asphalt plant. We know too much about the risks and negative long-term effects to keep putting toxic facilities right next to communities where people are trying to live their lives. We don't need this here, and we don't want this here. Please represent us well and do what is best for the surrounding communities. Now, you have done land trade deals in the past, and I really would love to see us find a solution because we do need plants like this. I would love to see another piece of land considered and rezoned for industries like Brannan. That can bring an industrial park with amenities, with modern day equipment, and surrounded by walls, not just a fence, but stone walls. A state-of-the-art area that can house many industrial needs in a confined and better way. Douglas County needs an industrial park that can take us into the future and out of the 80s, because we really need to rethink where the industrial zoning is at in Douglas County. We'd love to see it away from our homes and keep the charm of our community. I have outlined a couple of different potential rezoned industrial park areas and would be happy to present that to you in an email. Thank you so much for your time and allowing our voices to be heard.
Thank you, ma'am. We do appreciate your testimony on this matter. Troy, do we have anyone else to speak online?
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no other online comment.
Excellent. Thank you, Troy. We do have additional names on the latest sign-up sheet. I'd like to call folks up to queue up, just like we've been doing. Charlie Farrell, please come to the podium and stand by. Robert Howard. Sierra Matthews. Jack Farrell. Tracy Hansen. Kurt Van Portrell. Dang, I'm having a tough time with that one. I apologize. Thank you. Please get in queue. Charlie Farrell, please state your name, spell your last name, and tell us where you're from.
I'm Charlie Farrell, Farrell. I'm from Leviers. I turned 18 on Sunday, and Leviers is the only house I've ever lived in, except for an apartment that my family had in White Plains, New York, that we left when I was 1. I'm a babysitter in Leviers. I know a lot of these kids, and also I don't like public speaking very much. But I do know that this is a really important place to a lot of people in this room. And one thing that I've noticed is that people who have said tonight that change is inevitable and that it's what's best for the greater good of the county, they're not from Leviers or Kellytown, and it is also not true that we can't see the asphalt plant from Valley View Street, which is where I live. You can actually see every single detail from that street, and you can see there's a castle way up on the hill, and my parents leave a pair of binoculars on our front porch, and when people visit our house, we ask them to look at it, and it's because these small things are not unnoticeable, they're just small. It doesn't mean they're not there, and it doesn't mean it's not important. And that's how I feel about this place, and if, we can find a different place in our county to construct an asphalt plant, I'm for it. But to me, hearing that it is a possibility that an asphalt plant may go where me and my friends used to roam around freely, ride bikes, play in the water, it just doesn't make sense. It's really the last place I would think this would be put. It just doesn't make any sense, and if you live in Leviers or Kellytown, you know that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We do appreciate your testimony on this matter. Robert Howard. Sir, please do state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Thank you, Commissioners. I would also respectfully request 6 minutes as the Executive Director of Friends of DuPont Park and Open Space, a local community organization and nonprofit. You heard from our attorney earlier this evening as well.
Okay. Now, the 6 minute is to allow an organization to have the additional time to speak, but in the past, that has been per organization. Commissioners, I turn to you on whether we do recognize the 6 minutes for Mr. Howard, Commissioner.
We already gave
Chairman. Go ahead, Commissioner Thomas.
we already gave the attorney for this group 6 minutes, and we've always done it 6 minutes per group.
No worries. I'll do my best with 3 and try to make it as fast. And
Well, hang on a second,
Sorry,
sir. Commissioner Layden, weigh in.
Well, I think in all fairness, just to retain a level of consistency, it is 6 minutes per organization.
I concur. Please, sir, you'll be given 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Start by telling us your name.
You got it.
Spell your last name. Tell us where you're from.
My name is Robert Howard, Howard. I'm from Leviers, 7843 Hillcrest Drive. As I mentioned, I'm the Executive Director of Friends of DuPont Park and Open Space. I'm also a small business owner here in Douglas County. I've lived in Castle Rock as well as Leviers. I have a 10-year-old son in the community. My wife works for Douglas County School District. And tonight, we face a decision where we have to balance 2 sets of values that are really important, I think, to everyone in this room. One is that Douglas County is open for business. The other is that Douglas County is committed to law and order. We do not allow anyone in our community, a resident, a local business, a small business owner, or a large business, to evade the laws of Douglas County. I think that those two things are unfortunately in conflict tonight. Unfortunately, we have to balance those. I think it would have been easier if Brandon had arrived here tonight with an application where they had spent the last 3 years actually following the code to the letter. Instead, the record is full of evidence that they violate at least 8, I think maybe 9, of the approval standards. We have an admission on the record that there is no wildfire hazard assessment submitted with this application. The applicant admitted that on Friday in a letter that they submitted. The county must fail this application for that reason alone. The county also must fail this application because the applicant admits they are violating fence setback rules. Again, written on the record by the applicant on Friday. The pattern here is it's sort of like if you pulled someone over for speeding and they started just like admitting other crimes they committed earlier that day. This is sort of what happened in that letter that was submitted on Friday. The applicant has put the county between a rock and a hard place. They've admitted that they never counted the water that would be needed for the restrooms. They admit they've never designed the septic system that is required by Douglas County Code. The fact of the matter is that the best thing that could happen tonight for Brandon is a denial on number 4 or number 5. It would be a gentle way for the county to say, the law matters here. We want to do business with you. You can come back in 60 days and resubmit this application. It needs to be clean. It needs to be precise. It needs to follow Douglas County's regulations. The Planning Commission has already recommended denial on 4, 5, and 12. Staff has gone out of their way not to express an opinion on 4, 5, and 12. A denial tonight on those 3 points would align with what staff has said. It would align with what the Planning Commission has said. It would not contradict any of the hardworking Douglas County employees who have put years into this.
Sir, if I
And
could
it would
ask you to
show
wrap
that-
up your comments, please.
Absolutely. The denial tonight on 4, 5, and 12 will show that Douglas County values the rule of law and that we welcome businesses who follow Douglas County law. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony on this matter. Sarah Matthews. Ma'am, come forward. Please do give us your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sierra Matthews. I'm a consultant on behalf of, I'm a consultant for the City of Brighton. I've been asked to read this letter on behalf of the City Manager, if that's okay.
Please.
Dear Honorable Commissioners, as the City Manager of Brighton, I am pleased to provide this letter of reference for Brandon Companies. They are currently providing road paving services for one of our city's largest lane widening projects, and their performance has been exemplary. Brandon Companies have been instrumental in ensuring the success of this critical infrastructure project. Their commitment to delivering high-quality work on time and within budget has been a significant asset to our city. The scale of this project requires a partner that not only has the expertise and resources, but also a deep understanding of the community's needs, and Brandon has consistently demonstrated these qualities. Their dedication to the project goes beyond just meeting technical specifications. Brandon has worked closely with city officials and residents to minimize disruptions and ensure smooth operations throughout the construction process. Their proactive communication and problem-solving approach have been invaluable in keeping the project on track and maintaining public confidence. Brandon Company's commitment to sustainability and environmental stewardship is evident in their use of recycled materials and eco-friendly practices. This aligns with our city's goals of promoting sustainable development and reducing our environmental footprint. Given their outstanding performance on this major project in Brighton, I have full confidence that Brandon Companies will continue to be a valuable partner for infrastructure projects in Douglas County and beyond. I strongly encourage you to support and approve their proposed asphalt paving facility, which will undoubtedly contribute to the economic and infrastructural development of the region. This is from Michael Martinez, who's the city manager. And this letter should be already in your packet, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you bringing that testimony forward. Jack Farrell. Sir, please come forward, state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Jack Farrell, last name is Farrell. I reside at 7835 Valley View Street, Laviers, Colorado. I was offended when the area between the plant and my front yard was regarded as a large distance. Based off of the photos from Google Images, those photos were not accurate. I live there. I know. You can see the concrete plant. You can see the 20-foot piles. A 70-foot tall smokestack doesn't exactly make me or my fellow neighbors any happier. At the end of the day, healthy or not, all the people of Laviers don't want to look at more industrial wasteland. I'd like to tell a little story. I played basketball with a son of an employee of Brennan. In one of my games, my mother was sitting next to one of these said employees whose identity I will be keeping private for obvious reasons you will soon hear. In regards to the asphalt plant, do you know what he said, commissioners? He said, "I feel bad for the people of Laviers." Do with that information what you will. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your testimony. Tracy Hansen. Ma'am, please come forward. Do state your name. Please spell your last name for the record and tell us where you're from.
Hi, I'm Tracy Hansen, Hanson, and I live in Laviers, Colorado. I am the president of Laviers Village Club. We're a nonprofit. We plan events and we support the community. I don't think that I need to speak to you at all about all the why nots of having it near our home. I think our friends and neighbors have done a really great job of doing that. What I want to talk to you about, and I appreciate you guys listening so much, is just about our community. It's an unusual community, you know, and I've heard people say that before. I see the smile on your face too. I can tell you realize it's a different place. And it is true. It's unusual. It's uniqueness that makes it extraordinary. When we moved here from a neighborhood where no one waved, we were welcomed by waving neighbors and genuine warmth. Not long after we arrived, a neighbor told me, "Hey, I noticed your brake light was out on your expedition, and I want you to know that I changed the bulb for you. I hope you don't mind," about 3 weeks ago. And I thought, wow, this really? You know, and then when our daughter and her husband moved in there, they went to the closing from the person they purchased the house from, Mike Hammer, and Mike said at closing, "Hey, I'm going to be moving you guys. I have a moving truck, and I will move you to your new, from Littleton to Laviers." It's things like that that are very surprising and unique that is hard for other people to understand. Laviers is unusually devoted to each other. When a giant tree fell through our roof and my husband was out of town, our neighbor brought in a crane and had the tree removed before my husband even got home from camping. That's just one example of how we look at each other. Are things perfect? No, but we try. I can pick up the phone and call for library volunteers, and years later they are still here every week. Another reminder of the kindness of the community. It's a different community. We've supported single moms to help them stay in their homes. And when a 47-year-old neighbor was working on siding of his house and he fell off the scaffolding, he was left in a wheelchair permanently. We came together to volunteer and donate items, adding a bedroom and a bath to his main floor so he could remain in his home. We rushed to the aid of
Ma'am, if you could please start wrapping up.
Okay. I did speak to her about the 6 minutes. Levere's Village Club is a nonprofit, completely different than any of the other groups.
Well, it is something that the board has been considering through the evening, and traditionally, commissioners, based upon her position within the community, are we going to recognize the 6 minutes?
I'd be fine with it.
Commissioner Layden?
Let me just ask, did staff confirm in advance that she would have 6 minutes?
Go ahead, Heather.
Heather Scott for staff. She did ask, and I said just to ask you all at the beginning of her presentation.
Thank you, Heather.
Okay.
Commissioner?
Well, I'll just ask if we've had testimony from this particular group already.
No.
No, we have not.
I'm almost
If not,
done.
I'm fine with 6 minutes. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, let's go ahead and, ma'am, if you'll pause for just a moment, we'll get you reset. You will have another 3 minutes, and then
Thank you.
please do continue your testimony.
Thank you. We have supported single moms to stay in their homes and helped them financially. And when a neighbor fell from scaffolding and was left in a wheelchair, we came together to volunteer and donate items, adding a bedroom and a bath to the main floor so he could come home. We all rushed to the aid of families whose homes were damaged by a massive storm, cleaning up yards and debris. We make meals for the ill. We celebrate new births. We hold celebration of life services for families who've lost their children. Most of us don't go to Goodwill to drop off our items. We leave them on the giving table in our post office or put them out front of our house with the free sign on it. Just recently, I left an old radio flyer trike out for free, and Vince picked it up and fully restored it for his grandson's 2nd birthday. His wife, Des, an artist, decorates our bulletin board each month, and her work is amazing. But it's not just about the serious moments. We gather monthly coffees, pancake breakfasts. We do pie in the park, burgers and bingo, bowling. We have trunk or treat, holiday parties, bringing everyone together for fun and celebration. We gather for poker games, ladies' nights, bingo, and art projects. We have planters and benches made by Scouts earning their Eagle badges. And every year, a Secret Santa travels through our community, passing out goodies to everyone. Most importantly, we teach our kids the value of helping others and being part of a community. We're a community of nurses, teachers, firefighters, forest rangers, engineers, small business owners, pilots, doctors, lawyers. Together, we make Levere's a place that's unusually kind, unusually devoted, and undeniably special. I appreciate you so much learning a little bit about our town, and I would also appreciate if you would read the letter that I wrote about my 60-year-old husband that's on oxygen and has some major breathing problems, and that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We do appreciate your testimony on this subject. Kurt, come on forward. Again, you're going to have to tell us your last name, sir, because I'm struggling with it. So please do state your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from, sir.
Kurt Van Port Fleet.
Okay.
V as in Victor, ANPORTFLIET. Been a resident of Parker, Colorado for 40 years.
Please continue, sir.
I think what I want to do is talk a little bit about my life in Douglas County real quick to give you an idea of what I've seen. So when we first moved to Parker Road was a 2-lane highway. Main Street had asphalt a quarter mile east, and then it was just a dirt road after that. So in my 40 years, I've seen Douglas County go through amazing growth. So I was just recently retired, and I'm now semi-retired. I work for a company called Christian Brothers Automotive, and I'm the shuttle driver. I'm the guy that if you bring your car in for work, I'll take you to your home, and then when your car's fixed, I'll come and get you. So I get to drive around all of Douglas County, and I've got bad news for everybody. Traffic is a problem everywhere. Just not in Leviers, it's everywhere. And in addition to that, I get to drive around the county and see brand new developments. They're slapping plywood and 2x4s together faster than you can shake a stick at. So the growth is a huge issue also. I don't envy your positions. Your responsibility is to look at these issues and manage growth and manage traffic for the best of the whole of the community. So what I would do is I would take the topic tonight and break it down into two different levels. One at 10,000 feet, where we're looking at the plant itself. And we have a commitment from Brandon Sand and Gravel tonight that they're willing to meet all of these approval standards for that plant. That's what their plan says tonight. All right? The other thing I'd be looking at is Douglas County from a 30,000 foot level. How are you going to manage this growth? How are you going to manage the traffic? And one of the assets that we need to do that is this asphalt plant that they're talking about tonight. So that's my suggestion. That's what I believe you should do tonight, is approve this plan. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony. Commissioners, that concludes the sign-up sheets for public testimony on this subject. I believe we need to, okay, I've got one, well, I went through the sign-up sheet, but we have one gentleman who wishes to speak. Did I just miss you, sir?
It's back there.
Okay. You're going to have to give us your name, spell your last name for the record.
Sure.
Tell us where you're from.
My name is Eric Farrell. Last name F as in Frank, A-R-R-E-L-L. I am a resident of Leviers, and I live on Valley View Street. And I've been here since 2:30, as you have even longer. Kudos to your air conditioning. I guess what I'm realizing here is that this proposal for a asphalt plant looks like it's incorrect, as if there's missing homework. I'm a teacher, and it looks like there's some problems that are missing, and it's an incomplete assignment. That's my feeling. I also feel like it feels like a not a good fit. It is. We will hear, and we've heard that it's zoned for this type of industry, but that zoning, I'm gathering, and I've heard through the years and that we've been through this, has been set a long time ago, in the 80s, when our hair was long and rock and roll was just rock and roll, not classic. But I'm trying to make light of it, but it just seems like not a good fit. And it just always seemed inevitable that it's zoned and they're coming, so we just got to make way, or we got to, just really kind of understand what's coming our way. So I went to one of the informational meetings that Brandon put on, and I saw the pictures and I saw the information about the technology, and I thought that was all well and good. But I asked a person there how they would feel if this facility was going to be put in 2,000 feet from their house. And there was silence. There wasn't a real answer. It was just kind of like a chuckle. Well, and the response was, well, sir, this is our livelihood. This is how we make money. And then that's when I figured, this isn't a good fit, because we have people that have a desire for money and livelihood to, have their families do well. And then there's people's lives that we're dealing with. You can go home, you can go to Parker, you can go wherever and leave your job, but this facility is still in our front yard. And to me, it just seems like not a very good fit. And so I request that you guys deny this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate your testimony. Troy, do we have anybody to present testimony online?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Teal. I do have one more. Rebecca, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
And Rebecca, if you can, please give us your name, spell your last name for the record, and tell us where you're from.
Yes, this is Rebecca Connett. Last name's Connet. I live in Leviers. I've been here for over 20 years. My biggest concern, I've looked through both proposals. I've read through the zoning regulations. The one thing that I'm having trouble with is the fire issue. They are 0.6 miles from our house. I haven't seen some really good data on any fire mitigation, and also water. Is there enough pressure if there was to be a fire? Are there hydrants, enough water to get a fire out if something happened? And those are probably my biggest concerns. Of course, I do live here, daughter that's 10 years old as well, and all of our citizens here have made the comments that I don't want to waste the time with, because they do such a great job with all the work they've done there. But those are things that I want to have addressed, and I would have to agree with Rob that I think that there's some holes in there that we need to clarify, and that's what I have for you guys. But I am in opposition because there is those two unknowns that they do concern me.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We do appreciate your testimony. Troy, do we have anybody else to give testimony online?
I have no other online comment.
Thank you, Troy. Appreciate it. Let's turn back to the applicant for the opportunity to speak to some of the testimony that has been received from the public.
Thank you, commissioners, and truly thank you for everyone here, for, against. It has been a long day, and your input is well taken. First of all, we entirely recognize that Leviers is a very special place. If the community would so engage at any point in the future or be willing to engage with Brannon is very happy to engage with the community and work with the community, provide opportunities, whatever works. I think you heard it. It's difficult to win. Some speakers said that they saw it as a bribe and didn't want to talk to us at all and didn't want us in town. And then others said, well, we didn't do enough or we didn't do anything. So it's sort of hard to walk that line. But ultimately, the development impacts are not zero. Traffic impacts are not zero, noise impacts are not zero, emissions impacts are not zero. But nearly every human activity yields some impact. Driving to this hearing, cooling the room, the meals that we ate before we came here, the stores that we shopped at for the clothes we're wearing, the technology that most people have in their hands. It all has some impact. But the approval criteria that's set out by the county does not require zero impacts. It can't. So, in fact, as far as impact goes, do I need to stop? Okay.
Tell you what, I would like to direct staff, can we get the approval criteria displayed?
Thank you.
Apologies for the interruption.
No, please interrupt away.
Please do continue.
In fact, living along Highway 85 has an impact, a significant impact. In fact, a higher impact on your health risk than certainly much higher than the facility being proposed. The criteria does not require, again, that the project has zero impact. So what we have heard tonight is that there are a lot of concerns with the existing concrete plant. And the proposal that you have in front of you will rectify every one of those issues that the residents have complained about. All of it is
All of it is memorialized in that consolidated management plan. It's mandated, if approved, and it greatly addresses in a positive way all of the very impacts that you heard from community members this evening. So, as far as traffic goes, the traffic study commissioned, again, confirmed that the project will not decrease the level of service, which is the standard, and the county's engineer reviewed and accepted the study. You heard that the concrete plant, which is approved for 200 outbound trips, and those, it's actually outbound concrete trucks. That's the words of the approval, not 200 total trucks. So, in fact, 200 is the starting number for the traffic on the concrete plant. It doesn't include any traffic above and beyond outgoing traffic trips. Concrete trucks. There's no additional limitation. There is, in fact, an approval for the concrete crushing operation, the standalone concrete crushing operation. It is not in operation today, and it has been cited. The words, that it's under, it's paused, and the reason that it is on pause is because the way to fix it is this plan. So either this plan is approved and it moves, and the concrete crushing operation goes away, or it's not approved and we will promptly resubmit the application in order to change the site to meet the requirements, because we're in this strange limbo. And once met, we are absolutely entitled to 800 trucks a day. So if this plan doesn't move forward this evening, the site is approved and will operate with concrete crushing operation that's entitled to 800 trips, and the concrete plant, batch plant, which is entitled to 200 concrete trucks plus. And I think the counting was 300 and some trucks. So the proposal is to limit that impact of traffic to 1,008 trips, period. 504 in and 504 out. However, the biggest limitation on traffic is market-driven. So traffic and traffic counts are based on averages. The outer proposed limits, the 1,008 round trips, assume that both the concrete and asphalt plants are operating at absolute maximum capacity at the same time. And that happens very rarely, but it is accounted for with the maximum nonetheless. Production capacity serves as a control for these outer limits. You can only produce so much, and should Brandon want to increase its capacity, which is the only way that you could increase above the 1,008 trips, it would have to come back before you for approval. So production serves as an outer limit. The average is set by capacity, and it's also set by seasonality. There are a number of months where there is very little production on site, and days at a time where there's no production in the winter, for example. So you have to apply an average number over some period of time that accounts for the ebbs and flows and activities. And Brandon took actual numbers and actual averages and applied them using that sophisticated software that I told you, so they know exactly how many trips. They used similar asphalt facilities. And in essence, the concrete traffic now is being limited a lot, according to the counts that the residents provided you by their own counting. And then the 800 trips, rather than having the concrete crushing operation, which the neighbors were not happy with, it would now be in the form of the APM plant, of the asphalt plant. So, in fact, the consolidated management plan and the plan that you're hearing solves the very problems that the neighbors are concerned with. Finally, on traffic, it's in Brandon's best interest to keep trucks moving. You're never going to sit and have trucks pile up, because you can't load a truck and leave a truck at the same time. So you don't want trucks sitting there. Idling trucks cost money. Intentionally, the software There are people who it's their sole job to create schedules and make sure that those trucks are in intermittent intervals throughout the entire day so that you don't have queuing of trucks. Sorry, I'm just going through my notes, and in the interest of time, some of these I think I'm going over. I did want to offer into the record a response to Attorney Silvestro's letter. You have from me a full response to that letter, and there's been much made of it respectfully to Mr. Silvestro and to anyone else who spoke on the matter. We feel very confident in the legal position that we provided to you. However, we would certainly be willing to offer a condition in the event that the county attorney agrees that any of those things are an issue, that we would rectify any of those, and that would be a condition of approval upon some direction from the county attorney. So we'll certainly deal with that way. The individual well, as it's been characterized, is actually a district well, so it doesn't, the water is handled by the district. It doesn't apply under any of the criteria that were presented to you. The septic design was raised. That's actually a condition of this very approval. So that, I believe, addresses all of that letter. Harmony, and I want to speak to harmony. Harmony does not mean that all of the uses have to like one another or have chosen one another in a perfect world. Harmony means that they coexist when you consider the use in an actual, factual, unemotional context. And they do. We provided you many of examples of how that happens every day. But the harmony analysis actually goes both ways. So residential uses cannot have an expectation to any more property rights in this area than the industrial uses. The code acknowledges this. For example, while industrial uses are limited to industrial property, residential uses cannot locate in industrial property. In the case of Kellytown, for instance, it is actually a non-conforming use. They are residences. They are in an industrial zone property. Nor can industry locate directly adjacent in most cases to residential neighborhoods, although in Levere's it can, because there is, adjacent to Levere's, across the buffer, there is industrial zone property adjacent to Levere's. And harmony goes both ways. General neighborhood, as used in the code, does not mean residential neighborhood. That's applied to every context for USR. And general neighborhood means the neighborhood, in this case, industrial. It means a whole lot of things, but it doesn't mean necessarily residential. So if you apply an absolute for harmony, if you say that the general neighborhood of the industrial node, which is more than 0.5 miles away, or that a mitigated industrial use is not harmonious with residential that's half a mile away, then you have to apply the same standard to the residents, to the residential use. And here's what that means. It means that you would have to determine that a new residential use or a special use in Levere's, such as a church or a community center, or any other use that may be desirable to those residents that also requires the exact same USR criteria approval, if you say that harmony, that industrial is not compatible with the residential, then the residential is not compatible with the industrial. It goes both ways. And I think we can all agree that a moratorium on development in the entire Levere's area, because nothing is compatible or can be harmonious with one another, is not what the comprehensive plan intended. I think There were just a couple of other quick comments that I wanted to make, and then Commissioner Thomas, we have the answer to your question, and Alex Schatz is going to present that from Brannon. But the quick comment on the 80216 as being a high polluting zip code, and that's where Brannon plants are located. Absolutely right. 80216 is a horrible zip code, and that's because it's a Superfund site. And that's why industrial has located there. Correlation does not equal causation. Brannon didn't have anything to do with that being a Superfund site or it being a highly polluted area. Ultimately, with regards to health and to health concerns, I went through great detail, and we're happy to provide any more information you want about the effectiveness of this closed system, this technology, and what that means. But at the end of the day, EPA and CDPHE, who approve and oversee, have determined that this is a safe use, and they have issued the permits for this very plant after reviewing our proposal. So I think that's all I have. Alex, I'm going to turn it over to you to answer Commissioner Thomas's question.
All right, Mr. Schatz.
Thank you. Commissioners, Alex Schatz, Brannon Companies. I am thrilled to be here tonight, and thank you to Jessica for pointing out just how much this management plan solves problems even beyond what was applied for, which is, of course, a batch plant for asphalt operations. We have other operations on that site. We're really thrilled, and the other compliment goes to the county staff, who was persistent throughout this process, and this process has taken years, to persuade us that putting all these things into a common enforcement tool was a good idea. It turns out to be a great idea. I want to quickly say that the answer to the fire pressure is, for example, and there's a lot of text, it's right here, and we went through a great deal of trouble with South Metro Fire to figure out the best case scenario, and that system supplies, and it's in text right here, 1,000 GPM at 20 PSI residual for 2 hours as required. So the answers to a lot of these questions are right there in front of you. The ongoing reporting question. So on this management plan, there are 5 things that occur on a sort of revolving basis. Trips are counted daily. It is at all times. I'm just going sequentially through. Stockpiles are measured and reported quarterly. Noise is measured and reported quarterly. Actually, it's measured continuously and reported quarterly. Air quality is measured by a third party and reported quarterly, and odors as well have a standard that is measured quarterly. That is on top of what CDPHE does to regulate this site. That is on top of what all those other agencies do to regulate this site. There is a dust control plan that is incorporated by reference. I believe I did not have it with me, but that also includes ongoing reporting requirements. There's an initial certification that is done that this site is built to what is promised. And of course, there is an annual review process under the use by special approval. I would love to say more, but that's all I was asked to answer. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Schatz. Okay, well, let's go back to the board. Any questions that came up out of public testimony for either staff or the applicant? Commissioner Thomas?
I think that all of the questions that I had written down from testimony were answered. I did have a question from the package, and it says, the management plan requires that anomalies will be corrected or operations will cease until all anomalies can be corrected. What does that mean?
To the applicant.
Yes, that means that if any of those criteria are not followed, if there's something going on that shouldn't be going on according to the plan, then the county has the right and will cease operations at the site. So rather than going through the normal zoning compliance process, this is a cessation of activity.
So how would the county find out that that's a problem? In your reporting, would you notify us, or how would this be triggered?
I think there's certainly an element of self-reporting. I mean, we have to do that anyway. The other is that we have a very observant community, as you heard, right next door. So I can't imagine that if we were not abiding by this plan, that you wouldn't hear about it or the county wouldn't hear about it.
If this is approved, how long will it take you to get this plant up and running and be operational?
Great question.
May of 2025.
May of 2025.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Commissioner Layden, any questions for applicant or staff?
Yes, several, and I want to take a moment to step back and just thank all of the members of our community, citizens, the business owners, the business community, regardless of what side you are on this issue, or if you find yourself somewhere in the middle. This is what a constitutional republic is all about. And having the opportunity to peacefully and respectfully share your thoughts and opinions with your government is something we hold dear and honor. So it's our privilege, and I know I speak for all three of us when we say we are honored to listen and hear and try to govern with the best set of information that we can have. So thank you for that. I guess this question just would go back to my original comments before we got a lot of the testimony. I think we anticipated a lot of the concerns and considerations that were presented by Louviers. I'll reiterate that when I visited in person and sat with residents and walked the streets, we have spent years trying to create a solution for a community that has water contaminated with radium. It was a company town, and we have put in a lot of money and effort to try to avoid a Flint, Michigan, Aaron Brockovich type situation in this community, and we've succeeded, and that's moving forward. So my concern, first and foremost, is I don't want to be regressive and go backward in time and approve a situation that could impair the quality of life that we've worked so hard to improve. That said, I think what does resonate with me is the applicant's comments and commitments that through this approval process, there's the potential that many of the concerns addressed by the residents would occur. For me, that cannot be mere words. That would absolutely have to be a written and express commitment included in conditions associated with this particular application. So I walked through a lot of my criteria as just one commissioner, but I'm just one of three. I don't know where my colleagues might be on this tonight. We've had a long night. But I did email, per council's request, all of those conditions that I listed at the top of our hearing on this matter. I believe Troy has that in her inbox and can get that to you, as does Jeff Garcia, our county attorney. So I was encouraged to hear from the applicant that 9 out of 9 would be integrated. And one thing I've often said to industry is if the right technology can be used to protect the health, safety, and welfare of our community, then we can be economically productive and also serve the lifestyle and health needs of our citizens. So I don't know if that's true or not based upon what I've heard. I've heard a lot of competing testimony tonight and comments on both sides. Personal firsthand experience from citizens that don't feel like Brandon has honored its commitment, yet also hearing from Brandon that they are willing to go above and beyond to do better. And I think that's, whether it's Alex or others, that comment resonates with me to just do better. Nothing's perfect, but we want to do the best we can when we wake up each day. So I have sent that to your inbox for your review if you're willing to commit to that. But I deferred to questions and comments from my colleagues.
All right, so thank you, Commissioner. Boy, there's been so much information displayed tonight and presented. I actually do not have any questions for the applicant. I do not have questions for staff. So bringing it back to the board for action, what is the pleasure of the board on this amendment?
So I'm happy to start if that's all right with the other two.
Please, Commissioner.
Okay, so I have taken notes from the 60 people who spoke. I have listened. I also, before I came down, printed off all of these criteria so I could understand what they were. And the first one, 01, complies with the minimum zoning requirements of the zone district in which the special use is to be located. And this is a general industrial district that permits batch plants. So 01 is covered. 02 talks about relying on Section 21, and that has been relied upon throughout this process. 03 talks about the subdivision resolution, and there will be no further resolution on this application, so that doesn't really apply to anything further going forward. 04 talks about harmony and compatible with the character of the surrounding areas. Now, there are other areas around this location that are general industrial. And the plan that we have heard talks about mitigation for the noise, the odor, the dust, and the geo-fencing that will pertain to the truck routing. The material stockpiles are limited to 20 feet, and the report talks about the screening and the fencing that will be put in place that is required according to what I understand the approval criteria are and what was presented today. Consistent with the Douglas County Master Plan. The master plan identifies this area as an industrial development node. And it is within the Levere's rural community subarea, but it is zoned for this process. And there is buffer in between where Levere's homes are and where this project is. We heard that there, according to this, all the notes that I wrote from this, that there is enough water. This will not be an over-intensive use of the land. This is 06. The applicant is actually going to eliminate the concrete plant and change the proposal for how this land will be used. They will be bringing technology in that will help mitigate the issues that are involved. I know we've seen pictures and heard about the roadway capacity. The report that I have here is that the county's engineering department has looked at all the data and says that the site can be accommodated by the existing roadway network, and the existing level of service will not be significantly reduced by the additional trips. 09 talks about will not cause significant air, water, or noise pollution, and that is based on the technology that is coming in and also the approval criteria that have been approved by CDPHE. And the last one is 12. Will not otherwise be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of present or future inhabitants. And according to what I heard today, because of the ongoing reporting, that everything will be managed within the levels that are required, and that the county's zoning compliance officials will be required to do annual inspections. And so I'm interested in what my fellow commissioners have to say based on what I believe I heard tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Layden, continued discussion.
Well, I appreciate the analysis being really focused on the USR approval standards and the legal criteria, because that's our charge this evening. Based upon what I heard this evening, my review of the packet and the information we received, I have also walked through all of these criteria, and I still struggle, as the Planning Commission did, with 21, 02, 04. whether or not this will be in harmony and compatible with the character of the surrounding areas. I think a common sense look at this would say this probably isn't the most harmonious, although I think it's persuasive to me that, of course, this is, from a zoning perspective, an industrial area. But I think we are looking to try to preserve and protect a designated rural community, and the zoning and the 2102.05 criteria around the comprehensive master plan has to reflect our current 2024 understanding of compatibility, not one from 50 to 100 years ago. So I think we have new knowledge about the health, safety, and welfare of a community, and frankly, the dangers that are potentially posed by this sort of industry. But I want to be careful because, what I did here was encouraging that this entity and this business is really interested in using and leveraging technology to address a lot of these issues, improve harmony, compatibility, and the health, safety, and welfare of the residents. I'm not convinced, absent some additional commitments, that 2102.09 has been met, will not cause significant air, water, or noise pollution. I think we'll probably see pollution on all of those fronts to some extent. So I need to get some additional understanding and commitments in writing from the applicant, which I think the applicant has indicated they're willing to provide if the board would accept it, around mitigating those pollution issues. I think we owe it to the citizens that have spent their evening with us tonight and this community to try to accept a compromise, certainly that the applicant has already provided us. So I think all of that is interlaid with 2102.12, whether or not this will be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of the present or future inhabitants of the county. I think the word future is really important for us as a board to recognize, because if we really do envision this corridor as a thriving, vibrant, clean tech economic development opportunity for aerospace and commercial and retail and recreation for many more citizens that are currently there now, we have to be cognizant of that when we're thinking about approvals like this. So I think that future word is significant. So it's kind of what's going through my brain right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm in concurrence with Commissioner Thomas. When we talk about the standard for O4 and we talk about harmony, the reality is it's in an industrial area. And you walk off that property, you are still in an industrial area. When you talk about the harmony, and listen, my heart goes out to you guys in Leviers. Boy, guys, I feel like I've done a whole lot of work for you over the last year, for number one. But the reality is, you talk about a community that has still been adjacent to an industrial area since the 1980s, and quite frankly, going back a century, because let's face it, that was a munitions plant and the community was built there as worker housing. And yet, you still talk about a great community. I don't see how this change in the use is going to affect that, guys. And young lady, I grew up in a town like this. Greeley's not that town anymore, okay? But I grew up in a town like Leviers. And I know exactly what you're talking about. But I don't see how the use being proposed is going to undermine any of that. As to the issues, when we talk about, let me get this right, when we talk about 12, detrimental to the health, safety, welfare, here's the problem. There's a number of agencies that will be monitoring this use. It's not even just the county. It's a number of agencies. And by the way, those are some of those agencies. If there's a violation, there's a lock on the gate in the morning. And I believe Brennan knows this. I believe they are used to working in this environment. And so even without the county taking any action, there are other agencies that will help us to enforce the items in the elements of 12. So this is an industrial area. You guys saw the map of the county on how many industrial areas we have. I get the argument of this should just be done somewhere else. But the only problem is there's a company that owns that land right now, and it's the Brennan Company. And I don't see how this use should be prohibited based on this criteria. And so thank you, Commissioner Thomas, for taking us through in such detail. I'm in concurrence with your comments. And of course, I will let my own comments stand on the record. Commissioners, it sounds like we do have the applicant at the podium. Do we wish to hear from the applicant some more, or do we wish to move forward? What is the pleasure of the board?
If I could add some more comments, if you don't mind.
Please do.
For any of you who came early before the 2:30 meeting, you heard us talking about investing $14 million in a water project with Castle Rock and $20 million in a water project with Dominion. And those will work together, but one of the primary purposes of that is to help Lavier solve the radium problem that you have. And Dominion is specifically going to be helping you with your water with our $34 million investment. And so that is our commitment to you, that the county is doing what we can to help you with your water problem. And before that, we've also given Lavier's other money in the millions to help you with your water. So please don't think that these comments are that we don't care about Lavier's. We do care about Lavier's. When I first became a commissioner and I learned about these approval standards, I learned that I could not like a project at all. But if it met these criteria, because our government is based on private property rights, I can't tell someone who has a private property right in their property and they have followed all the rules, they have developed an industrial business in an industrial zone, you can't do that. I don't have that right to do that. And that's why we've listened carefully to everybody and looked at these criteria, and I believe these criteria are met, and that's why I will be supporting this application.
Commissioners, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I have consulted with Mr. Garcia, and I would like to point out one issue in the record just for clarification, if I may.
Please.
I believe Commissioner Thomas, in approving based on the finding that it does not intensify the use on the property, which is, and I apologize, I don't have my glasses up here. Can someone quickly tell me the number?
210206.
Thank you. Under the 06 criteria, and citing that, Commissioner Thomas stated, and I believe Commissioner Thielen agreeing with the reasoning, was that Brannon was discontinuing use of the concrete plant. And I just want to be clear, and I think perhaps you misspoke, but we will be discontinuing or ceding the standalone crushing use on the property, not the concrete plant.
And I read this wrong. It is to eliminate the standalone concrete crushing operation on the site.
Thank you.
I did not read all the words. I didn't have my glasses on, I don't think.
No worries.
Either.
I just wanted to make sure that the record was accurate. Thank you. Pardon my interruption.
Yeah, I'll just jump in and say, actually, that was my understanding, so I'm glad that was corrected. Okay. Commissioners, yes, Counselor.
So there was two conditions that staff wants some clarification on regarding whether or not they're going to be conditions for the applicant. One is the response to Commissioner Layden's conditions that he talked about, that there would be a written response to his 11 items that he wanted, and if they would be willing to provide a response to those 11 concerns that he had. And the second was the legal review that was discussed and whether or not the county, my office and staff, felt that those concerns that were brought up by council earlier needed to be remedied. I have not done the analysis of the 7 items that he brought up, but if the county would like us to do that and work with the applicant, we could do that. I just didn't know if that was a condition, so that the applicant would be clear on what they needed to do going forward.
Thank you, Counselor. I got to tell you, I mean, I am satisfied with the approval criteria as it stands. Abe, I do realize that you had articulated those, but I mean, I need to see them if we're going to make them a part of the record here.
He has emailed them to me. He's emailed them to council as well. I can send them to you. I think it's I think a large group of them are in the criteria, but I can forward them to you if you like.
All right. Well, Commissioner, do you feel that's necessary?
I don't feel it's necessary. I think that we have heard a long hearing from lots of people. All the information that I have heard has told me that this application meets the approval standards, and I'm not interested in any other conditions besides what is here on the board.
Yeah, I got to confess, I'd have concerns that we're throwing additional conditions beyond what we have outlined and presented to the applicant at the beginning of this process. So I'm okay to move forward. Abe, I really appreciate you bringing those ideas up and throwing them out there as an element of discussion. It's not necessary for me to move forward.
Yeah, well, I'll be really direct with you both. We've just spent several hours with a community that has taken time out of their evening to come and tell you how specifically concerned they are. We also have an applicant that has said, we hear those concerns, we're willing to integrate them into the plan for this evening. So the applicant has already conceded on that point and has indicated that they are willing to adopt these measures to satisfy the concerns of the citizens and the concerns that I have. So I'm not sure why either of you would just dismiss that out of hand when we have citizens begging you to listen for hours this evening and an applicant that has said they would accept those criteria.
I guess my concern, I guess my opinion would be, I know I've been here for hours with you guys, working to make sure that your voices were heard, everybody's voices were heard. I'm ready to make a decision. What is the pleasure of the board?
I have a motion to approve the Owens Industrial Park Filing 1, First Amendment, Lot 1A, and Meets and Bounds Parcel, Third Amendment, use by special review for the batch plant because it does meet all of the approval criteria with 3 conditions as presented. Project File US 2021-002.
Commissioners, if I may, and I apologize again for...
Whoa, hang on.
Yes.
We're working here.
I
Hang on.
apologize, sir.
Commissioner
As
Layden.
is our tradition, as is our tradition, I will second that for decorum.
Excellent. Hang on, applicant. Okay, there is a motion on the floor. Let's let the board work. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'll just add that we're not doing what the citizens are asking or what the applicant has agreed to do. So I'm not sure what our purpose is here. I'm disappointed that we're not honoring what we've heard this evening. I do think most of this criteria has been discussed and is integrated, but this is significant enough to have a multi-hour meeting that we should take the time to do this right. When I ran for county commissioner, I said I would be a leader that listens. I think we've all listened tonight, but it's not just listening, it's taking what we've heard and doing the right thing. So I would be willing to accept the applicant's concession on these conditions. They've made a commitment to do better. And so I would love to honor that by saying yes, and let's do better together. But absent the board's willingness to hear from the applicant, I'm going to have to be a no.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, do we need to refer to the county attorney at the moment? There was side discussion between the county attorney and the applicant, or do you feel you can continue discussion?
I can continue with this discussion.
Please do.
Again, we've gone through the criteria. They have been met. I think we have done our work for tonight and met. The applicant meets the approval criteria, and I am ready to vote.
I am in concurrence with Commissioner Thomas. I mean, it's been a long day. I know that we've been hearing from citizens on both sides of this issue. And so, quite frankly, we've all been doing this together. We've been all in this together. I do not want to walk away with anything dangling in terms of a discussion. So, with that said, unless there is further discussion, there's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
If I could just say the attorney is raising his hand over here. I don't know if you feel we need to hear from him.
I don't want to interrupt you right when you're going to vote, but the applicant has actually asked to add the condition of legal review of the things that were brought up by the attorney earlier. They believe it would prevent them from having standing to bring a 106 and maybe not have it would put them in a better position to defend in the event that occurs, that there is review of those legal arguments by the county.
Okay, the motion has 3 conditions as presented. I'll turn to the applicant. Should the motion reflect 4 conditions?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you.
And please articulate the 4th condition that the applicant agrees to.
The 4th condition is if upon review by the county attorney, amendments are required, that staff can move forward with that. I don't know, perhaps, Mr. Garcia, you can articulate that more succinctly?
So after review by the county attorney's office, if we find that there is need for amendment to any element of it that has been brought up as a legal argument during this hearing, we'll make the applicant aware of that, and they will make the corrections.
And the applicant would agree to that?
That's correct. Applicant agrees, sir. Thank you.
As articulated by the county council?
As articulated by Mr. Garcia, County Council, yes.
Okay, Commissioner Thomas, as the mover, are you willing, do you take it as a friendly to add that 4th condition as articulated?
Yes, I do.
Commissioner Layden, as the second, do you take it as a friendly to accept the 4th condition as articulated?
And it's fine. I'm going to vote no, so it's fine for the condition to be in there.
Okay. Therefore, we have a motion and a second. The original motion has received a friendly amendment to include 4 conditions. Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let the use by special review is approved 2-1.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, folks. Thank you all for being here. Let's move to our last item, which is a resolution supplementing the 2024 adopted budget to appropriate unanticipated revenues and appropriate restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned fund balances in the amount of $63,643,897. Kim Hirsch, Assistant Budget Director, thank you for being here after such a long day.
We'll try to make this quick for you guys. Kim Hirsch for Finance Department. I'd like to formally present the 4th supplemental for fiscal year 2024. The total amount requested for your consideration today is $63,643,897. More specifically, the supplemental request will be increasing appropriations.
One moment, Kim. Folks, I realize probably the business you were here for is concluded. please do take the conversation to the hall. We're still working here. Kim, go ahead.
This supplemental request will be increasing appropriations for new revenues, allow for unspent project dollars to be carried forward into the current fiscal year, and appropriate spending authority for new grants and initiatives that have been awarded since the formal budget adoption. This appropriation will be impacting 12 of the 28 county funds, and each fund summary documenting the increase in spending authority and the ability to do so has been included in the board's packet for your review. Also included in the packet are brief explanations of each request, along with the dates that the requests were formally approved by the Board of County Commissioners. I would like to point out that the outstanding balance of the American Rescue Plan Act, the ARPA fund, is being rolled forward at this time into 2024 for approximately $45.3 million, and that accounts for roughly 71.1% of this supplemental request. All of these funds will need to be obligated by the end of 2024 and spent by the end of 2025. This supplemental appropriation is governed by 29-1-109 statute that allows the Board of County Commissioners to make revised appropriation resolutions that will reflect the increase in the expenditures at this time. With that, I gave you, provided the board everything in the packet with the documentation outlining the request, so if you have any questions, I'll answer them now.
All right, questions from the board for Kim.
Does it need to be spent by the end of 25 or 26?
I want to say it has to be spent by the end of 25. Everything obligated by 24.
Obligated by 24, spent by 26.
That's right.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's right on the record. It has to be spent by December 31st, 2026. I read through all the packet, and, you know, I always want to know what the final number is. $760 million, right, Kim?
It's getting up there, especially with this $45 million that we rolled forward.
Yep, I don't have any other questions.
I'm sorry? Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Layden, any questions for Kim?
That was my question. Kim, great job. I read the packet as well, and I was wondering what the total budget was. So I'll trust that the 760 is close.
No, I want to make an adjustment with that. It looks like we put in the wrong number. The total amended budget for Douglas County after the supplemental will be $782,563,556.
Down to the dollar. Very good. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
I wrote it down. It said 760 in the packet.
Yeah, there was a correction on the front page of the packet. The now roll forward is 782, so that was a clerical error.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioners, I have no questions, Kim. Thank you for the presentation. Thanks for the packet. Boy, it's been a long day, so thank you for being here with us here to clear this up. Commissioners, if there are no other questions for staff, we'll take public testimony at this time. Is there anybody present who would like to give public testimony? And I do not see anyone for public testimony. Troy, is there anyone online for public testimony on this matter?
Sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Bringing it back to the board, what is the board's pleasure?
Mr. Chair, I have a motion to approve a resolution supplementing the 2024 adopted budget to appropriate unanticipated revenues and appropriate restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned fund balances in the amount of $63,643,897.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any need for discussion? All right. All in favor say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. That passes 3-0. Thank you, Kim,
Thank you.
again.
Have a great night.
All right, well, Commissioners, that was quite the long day. Our next land use meeting and public hearing will be held on Tuesday, August 27th, 2024 at 2:30 p.m. We are adjourned.